live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys' Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best of 3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best of 5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA. Welcome, everybody at home, back again to the South Asia Nationals Day 2 for Rainbow-Six-Siege. Supported by WSP powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. It is another warm, bright, rather hot day, at least late day, I should say, as I and Aggressive, of course, are going to be taking you through Day 2 of the South Asia Nationals group stages. So we hope you're excited. Aggressive, I know that you and I are quite excited. So, what do you feel? How you think today's matches are going to go?
I do believe that these matches that we have in store for you guys could just go in the distance, but at the same time, the first match looks to be a bit more one-sided if you look at the statistics and the proper history between both of these teams. But before we dabble around on the teams, I have to admit, wearing a blazer here at this heat, it's a pretty, let's say, questionable thing for us all, but we gotta look good for the camera now, don't we? Gotta look fly, we gotta look clean to present all of the incredible action in front of your screen. Plus, we gotta present the prize pool to you guys as well. 11,000 USD on the line, baby. First place getting 5,000, second place getting 3, third place getting 1, and of course the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8, and the MVP getting the money respectively. It's on your screen, you can read. I don't need to say it out loud, but that MVP money is going to be highly contested for, because each and every one of these players in this entire tournament, they have been performing, and their performances are just getting better and better over time.
That they are, and expect those performances to get even better as time goes on, folks, because let's be real here, this is going to be absolutely amazing. This tournament, the SA Nationals, they're called that for a reason, and that reason being, of course, some excellent Rainbow-Six-Siege gameplay. It is the highest tier of competition here at South Asia. As we have a look at the top 8, once again, to remind all of our viewers and to those who are just joining us right now, let's have a look at the teams that are playing at the South Asia Nationals. These 8 teams have fought hard, and they have gained all these points to get into this top 8 segment that we have here. Won't Stop Peaking, Shaheens, MercenarieZ, Hunters, Team UWU, KIRA Esports, Militant Esports, and Phalanx. They are all here. They have fought to be here at the greatest stage that South Asia has to offer. And with all that being said and done, of course, there's a few more battles to go. As we have a look at the standings at the end of day 1 or at the start of day 2, it depends on how you look at it. There you have it. 2 points each to MercenarieZ and Hunters and 1 to Militant Esports. And of course, Team UWU did play a game yesterday against Hunters, but they lost 0-2, so no points to them. Hunters gained 2 points. A bit of a correction from yesterday. I did make the mistake of saying that the winners of a 2-0 get 3 points. That was incorrect. It is 2 points instead. MercenarieZ versus Militant, it was a 2-1. And since Militant won 1 map, they got 1 point. MercenarieZ winning 2. So with all that said, that's the standings right there. Of course, not all teams will have gotten their points yet. You're going to have to wait a little bit more for that. A couple more days as teams start playing, start getting more points, start getting more wins and losses under their belt to really see how this table develops.
Looking at the schedule for today to see exactly which teams are going to be playing up for us. Of course, we have Hunters going up against Won't Stop Peaking for the first initial game of the day, with Shaheens versus Phalanx for the 8 p.m. matchup. Sadly, I won't be there for the 8 p.m. matchup because I have an appointment to take care of, but what I am excited for is Hunters going up against Won't Stop Peaking. Won't Stop Peaking, though, historically a team that really just can't hit the mark on a lot of occasions, but at times they just perform in such a way that you're absolutely dumbfounded. You have no idea what gets into this team. There are some days where this team can even perform to the level of the Hunters and take them down. And on other days, they just completely fall flat. And I do believe that the latter is much more common for the roster because they have a lot of consistency problems. And I'm really hoping they worked on those problems before coming into the South Asia Nationals. They had a lot of different chances to showcase their mechanical skills, showcase their prowess together as a squad. And they have stuck together for a pretty long time. Won't Stop Peaking. They've been like this for almost the last 4, 5, 6 months almost. So they have it all under the bag, but they need to perform here going up against their biggest adversary.
Absolutely. I mean, hunters are pretty much the raid boss, right? The absolute highest difficulty boss that you can find at the end of the dungeon. That's the hunters right about
Savage
now. And
difficulty.
won't stop peaking. Oh yes, absolutely savage difficulty. That's the kind of fight that won't stop peaking have ahead of themselves at this moment. And of course, it is going to be a big challenge. So let's go ahead and see the maps that these teams have selected in the map veto that will be in play. It's a best of three after all, so there will be three maps, folks. And there you have it, Hunters with Theme Park. They brought it out before against Won't Stop Peaking, and Won't Stop Peaking have actually given Hunters a bit of trouble on this map before, so it's interesting that the Hunters would go here rather than, say, Skyscraper or any other map. Won't Stop Peaking on this side, they have brought out Oregon, the SA Classic, and the decider will be Chalet. Interestingly enough, all three maps will start with Hunters in the attacking first half. So that is something to look forward to. For Theme Park and Oregon, it makes sense. Two defender-sided maps, attack first, and then go into the defensive half in the second half. So that's all well and good. Chalet, we'll have to see if we get there, but attacking first is an interesting decision for the Hunters there. And of course, as you can see, the banned maps, Cafe Bank, Skyscraper, Villa, all maps that we would love to see, especially Border, Bank, and Skyscraper. Those three are probably still played the least here in South Asia. But as the matches develop and as the teams get better and better, continuously improve, I do expect to see some of those maps popping up every now and again. But there you have it, folks. Theme Park, Oregon, and Chalet, those are the maps that we'll be playing today.
Pretty standard all around, but what I'm surprised is that Theme Park's game hit up. Normal Theme Park's one of those maps that does get banned out quite often, and you don't see it because a lot of teams don't really want to dabble around on this particular map because of how difficult it is to break into a site as an attacker. You're not going to have an easy way of getting in, especially when it comes down to the throne room. That throne room hold can last for anywhere between 2 minutes to a solid 3 minutes as well, where you just cannot make your way in. You're just stuck at the entrance and you're just sitting there like, So we botched our entry over towards the reinforced walls. We can't get proper hatch control. There's players sitting inside of kitchen and we don't have any drones to clear them out. So I guess it's time to just run in and shut them down. But at the same time, for Hunters, I don't think they're going to be worried about that. Their attacking sided strategies are just so prominent and they're so perfectly balanced out when it comes down to the team play synergy and also the strategy that I do believe that Won't Stop Peaking, they're the ones who are on the back foot for this one. Yes, of course, Theme Park, a lot more of a better map for them, but against the Hunters, do they have a game plan set to shut them down?
They should. They definitely should. So let's see if they do, folks. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of day 2 of the South Asia Nationals. Game 3 in total, if you want to say it that way, of course. It is the Hunters versus Won't Stop Peaking. And boy, howdy, this is a game that I think we all are looking forward to. For Won't Stop Peaking, this is a revenge match once again, just like we will be saying with many teams in the region. They have fought. Yep, and they have fought the Hunters and lost on this map, on multiple maps before, so they have a chip on their shoulder. Hunters, of course, they'll be looking to win 4 points. They could get there, be the first team to do so, as Won't Stop Peaking will have the first ban, and already an interesting one indeed. Nook will be our first ban for this evening, and that's an interesting one. I can't quite think off the top of my head of a Hunters player who really loves to play Nook. Maybe Beat, maybe Rattler, or Sandy if they want to really play that operator here, but they don't really play Nook too often to warrant a whole ban, as on the other side, we've got the Nomad being banned out.
That's pretty smart. Nomad's just an absolute nuisance on this map. You don't want to deal with it. You want to have that possibility of having an easier time when it comes down to your own defensive end. And because of it, Hunters, they're just not going to take any risks. They're going to be playing it so on that regard. But I do believe that the Nook ban came in from Won't Stop Peaking because they know how strong Nook can be on this particular map. Especially with her gadgets, she can just easily run around, get into very uncomfortable positions. Plus the fact that she has grenades in her arsenal adds on to the tally of how good she can be in the long run. Khalid getting banned out on the other side for Won't Stop Peaking. So the hatches are now open for them to take over. And for Hunters, they have a pretty strong attacking side, I do believe, with minus, of course, the Nomad. But normally you need a Nomad when you are bolstering up to hit a side really quickly. But in the way that the Hunters play, they don't really require the Nomad because of how they spread themselves out, go in for map control first, and then up to go in for the hit. Considering how beautiful their roam clear is, that Nomad really doesn't benefit them as much. They have a very disciplined playstyle, and that disciplined playstyle can work out really well. So where you don't need the Nomad, you can open up your opportunities for other operators while you shut down any chances the attackers can have when the members of Won't Stop Peeking go over to the other side for them to set up plays with the Nomad, allowing the defense to get freed up a lot more for a lot more aggressive plays, which the Hunters love doing.
Now, speaking of the bans, actually, Nomad and Nook have been banned. So you know who's been opened up finally? Thatcher. So we will probably see a couple of
I
rounds of
don't think
Thatcher.
so.
Maybe not from the Hunters. I'm not thinking that the Hunters will be bringing out Thatcher because as a team, they don't really.
I forgot he
need the
existed
Thatcher.
again.
I know, right? And that's probably something that will be going through some of the players' heads that, hey, Thatcher's available today. We might see a couple of interesting picks there. But at the same time, Won't Stop Peeking, I definitely feel like they'll be relying on Thatcher a little bit because of the necessary breaches and the utility clearances that they need to do. Thatcher just kind of does a whole lot at once, right? So he's a good op to have, especially if some of your strategies might rely on him. So it depends entirely on Won't Stop Peeking if they want to bring out the Thatcher in the second half. But as for the Hunters, I don't think they will be. Maybe 1 round or 2 rounds. We might see Sandy or Rattler or Beat or even Sparko, who knows, jump on the Thatcher. Who am I kidding? Sparko's going to be playing Hard Breacher left, right, and center for all 6 of these rounds. He loves playing Hard Breacher. I can't blame him. Hard Breachers are so fun in this game. But jokes aside, Thatcher is available for once in a blue moon, folks. Don't worry. Expecting to be banned right out on map 2 and every other map in play tonight. But other than that, Valkyrie, of course, no surprises there. Information, gathering potential. Valkyrie just excels at it. And of course, the Kaid, who can forget electrification, he's got you covered even better than Bandit, although he has less Electroclaws than Bandit. Bandit's got 4 batteries for 4 walls. Kaid has 2 Electroclaws for 4 walls. So it's really up to you how you want to use them, if you want to use them in tandem or not. Not today, though. Kaid has faced the ban wave. And with that, in just a short moment here, we'll be going into round number 1. Don't you worry, the action is about to get started. And like we said before, this is going to be one hell of a game, folks. This match, Hunters, they're going to be looking to continue their momentum, basically have a snowball effect on this tournament, to continually get more and more and more points and absolutely assure themselves a spot in the top 4, if not the top seed of the top 4. Let me remind you, they are strong enough to do that. And at the same time, of course, Won't Stop Peeking, they need to get points on board. This is their debut match in the Nationals. They've been in the Nationals before, the old format of the Nationals last year. But this Nationals, this version of the tournament, this is their first time in it. And the pressure is going to be immense.
I'm really hoping that the pressure just does not get to them. Won't Stop Peeking is not really a team that performs under pressure, sadly. If they are able to play the game at their own pace, at their own leisure almost in a way, where they have the control, they can set the pacing for the match, the team just performs. Each and every player, they're able to get under the skins of their opposition. Plus, they can make them tilt in a lot of the different scenarios as well, considering their playstyle. Because, again, as their name says, they just don't stop peeking. They're so aggressive in their approaches that if you allow them to take control of a map, if you allow them to take control of the lines of sight that they're very comfortable with, then you're just not going to be able to stop them. But that same similar sort of playstyle cannot work up against the Hunters. You need something a bit more. Play aggressive. I'm completely fine with that. Do not lose your identity. But you need to play aggressive based upon information. But on Won't Stop Peeking side, they sometimes just dry peek corners, expecting themselves to just win out on a gunfight, and that does not happen all the time. You said it yourself. Siege is a game where the gunfights are almost 50-50. Either you could get Bolo peeked here into existence, or someone could just crab walk or prone into your screen, dolphin diving and killing you with a hipfire headshot. Anything could happen. So you need to expect the unexpected and be ready for it.
To be fair, though, the examples you kind of gave were 2 extremes of the 50-50 that Siege's gunfights are. We'll have to see.
No, that's always happens to me. That
We'll have
happens to me in
we'll
my
have to
ranking
see
is a lot
if-
more.
It does indeed. We'll have to see about Won't Stop Peaking if they do want to stop peaking every now and again, or if they will stay true to their name as we go into the match. Match number 1 today of day 2 of the South Asia Nationals is live as all the players are in, and we are going straight into round number 1 here on Theme Park Hunters. They've got a game on their hands. So, with all that being said, let's have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for both rosters here today. From the side of Won't Stop, from the side of Won't Stop Peaking, they've got Desmond, Cobra, Violet, Buckinator, and Mojo. It's been a while since we've seen Buckinator playing, so I'm excited to see how that
Buckinator is
bigger player
back?
over there. Yes, indeed. Buckinator, or rhymes with Buck. I think that's their original name, or the name they went with previously. And of course, from the side of the Hunters, I mean, this squad needs no introduction, but might as well do it anyway. Jittery, Sparko, Beat Rattler, and Sandy. They're playing at full capacity today. And with that, round 1 on second floor. Is that second floor, actually? I think that's first floor throne room. Yes. First floor throne room and armory room is a go.
Should be able to get a proper control of this angle as well. The Twitch drones are going to be used to try and clear out as many of these aggressive angles as possible to check out what kind of utility the defenders have set up. But Desmond, the positioning is good, but he's making a lot of noise. They know exactly where Desmond is, and because of it, they're not going to risk this engagement. He needs to be very careful on this Marusi because he is the one who's on the rope. And if he gets cleared a little bit too early or a little bit too quickly, then that puts everyone else in a pretty tough position to try and get on back from 2 players playing on the roam over towards the second floor, and the timing could have been everything. Desmond's gonna be able to get out.
Oh my
Beeline it
goodness.
away, but
Oh,
the timing is
no.
there. Sandy's gonna be able to get the shut
there's
down
one
kill.
more.
One person straight behind the dragon. He has nowhere to go, but Mojo still lives.
You got the down, you got the down. There you go. All right.
Why, Mojo? He knew that there was a second player there. He still tried to run
Maybe,
away
maybe
instead of trying to
not.
take a gunfight.
Then.
Did he expect that only? Oh, wait.
I think the call out might not have come in time, that it was a jackal that killed Desmond, right? Because Mojo rushed in from maintenance hallway to cover immediately, and I don't think that Mojo actually knew that it was a jackal who'd got the kill, because he got a kill on Iana, right? Rattler, who went down in that gunfight, in that interaction, and he must have thought that, yeah, that's it, that's the player, so I can get out of here now. But unfortunately, the jackal was still alive and still ever present in the fight, and took the refrag onto Mojo. C4 was thrown out in the meanwhile from Violet, and that, of course, actually gets
nice
the kill onto
shot.
Beat. Beautiful shot from Vertical, and mind you, that's the soft breach gone. They don't have any of the soft breach operators, and the Sledge was doing most of the vertical work. So that's going to be a little bit difficult as they get the hard breach going. That's on the split hatch. So Sparko's got one more exothermic charge remaining. And at 50 seconds, where's he going to go? He's gone into barrel room. So that's a pretty one-sided entry that Hunters are setting up right now. And with only 3 players, it's going to get messy.
Gonna get extremely messy.
Buckinator.
Buckinator, though, taking a lot of damage on this Jaeger. Is gonna be able to run on out a little bit here. Sandy on the other side has a shotgun in hand to try and open up a couple of vertical lines of sight. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. The members of Hunters, they need to start going in for the hit. They have a basic idea of what kind of a hit could be coming in. And it's gonna be Violent still at the long range with the SMG-11. Holding down the lines and making sure the kills coming down properly. Sparko's going to be opting to go in for the plan. Violet still trying to hold it down with Cobra on his side from the opposite end of this. Still gets a good shot.
No.
Cobra, absolutely insane when it comes down to the taps. Shuts down the diffuser. Absolutely nothing that they can do to try and survive this. Sandy gets one. Looking for the last one. Still
No
gets
way.
it. Sandy with a shotgun. What? Cobra, you didn't hit the shot?
He was slowed down by the Banshee. What do you mean? How did you not get him?
Cobra! How? That's a whiff and a half. Even Sandy doesn't believe it.
Oh my
It's a
goodness, what a way to
travesty.
start. What
Don't
a
stop
start.
peeking.
Slowed down by the Banshee. There's probably barbed wire on the doorway as well for extra slowdown. And Sandy still manages to maneuver just right. I think he got out of the Banshee's range at just the right time. Cobra hadn't peaked by then while Violet went down, which was, I think, the initial mistake and the one they shouldn't have made. Cobra should have peaked as soon as Violet's SMG-11 started firing, because Violet was taking the gunfight initially and the Jackal was distracted. Sandy could have gone down, but Cobra reacted too late or jumped into the fight too late. And of course, because of that, the round got lost. We're going back to Throne Room. I mean, understandably so. They will feel that they will feel pretty confident in the site. They nearly won it after all. Won't Stop Peaking did. But you got to do a little bit more. Some of these mistakes need to be ironed out. It's just the first round, though, so things can change pretty quickly.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Hunters, though. They take that first round out of absolutely nowhere. Said he had no business winning that, but with that clutch, I do believe that Hunters, they're going to be taking this a bit more seriously on that end too, because this round was way too close for comfort. I'm not going to be happy about that one, but still, they have a couple of impact tricks that they can use to shut down this Termite before he gets a bit too overly aggressive and over-eager in the way that he plays. But for the members of... Won't Stop Peaking. Okay, Rattler.
Solo.
Oh, he gets out! No way!
Wow.
How are you alive? Rattler, how are you alive? This guy has 9 lives, and I'm pretty sure he used 8 of them there.
I mean, just look at that. It's the magic pixel. 1 HP remaining on Rattler. There's no two ways about it. He's been down.
Never mind.
I think it's an intentional reset.
Oh,
Should
yeah,
be an
it's
intentional reset, I think. Maybe?
Yeah, it is.
Should have hit that. He's leaning out on the floor. Oh, what a shot by Sandy. You gotta be careful. There's an alibi there. Oh, dear me. Didn't know. And of course, you know, I think we saw at Gemini coming by Cobra, but that was definitely far too late for that. Sandy falls as Cobra finds Beat in the meanwhile. That's the sledge gone again. This is not looking too good. Cobra with 2 now, looking for a third as the Iana from above tries to find where this sneaky alibi has gone. Oh boy, suddenly a bit of trouble for the Hunters here.
It's not looking that good for them. They have no information. I expected them to clear out Barrel Room, but they're not ready for it. Cobra is just being so slippery when it comes down to his positioning, constantly switching out his spots over and over again, where the members of Won't Stop Peaking just are able to do whatever they want. Hunters have no idea, and they don't even have a read of what the positions are looking like for the members of Won't Stop Peaking, and I love that. The level of adaptability that the members of Won't Stop Peaking are already showing when it comes down to their roams is what really is giving them the advantages here. Finally, we're going to be seeing a wall being opened up by Sparkle, but I do believe an impact trick is there. Yep, that's the first. They have more than enough time. They don't have to worry about anything. 22 seconds. The zombie Kiba barriers are all over the site. How do you even entry? You just can't. If you try to entry here, you're just done for.
Flashbangs are out, the drop's about to come in, and it does. 1 down, Violet going, and Mojo needs to find 1. He does so. Doesn't know where the Termite is. Wait, Sparko's still alive? Buccaneer comes in to save the kill. Okay, Mojo kind of whiffing a few shots on Sparko there. Definitely didn't help, but still, the round was won, and that's all that matters. Won't Stop Peaking. Will put themselves on the board early. It's a 1-1.
Scoreline's pretty good for them to try and boast about, but for Won't Stop Peaking, I have to say that defensive round was pretty good. Good control when it came down to the roams, constantly switching out your positions, being a thorn on their sides, forcing them to pretty much drone out each and every corner, wasting a lot of time, pushing the round to what, like 20, 15 seconds for Hunters, mind you, to go in for proper roam clears. The members of Won't Stop Peaking, they are prepared to shut down their opposition in the best way possible, but maybe, just maybe, the alibi could be going in for something a bit too overly aggressive. You gotta give respect to the members of Hunters, but then again, this spawn peek coming in from the alibi could just help them out as well, if he wants to actually go for it, that is.
That's the thing, right? Cobra will definitely be feeling a lot more confident going into the gunfight for the rest of this round. This map even, at least for the next couple of rounds. And that 3K that Cobra enjoyed, yeah, that's a lot to say. Against the Hunters, 3 kills like that, definitely well-deserved. Buccinator takes a bit of damage. I think that might be somebody opening up a rotate, and Buccinator got caught in the crossfire. It is what it is, normal stuff that tends to happen. But for the rest of the round, Buccinator's got to be a little careful. That's one less bullet that health bar can deal with. Interestingly enough, okay, this is not something we see too often. Sandy's brought out the Flores, but that's not the odd part. The odd part is it's a Flores with the SR-25. Excuse me, I almost said sniper rifle. I mean, SR can mean sniper rifle, but it's a DMR. But the DMR on Flores, it's the same one that Blackbeard enjoys. It's a good DMR, but Blackbeard makes it look better because of that face shield that he has that just breaks the game. Flores doesn't have that, so it's a bit more fair on this operator. Jittery taking a bit of damage. Grenades, no, not grenade, that's a flashbang that went out towards initiation, which is where it seems like the Hunters want to make their first breach. Desmond might have an angle there, going all the way towards the bathroom. There's a Rotero that's also coming in. The Hunters are slowly but surely making their way into this side of the building as the Jaeger requests a bit of help, but Desmond finding Jittery. Huge drop right there. Ziana falls for the third round now. Not much impact from Jittery so far as a grenade goes in. That's from the sledge. That's to take care of all the Kiba barriers that are being used. And there's still another. So many utilities as Rattler takes so much damage right about now. Cobra taking some in return, but here comes the Lion Scan. Cobra missing that shot. Will fall back freely. No real kills being taken here as Desmond finds another. Sparko down now. That's Diffuser and that's your Hard Breacher. Desmond will finally go down. But is it a little too late here? There's no breach, and they have to get in somehow.
That's tough. The members of Won't Stop Peeking, they have so many different nooks and crannies that they are trying to pull out to go up against Hunters, and I love to see that. Because now the team's adapting, and they're pulling out strategies that the members of the Hunters are racking their heads trying to figure out here. They're already 40 seconds in. Rattler is at almost 0 HP, and at this point, you can't really enter the site squad. One of your members has to die. You need to use him as a sacrificial lamb to try and even find something, and I do believe that Rattler is the only one that you can get anything out of this situation from. Not a lot of utility to play around with. Some RC Roteros in the hands of the Flores, but even then, it's just not enough. Sandy's been having a phenomenal day, but yesterday's MVP, Jittery, seems to be not being in a spot anymore. Sandy's going to get taken down as well, and the members of Won't Stop Peeking, an absolute and utter domination when it came down to this defensive round. They had full control of the side, and it seems as though the kids' room, yeah, good luck trying to get into daycare.
Pretty much, yeah. A pause has been requested by Jittery, and that's probably because Beat's game unfortunately disconnected. So I'll be waiting to get Beat back into the lobby pretty soon, folks. Don't you worry. And in the meanwhile, of course, we can talk about what we've seen in these 2 rounds so far. And that is to say, Won't Stop Peeking clearly have done their homework. They're taking the fight to the Hunters, but in a way that isn't really something we've seen from them before. They're actually holding back. And they're actually, playing not just for the kills that they normally do. It's not just their kill-hungry nature that we're seeing, but it's also a really well-coordinated defense that we're getting here. Theme park defense, of course, allows for a lot of hiding spots, a lot of hard props, bulletproof props that you can sit behind, and a lot of walls and corners and, as you mentioned, aggressive nooks and corners to sit behind. But of course, that is one of the big reasons why Theme Park has developed as such a defender-sided map, one of the most defender-sided maps in Siege. And yet, as it stands, Hunters on the attack could still take a couple rounds. They just need to adapt. The thing that's happening here is Won't Stop Peeking. They actually have stopped overly peeking everything. They're holding these long crosses and massive lines of sights for each other while extending out into site-adjacent areas or even outside of the site entirely. And it's working because they've got someone as backup should one of them go down. And because they're spread out so much, it's hard to pinpoint one or two of them in one location, which is something that hunters love to have. The information is being denied, especially with the with the use of the Mozzie and this and that. It gets harder and harder the longer a match like this goes. And of course, Won't Stop Peaking, they are clued in on this. So the question is, hunters, can they adapt? I mean, of course they can, but how quickly can they adapt to turn the tides once again?
He is already back, and I do believe that the hunters are just about to answer that question. And I completely agree with you. Won't Stop Peaking, they are making sure the hunters are dry of information and they have nothing to work on. And because of this exact reason, I'm really hoping that, all right, the members of Hunters, they can finally start to bring out a little bit more, let's say, the normal trade game that we know them for. The positioning that they're going in for normally in these instances is not something that I personally like because of one particular reason. They're not setting up around each other. They're setting up to try and get map control first and then playing with each other. And that's just not working out for them. You need to set up for trades instead, because if you're not able to gain the map control quickly without losing one of your players, then what's the use of trying to get that map control? You get map control by forcing off the roamers from comfortable positions. Whether you get the kill on the roamers or not, we don't really care about that. You need to take the map in your favor first, then opt to go in for the kills. That is how Siege normally goes. The roamers, if they're really good and professional at it, just like the roamers coming in from Won't Stop Peaking in these cases, because Cobra, for some reason, is so slippery that he can just get away with kills and survive even in a lot of sticky situations. You're just trying to force them off. If you force them off, make them play in towards the side where you guys are setting the pace for the match, then Won't Stop Peaking can't really do much now, can they? We have talked about this before. Won't Stop Peaking, a team that really does thrive if you allow them to have control of how the match will go. But if you take away that control, then the team just falls apart and cannot pick itself back up. For Hunters, they need to start figuring out strategies that can work against the members of Won't Stop Peaking in such a way. The lines of sight that they had created here when they were in daycare, it was insane. There were two people holding from daycare straight up into the vault room. And there were people inside of the vault as well, so anyone coming out from bathroom were just royally screwed.
Attackers need to locate and
Well, with all
defuse the
that
bomb.
said, we'll have to see if we're going to see something similar extended out towards daycare this time. Because, while we would like, read not like to see Blackbeard, folks, nope, I don't think we're going to be seeing any of that anytime soon. Sandy's brought out the OSA this time around, something we've seen in the Hunters attack a fair bit when it comes to how they like to approach the map of Theme Park. They like bringing out the OSA, and understandably so. OSA is actually pretty strong when it comes to Theme Park. She can create her own bits of mobile cover, and that, of course, allows for some interesting strategies and team compositions as and when accordingly. Rattler has switched out to the Iana, Jittery going into the Flores. So this is definitely an interesting team composition here. Jittery holding back this time. Flores, of course, is one of those ops who likes to stay back and likes to do things from a distance. Basically, a bit of a support op in his own right to take out utilities and take out, clear things out around the site. So we'll have to see if Jittery is able to, do the things that he needs to do while holding back, because we all know Jittery loves to frag. But wait, Cobra, completely unaware that there was an operator pushing up with that drone. Sandy with a very quick start finds two. Cobra and Buckinator are gone, and he can find a third here. Sees the Mozzie. That's one more.
My God,
And he wants
Sandy, you're
more.
disgusting.
He hears someone in the vault.
Located a
He hears
bomb.
someone in the vault. Gotta be careful. The vault player hears you too. As an impact goes up from Mojo, he's gonna push out. Sandy's been down finally, and Violet will take care of him. But the damage has been done. It's a 4v2, and Sandy's insane triple kill to start things off has definitely massively injured Won't Stop Peaking.
They won't stop peeking now. They have to stop peeking. They only have two of their members left. Violet, though, maybe a bit too aggressive on the take. Loses out on the angle. Mojo's position already revealed as well. Over from the other end of this. Has nowhere to run and absolutely nowhere to hide as well. gets taken down a couple of notches here to try and maybe do something, but not gonna happen, not today. This is the Hunters that we know and love, ladies and gentlemen, being aggressive, but at the same time being an absolute nuisance when it came down to the drone play, making sure that Sandy has the best opportunity to perform. And boy, oh boy, did he perform. That drone just gave him the push that he wanted and the information that he needed to walk away with 3 kills pretty much, with an OSA on entry. Yeah, let that sink in, Jack. An OSA on entry.
Locate and defuse as many bombs
Yeah,
as
not
you
something
can.
you see too often, is it? An OSA on entry. That is like, that's like saying Thatcher is like, the entry fragger of the round. That's
Oh, Thatcher
is
is a
that kind
hard
of a
feature.
I mean, he's pretty much the best support for any hard breacher, right? So technically, you could say that he is part of the hard breaching machine, but your point does still stand. We're going to be going back to first floor throne room right about now because, of course, initiation failed for the side of Won't Stop Peeking. And of course, they're going to be going back
5 seconds
to
left.
the first floor to give themselves a little bit more time and a side that they've won multiple times now
Locate and
so that they
defuse the
can
bomb.
recalibrate and figure out how to move forward from here. The last time we saw them here was in round 2 where they completely dismantled the roam clear game of Hunters to the point where the Hunters found themselves backed into a corner. And they'd like to do that again. But Hunters, of course, have once again changed things up. The Iana, is now in Rattler's hands, as Jittery will go into the Buck, which is a smart decision because they have been losing Beat, who's been, playing the sledge consistently for these last few rounds. So since, Beat's been going down, they've been losing out on soft breach, and that's why Jittery will bring out the other main soft breach operator for the attacker's side. So smart plays all around, as Beat's already in towards second floor office, getting the stairs rafters angle open, gonna send out a drone to overwatch the area. That's a C4 that's coming, and that's a C4 that will whiff. Shots are fired, and shots are fired back as well, but doesn't seem like anybody's gonna be finding a kill off of that angle anytime soon, as that C4 that was tossed a minute ago, I believe from Desmond, has Desmond has since vacated, but wait, that's Cobra, I believe, who's coming in mighty close right about now. You see him, but no, that's a trade! Cobra just about manages the headshot, and Sandy did enough damage to take him down nonetheless. First couple of kills here, and that is, of course, Hunters' big player, Sandy, who's been going ham this match, already down.
1 for 1 that they really just did not want to get Hunters. They lost out on the Star Fragger that they wanted to make sure to get an entry on, but now they're pretty much stuck. Everyone's really anchoring in towards the side. No one's out of position just yet. And I do believe only one of the defenders are on the top rope of it. Jittery's going to try to open things up with the Buck. The Skeleton Ski is going to give them a lot of advantages and a lot of room to play around with. Hatches have also been opened up. Positions are good. We do see one of the players. I do believe that Sparkle spotted out the gun barrel. So he's just waiting to see what he can do. A lot of drones as well to play around with. Look at the amount of drones that they have to open up these lines of sights. Jittery has 2 drones still available if he wants to set it up. 40 seconds left, ample amounts of time to go in for the kill, and yep, that's the first. Beat walks away with it. 4 versus 3 on the map, and they're gonna open up more lines of sight and make sure they make the defenders as uncomfortable as possible, getting more kills, 1 more to find. That's full control.
Ooh.
Hunters, they are ruthless when they have that level of efficiency.
And this is the really, really fun part of playing verticality on Armory, because Armory has so many areas that you need to, stay in that provide so much valuable cover for defenders. And if that cover is compromised, Throne Room, while it's got some good piece of cover itself, you can lose more gunfights in Throne Room for whatever reason have you. You could be exposed at an odd angle. There's multiple areas to push in through. If the Thermite gets a breach in, Throne Room is the area that gets breached
Attackers need to
into.
locate and
So
defuse
plenty of
bombs.
things for Won't Stop Peeking to worry about there, and because of the vertical game, they were constantly being flushed out of those important positions, and of course, that stopped them from going just about anywhere. And, the round was taken. Now we're going to be moving back to second floor, this time second floor daycare. Of course, the site that was won first try by Won't Stop Peeking, but mind you, they've lost 2 rounds since. So their confidence is going to be a little bit lower than they'd want it to, and that might mean a few more mistakes. And if the Hunters play this correctly, they could make it 4-2 in the first half.
I really want to ask you a particular question. Yeah. Why do you think the members of Hunters prefer to use the Thermite over the Ace on a lot of these occasions? Because personally, I believe the Ace would have had so much more value on some of these sites, but Hunters, they're preferring the Thermite for a lot more of these bigger regions.
I mean, in terms of versatility, yes, Ace is definitely a lot more flexible than Thermite is, right? 3 summer breach
Especially
charges,
for these sites.
each of which, yeah, and each of which can create a vaultable hole, right? So that's potentially 3 entry breaches that you're looking at. But the difference here is, you know, Thermite creates a massive area that's open, and if you actually place it correctly in certain walls, it can even open up lines of sight on adjacent walls if they're close enough, and if the blast radius is wide enough, which can be used as well.
Oh.
Desmond going for a fight. That's against a line. I don't think you want to do that one. Although Jittery has taken more damage between the two, Desmond will walk away safely for the time being. Jittery's already in here in maintenance. So it looks like Hunters once again want to take ground early and want to deny as much ground, you know, for Won't Stop Peeking here. And of course, that's something that Won't Stop Peeking will be acutely aware of. Push into security is already in. Oh, you saw the Mozzie there, and he will get that. Desmond goes down. The Kiba barrier did not come up in time and wasn't enough to save him. Sandy,
Nice
the eyes on this
shot.
man, gets 2, and that's pretty much Bunk cleared out. He's going to go in, but no, there's somebody in the corner of Bunk. And this is where the Thermite comes in handy. If he can manage to breach the wall, like put the exothermic right up to the corner of the wall at initiation, that will open up a tiny sliver of this wall going into the fridge room as well. And that will make Violet vulnerable. That's where Sparko comes in. But he's got to get there first. He's on his drone right now. Grenades out. Oh my goodness, he barely survived.
What
that.
was right next to him, and the man didn't even flinch.
Yeah,
Cool kids don't look at explosions, that's for certain.
I don't know, you know, Indiana Jones moment, you know? You dodge an explosion by getting into a fridge, or getting behind a fridge in this case.
For Indiana Jones, though, I think that was a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, higher stakes, but yeah. You know, potato. It was an explosive, right?
Exactly. It's fine. Yeah, the fridge is going to be protecting him. The fridge is just protecting him for days at this point. He's channeling his inner Indiana Jones, but seemingly the gunfights are still going in the favors of Won't Stop Peeking. They're still dropping the bodies regardless of their HP. And Violet's just holding that for the fridge. She's just got drive-by on. Poor old Sparko doesn't really get anything done. And now it's going to be Cobra on the back end of it from Daycare, being an absolute Chad and a unit. These Daycare holds coming in from Cobra, man. He's been such a nuisance. Even though Hunters, they have a read of the positions of where Won't Stop Peeking are playing, it's just not enough to take them down. Won't Stop Peeking, they're able to make things equal, as the 3-3 scoreline is there. And even though the members of Hunters nearly pulled off a miracle, miracles don't happen quite often, because Won't Stop Peeking are making sure that they use their raw skill and determination to take it away from the Hunters. Good first half, but now Hunters, they are on the defense, and arguably their defense here on the side of Theme Park is something to behold.
Well, starting off on the defense, we're going to be going straight back to first floor throne room, this time from the Hunters side. Won't Stop Peeking, of course, they are fully aware of what they're getting into here, and they will certainly be playing for the odds, because it's an uphill battle regardless of the fact that it's a 3-3. They just about managed the last round. It was quite messy from them. But the thing is, the fact that it was messy for the Hunters too is what will matter the most for them. Because to look back at round number 6, right, they were absolutely, the Hunters that is, they seem to have the read. But the problem was, nobody really came from the office side. There was no attempt to come in from the office wall or to push out into the hallway. And we saw 2 players go there, right, towards the end. But the problem was, while it was a 5v3, there was a player in cafeteria, or at least yellow stairs, I believe, who could, oh, okay. Sandy's already at it. He's found one. And gone down as well. He's gotten Cobra down, mind you. That's pretty much the star fragger for Won't Stop Peeking.
That's the Osa.
It's the Osa as well. That's a big drop right there. But
God,
Sandy
that's a big
himself.
one.
But Sandy himself has also gone down. You gotta put that in perspective as well. Both teams have now lost their star fraggers. So it's now going to be a question of how does the rest of the team step up to the plate.
Jittery though has been having a very quiet performance, especially after what he did yesterday. The man got what, 40 kills across the 2 maps. Almost 40, if I remember properly.
No. That was Spidey time from game 2.
Oh wait, sorry, that was Spidey time. I think
himself,
it was 27. 27?
Jittery was 24-12.
27. Yeah.
24-12.
So
24-12.
24-12 for Jittery yesterday, but today he's just been having such a quiet performance. Sandy's able to step up to the plays, but you would expect Jittery to maybe find a kill or 2. He has the angle, but he is getting a bit too overly aggressive. Just leave it be. Just leave it be, buddy. You don't need to play it that aggressive anymore. You can just leave him alone. Go to another position. You'll have your pog mats in place to try and catch him if he falls. So you're good. You're chill. That's exactly what they're doing. Hunters, their showcase. I think he's still safe.
Finds one. Okay.
Desmond?
I don't know how you lost that one, Desmond. I don't know how you lost that one, but he goes down. Buccaneer takes a ton of damage as well. Hunters with their extensions above. It's now 1v4. Violet is the last one standing up.
Hey.
Okay,
Hello?
Rattler. I'm not sure what happened there. Cleans up Sparko as well. Oh, Rattler wants to... Maybe Rattler wants to go for a jump? Maybe not? No, I don't think so. Shots fired, though. That's Jittery down. It's a 1v2 now. You guys got to fall back. But there's somebody in cash. That, I think, is beat. Should be able to get this kill here. The mute in a... Oh, never mind. He's dropped down instead. They're going to opt to go back to the site. Yeah, just, hang back. The site's got tons of cover to help you win this gunfight anyway. And Violet's got a long way to go. Even if you go in through the Dragon Door, there's just too many angles to potentially think of. Rattler's just chilling right by the throne itself. He's got this pillar for support. Prone peak nonetheless. C4 is ready. He's going to throw it, and Beat's going to steal the kill before the C4 can go off.
I guess it's fine. Come on. That was a bit too close for comfort.
Case, yeah,
because
maybe
things could have gone horribly wrong, especially this fight, man. What just happened here? Especially with the weapon coming in from the Jackal. The AK should have won that. That has much more damage, but did the Jackal just miss the shots? Desmond, what really went wrong for you there? You had the idea, but at the same time, do you really like the fact that he jumped through from the hatch?
I mean, Jittery was playing there for a reason, right? He knew he was tracked by the Jackal. So he had every opportunity.
The Jackal to jump.
He wanted to do it. I'll tell you what, Jittery probably wanted the Jackal to chase him because he was feeling confident about the gunfight. Sure, the 9mm C1, which fires pretty slowly and has very low damage output for all SMGs in the game, like 9mm C1, that is, versus Jackal's C7E assault rifle, which is... It's a standard assault rifle. Does good damage for ARs. It's a decent one to have. So Jittery, by all accounts, should have lost that in a head-on-head gunfight, but unfortunately for the Jackal, he simply missed too many shots, which of course is never good if you're trying to win a gunfight. And, well, we saw the rest of what happened. This time around, we're seeing an Amaru come in from Cobra, which is an interesting pick, I'll tell you what. Maybe he wants to rush into one of the sites, well, get a jump going, one or the other. And could, but you got to drone yourself in and make sure that everything's set up properly. If you jump in blindly, good chances of getting eliminated.
Rattler, how did the smoke die? Wait, how did the smoke die? Cobra, what is happening?
Everybody's just busy jumping out. I think everybody's just busy jumping out. No. Everyone's jumping out. All the defenders are busy jumping out. Or peeking out. Oh, what a shot. Sparko. Beautiful.
They took a lot of damage in the process. Not really a lot of advantages at Jittery. Just if he gets a kill out of that rat hole, I'm just done. Time to Alt F4 and delete the game, because that's one of the main reasons why I sometimes love and hate Siege at the same time. You could get killed from the most randomest of bullet holes, and if the opponent has a lot of knowledge of the game, just like Jittery does, it's very hard to counter him. Go!
No! That could have been huge. But Jittery goes down on the other side, and Sparko on the magic pixel right now. He's got to survive this somehow. But the problem is, Yellow Stairs is also compromised, and so is the side. Buckinators in there find Sparko. Hunters, way too over-aggressive over there, jumping out everywhere, you know, and just trying to get in Won't Stop Peeking's faces.
Wait, Jittery did something.
I'm not exactly sure about that. Jittery is just, I don't know, he's putting a Lamau sorry in the chat for whatever reason. But whatever it be, Won't Stop Peeking will just be happy to have equalized 4-4 going into round number 9.
I guess a lot of tragedies happened all at the same time for Hunters, but maybe they're taking things a little bit too lightly here, Jack. I don't know how I feel about this. Won't Stop Peeking. They walked away with another round. They are able to take things over to a 4-4 scoreline. So at the end of the day, I'm not really happy about it, but at the same time, me being happy about something doesn't really matter here. For Hunters, though, I guess they're putting on a show. That's for certain. They're minimum of 2 kills if they catch them off guard.
10 seconds left.
But the Amaru getting a lot of value. He was able to do a lot when it came down to the last round, but now that they're expecting such an aggressive push, the smoke or whoever it is that will face off against this Amaru should be ready for this fight.
Well, that's the thing, right? They should be ready for a play like that. But if the Hunters start jumping out of every single window in Theme Park, well, I'm not exactly sure. Is that another spawn peak? Sandy actually gets away with that. He's looking for 2, and again, a little bit overexcited there, Sandy. You got Desmond, and that's great. That's the Zofia, you know, concussions and impact grenades that the Zofia has, along with a great gun taken care of. That's fantastic. But Cobra's still alive, and you're not. And you've been leading the frag and charge, you know, the killing charge, as it were, for Hunters LFO. So I'm not sure if that trade is particularly good. The rest of Hunters could still hold this down, though. Because what this does, this first kill, one thing that we don't really talk about much, is that it slows down the attackers significantly. Because they've just lost a big asset. They've lost a player. That's one less gun that they have in their arsenal, and one more, one more weak link, I should say. The loss of the 5th, that is. Not the player, but the fact that the player isn't there. And that means that, Won't Stop Peeking will have to take things slow to adjust for the fact that there is no 5th anymore. Hunters as well will be doing some of that, but Theme Park is just such a defensive map, they don't have to worry too much about it. And that's the beauty of this map as a defender-sided affair, is that defenders, they can get away with trades like this. Even if statistically it doesn't look as good, it does not matter, as they're able to get away with it because of the nature of the map.
The way that this entire roundup has been going, especially on this 4 versus 4 scenario, not really a lot of map control established from the members of Won't Stop Peeking just yet, but they're working their way in towards the vault room. Having vault room control will be very much important. Amaru, again, whenever I hear that grappling hook noise, I am extremely scared of where this Amaru might just grapple into and go in for a kill. Positions are bad for Rattler. He's stuck on the other side of this and towards the vault. He has nowhere to go, but Sparko's actually the one to get taken down instead. Where was Sparko? How did he die? What? The Jaeger's position was compromised. That's another kill. Rattler's position is also pretty bad on towards Yellow Stairs. He can't really go in for a kill for this. Come on. He needed to find a frag, but he doesn't really get it. Oh, Jittery.
Jittery with 2. Could get one more. Oh, saw the head. Oh, he's chasing this kill. He knows he's gonna go for it, and he's gonna get it as well. Triple kill for Jittery. One more. Could get a quad. He's looking at the wrong door, but flicks around anyway.
God.
Violent feels the full force of a Jittery flick. And that is gonna be another round for the Hunters. Beautifully done. Jittery with the 4K will get them round number 10. And it is now 5-4.
Look at this guy.
Yes, get them to round 10 in a 5-4 favor. Hunters now once again in the lead, 1 round away from map point.
Gorgeous, man. Jittery and his flicks are just so good. It's too good to be true from time to time. The way that these guys are able to go in for these flicks, man. Friction burns have to be there. Jittery did this yesterday as well. Remember when he was jumping in as a duck? through the window of construction.
Yeah.
He's doing it again. The guy is just on another level when it comes down to these type of plays.
That he most certainly is. That's the thing, right? There's a reason Jittery is revered as pretty much the most mechanically skilled player in the region. But that's the thing, even if he's being called the most mechanically skilled, he's got a ton of game sense going on in that head of his, mind you. And that allows for some fantastic plays. They are very, very talented player. And very hard-working, too. You gotta respect the grind that Jittery's put in, along with the rest of the Hunters, sure. But Jittery, of course, is a cut above the rest, even within his own team, especially when he gets going. Now, Jittery might say that he's been having a bit of a, a little bit of a downer in the last couple of weeks, and honestly, I believe him. He's had a couple of quiet games recently. But that's the thing, even Jittery's quiet games end up dwarfing what most of us mere mortals can do. So take that how you will. As we now go into round number 10, won't start peeking. There's a definite limp to their step now, as they're a lot slower to get into the building. They're definitely very apprehensive about these spawn peaks. Moser's already taken a bit of damage, but I think Sandy this time has opted not to fully commit to the bit when it comes to the spawn peaking. So Sandy's gonna stay alive as well, which is another big thing for Won't Stop Peaking. They haven't gotten the Star Fragger out, and Sandy, of course, that frees him up to do a ton of damage as the round continues.
So wait and see how this one's gonna go for them. And come
What
on,
was the
Sandy.
thinking there?
How does it? What? How does Sandy get a kill and immediately die? This guy has a death sentence. He kills a player and he magnetizes a bullet onto him 2 seconds later. He has died like this for how many rounds at this point? You can't make this up, Jack. He kills a player, he dies within 2 seconds. It's been happening for the last 5 or 4 rounds at this stage. And maybe Cobra could be on the receiving end of a lot of pain and a lot of hurt. Sparkle's not going to be able to shut that one down, though. Gets a lot of information, though, at the end of the day. That one person's going to be on the other side, but this arcade push, it's so good coming in from Cobra. He tries to go in for the double, but Sparkle's going to be able to equalize things out. 3 versus 3 on the map. And Hunters, they're still at the advantage regardless of whatever happens, because the attackers, all of the map control that they gained is now non-existent, because Beat is so good when it comes down to the shotgun kills with this mute.
That's 2, but Rattler goes down on the other side. It's still a 2v2, mind you. And Won't Stop Peaking have kept up on the body count. 1v2, actually.
Oh, this is bad.
He's got the diffuser as well. He's just walking to the side. Shots fired. Sparko got him down a little bit on health. He's still chasing that kill, but he's in split. That blue split corridor, of course. Beats coming in from the back. Not the best position to be in for the Hunters, but Violet could potentially go for a plant, should he wish to.
He has a C4. They don't need to peek.
Standing behind the throne, going all the way around to the shield. In split now. The sounds are heard. Sparko wants to peek. Can't quite get it. There's another Razor Bloom that's going to force the ace out of there. And of course, as soon as that one's triggered, you know he's going to come out one of 2 ways. And there were 2 operators covering both channels. With that, Hunters now go up to 6-4. And I still don't know what Desmond was thinking, jumping down the hatch just like that. You saw the Mozzie go on the drone, sure, but like, you have to know that he's going to get out of the drone just as quickly. Because at the end of the day, this is a competition. And information gathering has to be quick. But anyhow, Hunters winning another round pushes them on to 6-4 map point. As we head on to initiation and office for round 11.
Really nice for Hunters there. But I have to say, the Hunters, they're utilizing their utility so smartly as well when it comes down to a lot of these rounds. Their util game is on point, not really utilizing a lot of their utility excessively for the defensive side to hold down the attackers. They're forcing the attackers to utilize a lot of their utility to force them off their comfortable positions, but when they get into positions that they don't like to play in, they have their utility to bail them out. Stall for time, allowing their teammates to go in for rotations, cause problems across the other sides of the map, maybe set up a crossfire here and there if they do die out. The Hunters, they're adapting at a rapid pace, and the members of Won't Stop Peaking are just not able to keep up with that level of pacing, and I'm really hoping here with their backs against the wall, where match point is now on the line. members of Hunters, they're looking to bring this one home while Won't Stop Peaking. They're in a pretty tough spot, but I do believe they can do it. Give them a chance, give them an opportunity. They should be able to take the mile away from you. But for Won't Stop Peaking, how do you want to take this mile? Are you going to walk or are you going to run?
I think the more pertinent question is, are they going to be able to take the mile? Because Hunters have made some pretty big mistakes as well every now and again. And even then, it just hasn't resulted in the kind of win that, Won't Stop Peaking hasn't quite been able to punish them for it. And that, of course, becomes a problem. How do you actually, as a team, make up for the fact that even when Hunters are making mistakes and even when they are getting issues, coming up from within the team itself, you're still able to punish them? How do you make up for that fact as a team? Because Hunters, of course, they'll just be happy to be winning these rounds. They'll be happy to get all of these leads and so on and so forth because, they're here to win. And there's no two ways about it. Looks like Cobra wants to jump down this hatch here, right by the vending machine. I don't know about the jump down. It could be spotted out. It could be caught. It could be punished. There is a Wamai all the way out towards the bunk daycare side of things. And that's Rattler, I believe. Yes. He's going to be reinforced out of any entry into the site. Looks like Hunters have decided, all right, minute 20 on the clock. Let's just completely reinforce everything off. Bunk into the site, a turtle hold, as it were.
That is.
Not quite a turtle, though, because Rattler is out and running about still. And that could prove to be a big thing later in the round if they're not careful.
I won't make this easy for them.
Jetri is being a nuisance as well. Those keeper barriers are spread across the entire first floor. This is not something that you want to deal with. It's not looking that good for them, especially here on towards the second floor. It's going to be another possible kill coming in from Pete. You got to give respect where respect is due. That F2 can easily shut you down if you're not careful here, Pete. But on the other end of this, that shotgun in his hand could just be an even more problematic situation as well. This mute over towards Bolt, he's just such a nuisance to deal with. They can't even jump in down properly to try and take him out just yet. The Ace is going to be able to open up one of the walls, but Rattler on the other side of it takes another kill. Rattler finally gets shut down, but he dealt the damage that he needed to. Took down the Ace, and now Beat is just going to hold down the forward from the Bolt. He still lives it though. Gentry gets away with another kill. Desmond gets shut down. 10 seconds left on the clock. Too many players to try and kill. Too many angles to check, as it's going to be Sandy to shut down the Buckinator. As Won't Stop Peaking, they got taken out for the first map. And now, the winners will be Hunters LFO, taking the map of Team Park away from Won't Stop Peaking at a 7-4 score.
And what a score indeed, 7-4. The fact that, Won't Stop Peaking even pushed this far in the first place, that is big ups to them for that. They've clearly fought hard for this, and they are looking for potentially something more to go in their favor. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite to be for Won't Stop Peaking here today, as unfortunately for them, they will lose out of this particular map. But they are going into their own map next, Oregon. And while this is normally the part where I would say that, hey, it's their map, they might just be able to win it, I'm not too sure about that. Primarily because Oregon is,
it's a tough map to go up against.
It's a tough map because everybody in SA, everybody in Siege at this point knows this map like the back of their hand. So you're going up against Hunters on one of the best maps to be played. It's going to be a tough one. Now, Won't Stop Peaking, they definitely have a reason to be picking this map, right? And I'm not saying that there isn't a reason for them to be playing on this map. There definitely is. The question is, how far can they really push it?
It's about the comfortability as well. If the members of Won't Stop Peaking are just not comfortable playing a map, even if Hunters are pretty bad on it, do you really want to go to that map that you don't really have a lot of strategies for? Not exactly. Comfort is also very crucial whenever you're playing the game of Siege. When you have strategies that you can wholeheartedly rely on, you're going to be able to focus on your gunfights a lot more. Everything is second nature for you for that particular map. And that's one of the key things that I do believe a lot of players tend to forget about. You think, oh, your opponents are bad on this map. Maybe they have a really bad win rate on this particular map. You didn't drill the map as much. You didn't really set up for that particular map. You go into that map and your opponents, even if they're bad on it, they have strong fundamentals that they can play around with. And even if they're not portable on this particular map, they have an understanding of it at the bare minimum, considering it's their weakness. We're going to be jumping on down over towards the highlights to witness all the weaknesses coming in from Won't Stop Peaking on this particular map of Theme Park, because in a way, their defensive side showed a lot of promise, but their attack just was non-existent. And the one round that they did win on attack was Hunters just jumping out of every single window they could find in front of them.
Yeah, that certainly didn't help, I'll tell you what. And they're going to have to be a little bit more careful. I mean, the Hunters will have to be a bit more careful as well in their defenses and especially in their attacks, because Theme Park, being such a defender-sided map, I mean, it's all right that the Hunters still made it a 3-3 first half and then took a 4-1 in the second half to win it all out. 7-4 in their favor. Ultimately, they have secured the first point in this best of 3. Now, the question remains, will they be able to make it a clean 2-0 sweep, or will they have themselves a 2-1 as Won't Stop Peaking starts fighting back? That's what we're really here to see. And ultimately, I think the two things that Hunters definitely need to work on a little bit more is their late round executions, because some of them, while they were on the attack, some of those late round executes left a bit to be desired. And as far as Won't Stop Peaking goes, I mean, a lot needs to be worked on. Sometimes their coordination seems to just fall apart. Sometimes while trying to be aggressive, they seem to overextend almost and don't really know how to fire back, or don't really know how to pull themselves back, reel themselves in, which has been a problem for them historically speaking. So they have to figure out a way to temporarily deal with it while they get to grips with what's going on in the game so far. But of course, for now, we'll just have to wait and see. As for map number 2, Oregon, that will certainly be quite the interesting map indeed. We'll be going to the match summary in just a moment here, folks, as we wrap up the highlights here. I gotta say, the Beats shotgun plays in the second half were pretty good, all things considered. And there
Sandy,
you have
dude,
it.
what?
Sandy, 17-9 with a 91%
7
cost.
first
7-1.
First blood.
7-1. Yes, 7-1 for first bloods. He is an absolute monster. The rest of the team kind of having an okay day, not really all that great, you know. Jittery at 8755%, Sparko at 6773%, Beat at 7645%, and Rattler 6755. Most of them really having like an okay impact in the game. And then there's just Sandy, first bloods for, that is what, 7 out of the, how many was it? 11 rounds that were played. 7 first bloods in the 11 rounds that were played. That is Sandy's impact in this game. And then the fact that he was playing operators like the Alibi, like operators that have a good support passive gadget that he doesn't need to worry about as he goes into the rest of the game. Beautiful stuff for Sandy. Beautiful stuff for the Hunters, of course. Won't Stop Peaking on the other side. 13-8 to Cobra with a 73%. Once again, the best player by far with a +1 survival rating right there. Violet, 973%, doing some good support. Not as many kills, though. And it kind of just goes downhill from there. Desmond with the quietest game of the bunch. 211 and 36%, 1 in 5. So there's a lot of times where Desmond was just being caught out first, and that's something that Desmond will be looking into going into map number 2. Who knows? We might see an activated Desmond on Oregon. But of course, that depends on the performance from the two teams here and now. But with all that being said, folks, map number 1 has just ended, and the Hunters have taken a 7-4. Excuse me, I almost said the wrong score. 7-4 to the Hunters on map number 1, finishing off in 11 rounds total. And of course, we'll be going into map number 2, Oregon, in just a short while. But before that, a quick breather as we recharge our battery. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack, and of course, alongside me is my partner, I should say, Aggressive, as we are back once again, this time for map 2 of the first game of day 2 of the Nationals. It is Hunters versus Won't Stop Peeking. that has just concluded its first game here today, and the first map, I should say. And that was a 7-4 in favor of the Hunters on Theme Park. Now, Hunters were the ones to pick that map, and they are the ones to have won it. No real surprises there. Map number 2 is Oregon, that we'll be going into in just a moment here. And of course, Oregon is a map that every team in South Asia knows very, very well. Almost too well, as it were. It is, of course, the pick of Won't Stop Peaking. So they've definitely got some things of an idea going on here. And we'll have to see how far they're able to push a team like the Hunters in this matchup, as it were. So let's look at the maps once again while we wait for the game to start up.
Yeah, looking at the maps, the first initial one really didn't get in the way that most of the team were really trying to play it for. Theme Park, though, on the other hand, was a pretty close game when it came down to the defensive side for Won't Stop Peaking, but as soon as the attack rolled around, the team just completely fell apart. On the other side of the spectrum, though, Oregon is where things will be a little bit more interesting. Okay? Hear me out here. Won't Stop Peaking have a good chance of possibly taking a strong lead on the defensive side, where they get a possible 4-2 scoreline with a chance of them winning if they get to that 4-2. Will they be able to guarantee a 4-2 scoreline? I don't really think so, because again, Oregon Hunters, their attack, they have too much control established pretty quickly, and they're very proficient on the roam clear. I believe we've seen them clear out roams from the second floor down to the first floor in less than 45 seconds, and that is saying something when it comes to the basement side holds, considering the sheer size of Oregon, plus how many nooks and crannies and much more powerful positions that the defenders can normally hold from. If that is the level of gameplay and strategy the members of Hunters are bringing down to the table, Won't Stop Peaking will have a pretty rough time. But considering the performances from Hunters on Theme Park, they're showing a lot of cracks and they're making a lot of mistakes where they're getting a bit too overeager. So there's a chance that Won't Stop Peaking get those 4 rounds and put themselves in a position where they could possibly win out.
See, all of that is well and good, but you forgot one crucial detail, aggressive.
What exactly?
Their opponents are the Hunters.
It's just that cheeky monkey staring at you. I think that logo for them is just perfect. That logo for them is perfect. This is Jack staring at me. If he was sitting right beside me on the caster's desk, that monkey is how you would be staring at me. Just put on that face. You're going to be going to the caster screen anyways. Yeah, that's exactly how the Hunters are staring at their opposition, being like, yeah, you're on the defensive side. That's completely fine, but you forget we are the Hunters. That's exactly what Jack is trying to say, but come on. Give the underdogs the benefit of the doubt. Won't Stop Peaking, they've proven themselves in the past, haven't they, on Oregon? They are a pretty strong team, but their mentality has been shot a little bit after the first map. Just, again, I'm giving them a bit too much credit, but if they're able to perform, then pretty sure the analysis is going to be warranted.
Absolutely. If they're able to perform the way that we kind of expect them to at this point, right, then absolutely credit where credit is due. They would have done a lot of work to get there, and it would have been an absolutely massive effort from them, and a Herculean effort even, to get to that point. And I'm sure that they are, going to be trying their hardest to get themselves into position for a play that could potentially derail the Hunters. But of course, as much speculation as has gone into that sentence, you never know. Some of that speculation might end up turning into truth, as the perpetually perplexing nature of this game is one that always keeps us on our toes. Always. So we'll have to just wait and see as to how things goes. A reminder for all our viewers, in case you missed it, Hunters are going to be attacking first here on Oregon. It was their choice to go attack first as well. Given that Won't Stop Peaking had the map pick, Hunters get the side pick as well. Which side do they want to go in the first half? And we're just making sure the lobby is ready and making sure that every player is in and there's no difficulties and all that, getting all of that ironed out early. You don't need to know all of that. You've been here before. If you watch South Asia Nationals and you watch the Pro Series up until this point, you know exactly why some of these precautions need to be taken. Over the years, of course, things have improved, and South Asia has had less of those issues that we meme it so much for here at the caster's desk. But sometimes It just happens. So we're just waiting for the players to get in, and once they are in, once they are ready, we're just going to get straight into the game. So final round of potentially predictions and potentially the curse of the blackjack returning once again. I'm going to say that Hunters probably walk away with a win here. I'm not going to say by what score because that's a bit harder to actually say. Now, of course, I want to give Won't Stop Peaking the benefit of the doubt. Don't get me wrong here. They're a great team. But when the matchup is against the Hunters, it's really hard to, call with any kind of safety that Won't Stop Peaking will be able to walk away with a win. It's not really their fault. It's just Hunters are a class of their own as a team, right? So that's kind of what my thinking is there when it comes to predictions for this game.
They're just on another level that you can't really quantify. Quantifying something that is the Hunters is something close to impossible even when it comes down to the statistics. We can look at the numbers, we can look at our notes all we want, but there are times where the Hunters just don't take a game seriously as they should, where they sometimes lose a map at a very close, let's say 97, or they could 87, or it could be on the other side of the spectrum where they win out on a game on a 7-0. Either or could happen at any moment. We don't really know what to expect, but with the game starting up soon enough, ladies and gentlemen, we just have to add up a little bit more onto the tally, because I do believe that as it's Oregon and Won't Stop Peaking like to go in for a lot of interesting bans, let's say. I do believe that Hunters, they're going to be playing into it. Possibility of no Thatcher bans. It could just be there.
On Oregon, mind you, Thatcher is much, much more powerful than say
a lot
like
more
Theme
powerful.
Park. Yeah, because Theme Park offers so many corners and props that you can put your, utilities behind. They don't need to be stuck to the wall where Thatcher can get them. So they can be out of Thatcher's range pretty easily, but not on Oregon. No, sirree. Won't Stop. Okay, that's a nice ban right there. I'll get to that in a second. Osa will be our first attacker ban coming in from Won't Stop Peaking, as that is a ban and a half, because that, of course, is an operator that Hunters love to play. And Osa is very good for playing around the blue bunker, for playing around the bedroom breach, for playing around on trophy door, meeting breach, all of that.
I knew it.
Hunters are going to be the one to ban out the Flores. They're playing the long game here, because we all know that Rattler and Jittery, they love playing Flores, right? But they're playing to their defensive half instead, because the Flores' RC Reteros can bypass anything that isn't a mute jammer. It doesn't matter if you have ADSs, Wamai magnets, none of that matters. Flores can get rid of all of it, so long as there isn't a mute jammer or a player actively shooting the drone before it locks up and goes into self-destruct mode. The Valkyrie will be banned on the other side. No real surprises right there. Nobody loves to play Valkyrie anymore, and nobody wants to deal with the Valkyrie. Regardless, the defenders will have to just deal with that. Won't Stop Peaking with the last ban of this map will decide to take out the Mira. They don't want to deal with the Mira from the Hunters. And with that, we've got our 4 bans of this game, of this map, I should say. Osa Mira from Won't Stop Peaking, and Flores and Valkyrie from the side of Hunters.
It's happening. And for some reason, it's always the attacker bans that are the most interesting to watch, because the defender bans, no one wants to deal with the defender bans at all. They don't want to get rid of something that could be a problem on the defense. What could be a problem on the defense? Tell me honestly here, Jack. Other than Valkyrie and Mira, is there anything else that you can't counter physically?
See, it's not really about countering physically. I think it's more... I think it has more to do with what, these teams want to have, in their favor as well. I say that because think about Valkyrie and Mira. People are used to just not playing them anymore, right? Teams are used to just not playing with those ops. But there are other operators that we have always called for who should get these bans. Azami, Wamai, Jaeger, Smoke, even in some instances, Alibi, because she's just so powerful these days. It's one of those things you like to call them sleeper picks, right? Because of how strong they are, yet nobody plays them for whatever reason. Have you? Mute even is so strong. If you're going to ban the Flores, well, you don't really need to ban Mute per se, but if you're playing, say, literally any tracking operator other than Jackal, Mute can counter the tracking easily. and he can help the rest of the team with that as well. Dokkaebi, the biggest counter to Dokkaebi is mute. The biggest counter to Lion is mute. We've seen Lion come out from Hunters in
Mute
Team
is
Phalanx
just
for
busted
a
when you
couple of
think
rounds.
about it.
Mute's, and it's really the thing is Mute hasn't even been buffed over the years. It's just that more and more of these attackers are coming out with remote electrical utilities that require these sorts of connections that Mute's jammer just happens to jam. He's gotten this good purely off of the fact that his gadget is a universal gadget, which of course in Siege today has a lot of weight. Having a universal gadget automatically means you'll be an operator that's picked a lot. Now the rest of it comes up to your kit. And Mute's got a good kit as well. SMG-11, MP5K, fantastic guns. C4, slap it right on. You've got an operator who's the whole package, who can do just about everything. And of course, that means Mute gets picked often, and that's why he doesn't get banned. Azami as well, impact grenades and the Kiba barriers. That's so much site reconstruction that the Azami can do with a great SMG, 9x19 VSN. It's not the best, but if you've played Capcan, you know it's a good SMG. As we go into the game, folks, we'll find out as to how these strategies will come into play and how these bans affect the game. But with all that being said, let's go straight into the match. Round number 2, or I should say map number 2, between Hunters and Won't Stop Peaking. Won't Stop Peaking. The pressure is on.
No Mute coming in from the members of Won't Stop Peaking. And that is something that I don't personally like. What are you trying to use to try and stop these breaches from coming in? I understand you have, of course, your Kaid to do a little bit of a problem, but the thing is, even with the Kaid, that Capital can be quite a nuisance to deal with if they do get the wall opened up. It will be a basement side though, so I'm expecting the members of the Hunters to opt to go in for swaps, and yep, the swaps are coming in. Maverick's getting picked up to open up the hatches. Habana's also there as a secondary hard breacher. Zofia to get the concussive charges, and of course the breaches, soft wall breaches in as well. There's a lot of different things that they're going in for, but wait a second, a Finka? That would have thrown me in a loop, because if they picked up a Finka, I would have been like, wait, what? Why? What's the reasoning behind it?
I mean, Finka's still not exactly not useful, right? But because the LMG got nerfed, the amount of recoil that was added to Finka's LMG, and the overall, her Gon 6, I think her Gon 6 is gone now, or maybe it's still there, but she definitely lost her grenades, right? And as we've seen before with a certain operator known as Buck, right? Buck losing his grenades lost him so much pick in the soft breed side of things. People were picking Jackal over Buck because of the secondary shotgun and because of the smoke grenades that Jackal happened to pick as we transition more and more into a smoke grenade based meta. So, those are things to keep in mind when it comes to an operator losing these grenades. As in the meanwhile, looks like we're going to have a bit of a turtle hold coming in from Won't Stop Peaking. Nobody seems to be above other than Mojo, who's at the top of tower stairs right now. Trying to get, okay, then what a shot and a half.
Shot.
Sandy goes down first, and once again, we're back at it again, folks. Sandy's either going to go down first or get people down first. One of the two. This time, Sandy has gone down first. Hatches are being opened up by the Hibana, as it were. Here comes the Maverick as well. The Kaid Electroclaw is really what's stopping the Hibana from opening up this hatch. But not to worry, that's what the Kaid is here for. Got plenty of cover with the operator watching over the angle. Ooh, I don't know if you want to peek this one. Cobra, gotta stay alive for the rest of the round. Minute 20 on the clock.
A lot of time to play around with, but they need to get information to get this one done. Sandy getting taken out that early on the Ash is a pretty hefty hit, but you have to give Mojo that credit because that guy just opted to go in for the pre-fire and just held down the trigger as he sprayed across. It's perfect for them to find the grenades so perfectly cooked. Medium rare, just the way I like it. Mojo gets shut down, and with that kill, they're going to be able to jump one down over towards Blue Bunker. They have the control, but I don't like the way that they're positioning themselves in. Chitri has the angle. Beautiful shot over on towards the face of Violet. He doesn't need an ACOG because he has the holographic sight to make things work. Who needs a 2x when you have eyes like Chitri? But maybe his eyes are failing him a little bit here because the members of his team are falling like flies. Whoa.
Rattler, however, with the triple now, brings it back, and it's now all down to the 1v2. This Jaeger Desmond has to take this gunfight any second now, but Rattler I think that's a quad for the Sledge as well. And that, of course, is fantastic stuff from Rattler to continue the pressure and keep it up. Make sure that even if it won't stop peaking, even at the body count, it doesn't matter. There will always be someone to turn things around. And once again, Hunters LFO take the first round with a 4K from the Sledge nonetheless. And it was a 4K indeed, as you can see in the replay here, folks. That's his 4th kill, or the one that he gets on Desmond. There you go. And that, of course, will mean it's a 1-0. Hunters taking the first round, going into round number 2.
That was smart. You have to give them that one for certain. Hunters, the way that they were able to take control away from Monster peaking was so perfect as well. Clear out the top floor, clear out the second floor. Again, it always happens in less than a minute or less than a full minute, because the members of Hunters, they're that proficient in front of the room clear when it comes down to work on basement. They took out the second floor, they took out the first floor, and they just opened up a couple of hatches, even though they lost out on one of their members, mind you, here, Jack. They still shut down One Stop Peaking because One Stop Peaking gave away too much space. They were like, oh, we got the first pick, we'll win this one, right? Not against the Hunters. You need to kill 2 players before you can even get comfortable in the positions that you're in. Because when the Hunters are down over to a 3 versus X situation, that is when they start to play a lot more passive. Other than that, they will not even in a single scenario start to play a lot more defensive. One Stop Peaking, they got a taste of that here. I'm really hoping now is where they're going to start to adapt and learn from that mistake. They need to play aggressive and hold on to map control for as long as they possibly can, because as soon as Hunters try to occupy a space, if you do not retaliate with some form of utility or even trying to find a kill, it's going to be all but over for you. And Buckinator, yeah, he took a brunt of the damage before trying to get back out.
That he did. That he did. Gotta be careful going in, as a gas grenade will be thrown out by the smoke. This site is in second floor dorms, mind you. The more, I should say, standard site that players like to play. I mean, I say standard. It's really between both basement and second floor that players like to play on. Mojo all the way out in Big Tower.
Wait, Mojo, did you see the player
here? He might have. I did see a prone peek. Yeah, he spotted this time. He's going to see if he can get away with a kill here. The footsies. No, he's going to walk away. Well, not walk away, but peek away. He's going to go back. He doesn't quite see it. The outline, it makes it obvious for us, right? But for Mojo, he's staring at nothing more than like 3 pixels. It's so hard to spot, especially since the operator, whoever that is, probably Sandy, right, is staying so still. As in the meanwhile, whatever final bits of the breach are being thrown in, are being denied. Grenades are out. Cobra under a lot of pressure. Sandy's just in here. Oh, he's on the rappel. That's why he gets 2 from the window rappel. Rattler finding Desmond in the meanwhile. It's a full site collapse as the push is in. Beat finds Violet, and it's all up to Mojo. Sees the planter, but no, beautifully spotted by the Hibana. Sparkle just walks away. And Beat gets down on top of White Stairs, but that's only 1. Can he even get this kill is the question here. The revive should come in. Oh, no. Team kills Beat in the meanwhile. Mo just down here with a pistol. Can he get the Ash? Yes, he does. Everybody's kind of coming in for the kill here. They need to be careful. Hunters, you got to calm down. You've got the site. You've got the plant.
Where did he come from? Wait,
Sparko prone. Sparko was just prone on the White Stairs. We saw it a second ago. He didn't even see it. It was already ADS while running through the angle. Bit of a chaotic finisher to that round, but still a comfortable round for the Hunters nonetheless. They were pretty much goofing right at the end of that round. So it is what it is. Second floor dorms will go the way of the Hunters. Rattler striking a deal that nothing indeed happened when we saw the Nook get taken down by the Melusi. All right, nothing happened. There was definitely no pointy object being thrusted towards the enemy there. As we move into round number 3.
I swear. That's just... I'm just very much surprised of what the hell just happened in that round. 2 seconds in, I was like, oh, it's a 5 versus 1. 10 seconds later, wait a minute, it's a 2 versus 1. Wait a minute! It just went from really bad to really worse. Just a couple of seconds. And it happens from time to time. That's how Hunters play. When they get a bit too overconfident, they start to try and take very over-aggressive buys, maybe a couple of knives here and there to cause some damage, to cause some hurt. But for Won't Stop Peeking, isn't this kind of expected if you picked up the map of Oregon here? You have to weigh out your options because for Hunters, they know they're really good on this map. And to take them to a map like this, even if you're very comfortable, it's a bit questionable in my eyes.
And that's the thing, right? The way Hunters played that was
Finally, they're taking a mute.
The way Hunters played the last round was mostly a standard, right? Standard site pick that we saw. But the main difference being Sandy coming out the window. Nobody expected that. And that, of course, was the turning point in the round. Now, to get back to the point that you made just a second ago, yes, Violet has indeed picked up the mute. But the question is, how useful is it going to be? It's going to be great against... Okay, I was going to say, Beat had the Dekebi selected for a while there. I thought the Dekebi was going to come in to play, but nope. As it turns out, Beat wants to play a hard breacher instead. So the mute finds himself with less, operators to counter in a net total. Because sure, excuse me right there, the mute can counter the Hibana's X-Kairos, right? And that is one thing that Sparker will have to bear in mind. Sure, the Gemini replicators can also be, shall we say, jammed by mute, but that's really most of all of it. Rattler with the Nook, I don't think he's going to be going up to site in a way where the mute jammers won't be able to get him. He's going to be going for roam clear first, and he's going to stay downstairs for a good while, awaiting utility, not utility, I should say, intel from the rest of the teammates above. As soon as he gets a ping on anyone who's standing on a soft floor, there's a grenade from below. Where are you? And there's another thing that the Nook is so good for, these sort of rat plays. Buckinator had no idea that the Nook was already underneath the open hatch on Attic. And there goes your Frost with one less Frost mat as well deployed. So that's a net loss once again for Won't Stop Peeking as they are pushed on the back foot early.
They're going to be trying to take it all down and over. Beautiful shot coming in from Sandy to get that reverse kill over onto Desmond, keeping things competitive over to a 4 versus 3 situation, not allowing the members of Won't Stop Peeking to gain any form of an advantage. Jittery doesn't really find anyone out there. The grenade's not going to be getting any form of value, but they do have a couple of positions cleared out and checked, allowing Sandy to go in for that aggressive play. Sandy again shuts down Mojo on the rotation. They now have full Attic control under their favor. Melusi utility also being cleared out. They can just run their way in and possibly take a fight, but Violet's just being an absolute menace when it comes down to the anger. But again, Sandy, it just doesn't work, and Sandy has to read for everyone.
Goodness.
Good God, Sandy. One of these shots, one of these entries, it feels like I'm back in 2017, where Ash was just... You know what Ash did, Jack? I don't think I need to tell you the story.
Don't remind me. Every defensive round was like, is there going to be an Ash rush? And I remember when Lion was introduced, and Ash was just such a menace. Lion scan, Dekebi call, Ash is in the site. 5 seconds have passed.
5 seconds have passed. Ash is into the site. 4 of your members have died. You're still sitting inside of the ball, just chilling there, being like,
Yep, pretty much. But to go back to that round, beautiful play by Sandy. That was a 4K this time that the Ash picked up. And once again, a quick take. Hunters have now made it impossible for Won't Stop Peeking to get a lead in the first half. They can still get a lead, but they need to win 3 rounds and then 1 round in the second half. And for that, they need to first make it a 3-3. With the way the Hunters are playing right now, that looks less and less likely with each round that passes. This time, Desmond going for the Oryx. An interesting decision to pick up the Oryx. High mobility operator, sure, but you've got impacts and secondary shotguns and Violet the Smoke with a main shotgun already. So do you really need an operator whose entire purpose is to make breaches? I don't really think so. I think it's more to do with the fact that Desmond probably wants the mobility, that Oryx offers to make quick escapes, do some hit and run strats. Maybe that's what, he's looking for there. But for the time being, Hunters LFO, they will simply, once again, do what they do best. Drone it all out, but Rattler's gone down first, and that's Desmond already starting things off, and immediately rotates straight back down below, and gets back into safety.
It's not gonna risk any of that one. Beautiful play coming in from Desmond, taking down the Sludge early on as well when they have a basement side to boot. Basically means a lot of the soft breaches that they could have done for are now non-existent. Plus, he takes on 2 grenades in the hand. The attackers could have had 4 grenades to play around with, 4 different positions that they could have opened up, allowing, of course, the Ash to just have free reign and free entry over to the side without having to worry about those pesky corners, but now they only have 2. That's a massive loss for them. And Hunters, they need to rethink their strategies quickly because they're running out of time. They clear out the roams. They have an idea that there's absolutely no one over to the top floors. Everyone should be bunkering in towards the side with maybe one or two players fiddling around over on the top end. That doesn't really seem to be the case because Desmond's just an absolute Chad. This Oryx is getting so much value. He's getting a double kill out of absolutely nowhere.
Now that is a bit of a problem for the Hunters. They've lost a hard breacher this time. The Maverick is still alive, and sure, Beat can get a hatch open, maybe even 2 hatches if he conserves his ammo properly, the fuel in the blowtorch tank, as it were. But that's the thing. You gotta make do with the fact that it's a 3v5 now, and there's so much less utility burn and utility overall in your side as well. You've got these Surya gates to deal with that the Aruni has put up all over the place, and this is the problem with that. They're gonna have to use some of their very vital utility, like Geminis, like some of the throwables that they have to deal with this. Sandy's only got breach charges as well, mind you. Not, I think the Ash has Claymores as her second utility, so... Yeah, no throwables there.
Those
other
are
than the breach charges. No. She has breaches now. I'm saying like the other, secondary throwable, secondary utility that she has. The other one that isn't picked,
I miss the days when Ash had flashes, but at the same time, I don't miss it as much.
I do not. Yeah, I don't. Thank you. I'm happy that they're gone from the Ash, please, and thank you. Jittery gets 1, and it's just a complete shutdown. Beautifully done. They needed something like the Oryx, as it turns out, to catch the Hunters off in these early rounds. And because they did, Won't Stop Peeking get a flawless, no less, Desmond with the triple kill, excuse me. That puts them up for their first round on board. It's a 3-1. As Hunters go into round 5 still with a pretty massive lead.
Sadly, my analysis is not going to happen anytime soon, where Won't Stop Peeking, they got 4 rounds, but maybe if they get a 3-3, things could be a bit better for them, I guess, but for Hunters, they're just here to close things out as quickly as they possibly can. That last round really did not go in their favor because that Oryx completely brought them down a couple of pegs. Considering the roam that he was putting up and the early pick that he got, this was pretty much a guaranteed win coming in from Won't Stop Peeking because they were playing aggressive and they were not giving up too much map control early on. The Oryx kept on roaming and he kept on being as aggressive as he could, forcing the Hunters to try and clear him out even more often. And because they had to clear him out so often, that Desmond just walked away with 2 kills and he was perfect with it. It's such a quiet game in map number 1, but in game number 2, he's making sure his presence is known throughout the map. But is it enough for them to win the round out and to get another point on the board for the side of Won't Stop Peeking, though? That's what we're going to need to find out, because Hunters, they've tasted defeat. That's one bitter taste that they don't want to have in their mouths.
Yeah, that's probably pretty true right now. As of the site, of course, it's gone back to the second floor. Desmond's back at it again. Looks like Desmond's woken up now. Second floor dorms, and the first kill goes the way of the Oryx. And that is Beat this time off the board. Beat's been having a overall quiet map in terms of the kills, but as the Dekebi and as overall support, his role has mostly been to help the team from the back end rather than be an active participant in the gunfight. So it's still a big loss. The Dekebi is still a massive player, especially when the utilities of the Dekebi are used correctly. Sparko with the Thermite this time, back to the operator that he loves to play so much. Has got to be careful of these runouts as well. Since Beat is out of the active equation, he's just going to be on the drones, manning the drones, giving as much intel away as possible. As we've got, oh, there was an impact trick attempt, but it's not going to work. But Desmond wants to peek this aggressively.
Oh, that's
Could
a
be,
pixel.
Potentially. That really is one. Shots are fired, but never mind. Oh, where's he taking damage from? I think that's from below. Maybe. Yep. Could have been.
That's
Yep, it
below.
definitely was from below. Desmond's very low on HP now as well. That'll force the Oryx back, but Jittery goes down. That's because Buckinator is active in the map now. And this is the good part about everything we're seeing here. Grenade goes out and Buckinator is still chilling for the time being. That's the thing, won't stop peeking. They seem to have rallied behind themselves and rallied behind a frontline player, that being Desmond.
Nice
How they're making
shot.
these great plays. Desmond with a double. It's now down to the 2v5. Hunters feeling a little bit scattered, and they don't know where Buckinator is. Well, he was on top of White Stairs the whole time. Sparko now down to a 1v5. Make that a not v5. Won't stop peeking with 2 flawless rounds. Back to back.
I love that impact coming in as well from down below. That impact just completely disorientated poor old Sparko. He could not hear a single damn thing that was happening throughout that entire engagement. And because of it, that was beautiful. He played it to perfection. Hunters, they're now down bad 2 rounds, but for Won't Stop Peaking, that is a massive recovery. 2 back-to-back flawless rounds, Jack. That's a statement being made by Won't Stop Peaking that they are ready and they are gunning to shut down the Hunters before they get a massive lead on their hands. If they get one more round though, you know that the map of Oregon has a good chance of heading in over onto overtime and a possible win for Won't Stop Peaking to take everything away. But this side, yeah, good luck trying to hold down Kitchen and Meeting because, ooh boy, that's going to be tough. Kitchen and Laundry, sorry, that's Laundry.
No, that's actually Kitchen and Dining. But
I'm confusing the sites. My bad.
Yeah, it's Basement Laundry and Kitchen and Dining.
Yeah.
So, anyhow, anyhow, all that aside, the thing is, Won't Stop Peaking, while they're taking these 2 rounds, they still need to make sure that to equalize, they win this one, right? This one's the most important round, I would say, so far in this matchup, because they're already 0-1 down on the count, right? So there's a lot that they have to avoid in order to win this map. And it is their map pick. There's a very good chance, or at least a very feasible chance that they do so. There's going to be some people coming in from below. I'm pretty sure that Rattler will be aware of this as he goes for the verticality that, of course, the Sledge is known for. Beats brought in Thatcher. Thatcher, of course, very useful for this site. A site that doesn't get played too often. Shots fired! But no, the Wamai missing. Unfortunately so, as we have some, hard breaching going on towards the shower side. That's going to make the Wamai a little bit more, a little bit more nervous, a little bit more put him on his toes. That's a grenade! He just... That's an uncooked grenade. It was just tossed in. Wow. If it was cooked properly, the Wamai would have been gone. But not today. He's still in here. He's still got the Shower's lockers for help and cover. And that Wamai Magnet, of course, now means that he can stay safe a little bit longer. That drone has been doing so much trouble. Wait a minute, Jittery's already in here. He's got 2 now. On the White Stairs. Can he make it 3? No, Sparkle gets that instead. Cobra has been down.
You got a down on there.
That is a triple for Sandy, actually, as it mentions in the up.
Oh, the Capcan Trap.
The Capcan Trap did catch 1, but never mind that. He goes down because of the prone peak on top, from bottom to top of the hatch. And with that, Hunters once again storming the site and clearing things out for a 4-2 first half. And folks, Hunters are now in the second half. It is their defensive half that they've gone into, and they're 4-2 up. Won't stop peaking. This pressure is going to be mighty indeed.
That hit was pretty much perfect. Jittery, man, the way that he's able to use these drones to get entries and to win out on his gunfight is the man has confidence in his mechanical skill. We call him to be the most mechanically gifted player in our region, and I believe that, but to have that level of confidence in your mechanical skill as well, now that is a completely different thing. Now though, Won't Stop Peaking there on the attacking side, going up against Hunters on defense. Yowza. Because that one Azami could be pretty much the end-all be-all for your team. The way that Jittery plays Azami, especially with his aim and his game sense, it's almost impossible to throw him off of an angle if he has the proper setup. Oh no.
Reinforcing wall.
Oh, that's unfortunate. They're going to have to play without Rattler for this entire round as well, because the disconnection happened while action phase is in play, right? Oh, it was a minor thing. It was just a temporary net drop. Oh, I hate those. It happens to me as well. When you get disconnected and it's like, it comes back instantly, right? But it's out just long enough to send you out of the game. That's the kind of drop I think Rattler just had. Very, very unfortunate. But on the plus side of things, they've now got someone to watch the cams as well. So that could be something that they are able to use in their favor. My goodness, Jittery, this is certainly a place to be. And Sandy's going to find one in the meanwhile. Grenades out. It's an uncooked grenade. Beat finds another one in the meanwhile. Beat finds Buckinator. And it's all falling apart. He's on Big Tower. That's where he got them from. Jittery goes down in the meanwhile. Cobra goes on to get that first kill. Big kill as the Azami is gone. And then Big Tower, of course, truly has beaten down the enemy quite a bit. But they've still got an ace and a gridlock to go through.
Gridlock is something that I did not expect to come out from the members of Won't Stop Peaking, but they're still making things work out in the way that they want to. Ace, with the slow but sure walk up, has the pixel, has the corner, and he does get down, I do believe. He's not going to get taken down anytime soon. Beat's going to be the one to get taken out instead. Positions are pretty bad. They have an idea of where they could be, but for Violet, he's just going to chill. He's not going to need to over aggressively push just yet. The swing comes in, and Sparkle's going to be the one to get that shut down. Pretty good kills, pretty good crossfires, and Hunters, even when they're one man down, their defense is the reason why they're feared in the entirety of the SA region, and even in some parts of SCA. Hunters, they're ruthless when it comes down to defensive rounds.
That they most certainly are. 5-2 now. 5-2, folks. Hunters are pretty much, going on a roll, as it were. They've just won out dorms. They're going to be going down to Basement Laundry in the next round. And that, of course, allows them to, get another one of those very good sites that Oregon has to offer. It's really just one of those things, Jittery with the Azami once again, looking to just pretty much use as much utility as possible in this round. Sandy, this time going 8-5. Still leading, but Rattler has also picked up quite a bit, going 7-3 in the map so far. So pretty good stuff. And the rest of the Hunters really just playing flex and support roles as and when required. Not really needing to do too much in terms of their aggressive peaks. As in the meanwhile, if you look at Won't Stop Peaking, Desmond's gone up to 7-5, but the rest of them are at 3s and 4s in terms of their kills. They haven't really gotten much. And the thing is, sure, support players aren't going to be getting you much kills when the fraggers are still alive. I get that. But the issue is that some of the fraggers aren't getting those kills either. Cobra, star player for them from the last game. Yeah, that's the thing though, right? Like, Cobra, star player from the last match, or last map, I should say. Currently, only 3 and 5. So it's not looking too good. As in the meanwhile, we've got the drones, we've got the Twitch drones all coming in. Shots are fired. Oh, Mojo took a bit of damage right there. Going to be rappelling into Big Tower in the meanwhile. As we've got the big peek right there out from the garage door. I'm not sure if Jittery should be taking this angle on right about now. He's just pre-firing away in the meanwhile. As we've got a bit more utility being put into place. The grenade will be thrown, but doesn't catch anything for now. And that's the thing about the Hunters, right? They're just falling back as required. Rattler gets one. That's Desmond off the board. And that is an FMG smoke. I didn't think I was going to see one, but looks like FMG smoke is indeed in play. Grenade goes out. That's going to be taking care of utilities on the back stairs there. And with that, minute 40, and it's an advantage for the Hunters again.
I guess if you want to play aggro as a smoke, you pull out the FMG. Looking at the way that he's playing, I think that's one of the main reasons why he's doing it. Look at how aggro he's peeking out over these corners. Jittery, my god, a pixel perfect peek to go in for that play. Sandy gets finally shut down. That's going to be a 4 versus 3 situation, but no one's able to kill out the smoke. Maybe I'm speaking a little bit too soon here. Violet, he's going to be able to step up to the plate, get out 2 more, and it's now up to Jittery to try and equalize things out. Jittery's always there to equalize it. This man just does not miss. They get another one. Beat on the other side is going to be able to get the shutdown kill over on one. Jittery, man. Oh my god. Give this man a medal. And give him a pat on the back and a head pat as well because he deserves it. Good god. Beat and Jittery holding down the line so beautifully. But god damn. These kills were just absolutely insane.
That they were. I gotta agree with you there. Some very, very good kills coming out from Jittery, and of course, that allows the rest of the team to just kind of breathe a sigh of breathe a sigh of relief that hey, Sandy might not be doing too much in this specific round, but that doesn't matter. We've got Jittery, we've got Rattler. They can pick up the pace, and just like that, Jittery has shot up to 7-6, 7-6. That is just behind Sandy and Rattler. So yeah, a good round overall. As Jittery with the triple kill puts himself up to the running for, one of the fraggers in this map. Now, match and series point here for the Hunters. They've gone to first floor kitchen and dining, the side that we saw Won't Stop Peeking go to in a bid to try and stop the Hunters from, winning another round. But this time it's the Hunters who have actively chosen to go to this site. And of course, actually, interestingly enough, I'm not seeing too much of a second floor presence from them towards the dorms side of things. And even in meeting, they've got to rotate and a bit of barbed wire maybe, but not much else going on right about now. And on the other side, of course, small tower is where they've got most of their setup going. Sandy just wants to take meeting on alone. That's interesting, as right now we'll have to wait and see how the site progresses. That's an interesting line of sight that's been made available by the Hunters. No one's peeking that either. Where are the Hunters? This is a curious case here. One of them is up on Big Tower and Attic, and Cobra actually goes down to Sparko in the meanwhile. Where is Sparko? Oh, on white stairs. Okay, this is an interesting spot to be in. That's a big drop as well. Cobra gone down. And I was saying that we didn't see much preparation towards the big tower, but no, not big tower, second floor. Well, we do have it, but Rattler's gone down in the meanwhile, getting a bit too eager. The smoke peaks and gets shut down. So it's an equal trade, 4 versus 4.
6-on-2 for the position. Sandy's going to be able to take down another one. And did we not expect this? Or did we expect this, Jack? Your curse doesn't really seem to help out the members of Won't Stop Peeking, and to take on the members of Hunters here on Oregon was just not a plan that you want to go in for, but maybe Buckinator could just make things happen. The F2 at this range, very powerful when it came down to the engagement, shutting down one of the players early on. They do have a 3 versus 3 to play around with, but even with this 3 versus 3, they don't really have a lot of advantages. Looking at their positioning and looking at how much map control that they have and the time that they are utilizing, it's not looking that good, but still Sparkle just walks away with the kill, shuts down Buckinator. The F2 should have wanted that range, but Sparkle's weapon is just way better when it comes down to his aim.
Four v 3v2, excuse me, and it really just seems like Hunters might walk away with another round here. Here's the sledge coming down white stairs. Jittery sees him. He's got the Kiba barrier here. But no, he doesn't want to go for that fight nonetheless. Walks out towards the Showers corridor. He might actually get one.
Jump it.
Oh,
Jump
Sparko
it.
gets
I dare
right
you.
instead.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, he actually did it. And,
where did Beat die from?
No, Beat got him because he jumped down the hatch. The sledge jumped down the hatch, and Beat happened to be right there because of the sound, of course, that the sledge made while running around up above. But with that being said, folks, Hunters LFO will be the ones to win out this match, 7-4 and 7-2. They are your victors here once again in a clean 2-0. No real surprises right there. They will put another 2 points on board for themselves. Won't Stop Peeking. Unfortunately for them, their SAN debut is marked with a loss. But they might still be able to get more points. They'll have to look forward to the matches that are upcoming in the next few days to do so. But they just might have something. They just have to play a little bit better.
Yep. I do believe they're going to be able to improve at a pretty rapid pace, I would say. But heading on down over to the match highlights, the map of Oregon just did not really give any form of points that we can talk about for Won't Stop Peaking, and with their strategies, they just looked a little bit lost, and the members of Hunters outplayed them. The trades were just better coming in from Hunters. The positioning was just a little bit more clean as well, and a lot of these engagements, plus the confidence that Hunters had, it's one of the main reasons why they won. Won't Stop Peaking just did not feel confident at all in their own mechanical skill in some of these rounds, and because of it, they lost out on rounds that they would have been guaranteed to win. A lot of the positions that Hunters were able to get themselves into as well were because the members of Won't Stop Peaking gave away too much space even after getting that first initial kill. That's what I always say. Even if you get that first kill, it doesn't mean that you're safe. There's a lot of different situations that you could be put yourself into, and Won't Stop Peaking, they got the 2 rounds flawlessly, mind you. The only 2 rounds that they did win were flawless rounds where they continued to play aggressive, stopping the Hunters from getting a lot of space under their belt, where the Hunters were the ones who dictate the pace of the fight. And then came the defensive side of Hunters. I don't know how to analyze this. I don't know what kind of advice I could give to the members of Won't Stop Peaking, because Jack, I'm lost here. Maybe you can give them some words of encouragement and a plan for the future.
I mean, really, some of it comes down to the fact that Won't Stop Peaking's coordination seems to break down as soon as they fall under a lot of pressure. Playing in the South Asia Nationals is, yes, it is a lot of pressure, absolutely. And when you're playing against the Hunters, our Hunters who are not only here to, win, but win quickly as well. Both maps have taken less than an hour, mind you, to finish. That's quite a lot going on when it comes to how, these maps usually are conducted when it comes to South Asian Siege. Each map, if it's going up to 7-4-7-5, takes over an hour, but Hunters want to make it quick. They want to get done with these rounds as soon as possible because they don't want to spend too much energy. They're conserving energy, they're conserving strats because they are able to get themselves into a position where things can look really, really good for them. And of course, that is the sole reason why, things are the way they are for the time being. Hunters with a 7-2 in this map and a 7-4 in the first map, they will be the ones to walk away with now 4 points, pretty much solidifying their place at the top of the leaderboard. Mercenaries are going to need to win another if they want to, equalize in terms of the number of points they have against the Hunters for now. But of course, that all depends on whether or not it even goes that way. Let's go into the match summary to talk about the statistics of the game, folks, that we have just had. And as you can see, there you go. Sandy, once again, still leading the charge, 10-7, only 56% on KOST, though, so not too much in terms of the utility as compared to the rest of the Hunters, all of whom are at 67% cost. I have never seen that in all of my years as a caster. Consistency, literally consistency. Sparko and Jittery going 6-4 and 6-6 respectively. Rattler 8-5, Beat 5-3, and of course Sandy once again the better play in terms of the first kills, 2-1, as Desmond 2-2 died 1 extra time. Speaking of Desmond, 8-7 and 56%, tied with Buckinator at 56% as well, but of course Buckinator is 6-7. Violet, Mojo, and Cobra going 44% each. Pretty quiet nights for all 3 of them in some way, shape, or form. Violet, of course, going 5-7 still, Mojo 4-7, but Cobra, once again, this time, a quiet night indeed. I did say, though, that we might see Desmond get activated in map 2, and guess what? I was actually right for once, because Desmond was the one going, like 210 in map 1, right, in Theme Park. This map, which was Oregon, mind you, Cobra is the one going 2-7 down and 44%. Not too great from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. Hunters LFO will be the ones to get themselves 2 more points. And once we have the updated points table tomorrow or later on tonight, folks, you will see exactly where the points stand. But mind you, there's a couple more teams that have yet to show their skills here today. And of course, those teams being Shaheens versus Phalanx. We'll talk about that in just a bit. But let's have a look at the maps and recap the map results that we have had so far. And as you can see on your screens right here, Hunters were the ones to bring out Theme Park, and they were the ones to win it as well, 7-4. Oregon, in the meanwhile, was a one-stop peaking pick, but unfortunately, they were not able to peak their way to victory. Not even close, in fact. Oregon was a 7-2 and very clean from the Hunters. The 2 rounds that WSP won were flawless rounds, mind you, but still, it wasn't enough to give themselves any sort of legroom to work with against a team like the Hunters. And with that, match number 1 of day 2 has been concluded. A fun match nonetheless, with some really, really great moments, especially on Theme Park. Quick, like short and sweet, right? Yeah, quick and decent, short and sweet, whatever you want to call it. But yes, folks, match number 1 is now done and dusted. And with all that being said, we, of course, have a couple more things to go through. One of them being the Players Spotlight, aka the MVP of this matchup that we just had. And I'm pretty sure I know who's going to be, yep, Sandy. I mean, really, was there going to be anybody else to take that role? 27-16, a little less than 2 KD, but still 1.35 kills per round, cost of 75% exactly, and a 1.51 overall rating. A very, very good player with a couple of pretty good operators, maining Ash in the second map, I should say, and doing some pretty good work with the Ash, I will have to admit. Bandit overall, I guess that does make sense. We did see him play the Bandit a couple of times, but I do remember Sandy playing Alibi and Malusia a little bit more than the Bandit, so who knows, maybe this is just kind of generally what he likes to play as such, and I get it. I did say yesterday, Bandit's a pretty great operator. Fallen off recently, but still, pretty good in my books. But with all that done, there's your player spotlight of the match, folks. It is Sandy from the Hunters LFO.
Yep. Sandy's just had a phenomenal performance across both of the maps, and everything is warranted. We have to praise him because he's just Mr. Consistent, it seems. Jittery has his up and down performances. He's an aim god, of course. If you give him the opportunity to shine, he's going to be able to do it with his mechanical skill. But Jittery is much more of that explosive player. On some rounds, he's going to have a pop-off performance where he gets, like 4 or 5 kills instantly. And at other times, he's the one to get maybe 1 or 2 at the bare minimum before he gets shut down. But Sandy is always the one that you can look to guarantee yourself maybe a first blood or a first death at least, where he gains some information before he does die. That's completely fine and dandy. That's what Hunters really is. It's just a mix of superstar players who are really good at working together, honestly. You would not expect players of this caliber, of this different of a play style, to work this well, but Hunters, they're able to do it, and that's one of the main reasons why they are the strongest team in our region as of now. Hunters, they're the best. Mercenaries was the second best, but they're deteriorating a little bit too much. But as we head on down over towards the group standings, you're going to be able to see that as well. To take a 1-map loss against Militants, a brand new squad, is something that's not warranted, but for Militants as well, they took that 1 point. But for Hunters, they're just chilling, they're just vibing here. They have 4 points on the table. That's not been updated yet, but that's completely fine. 4 points on the table with Mercenaries having 2, Militants having 1, and everyone else not really having anything up just yet. So let's just see how it goes.
Well, we will indeed. Mind you, we still have another game to go today, folks, and I know that some of our viewers will be very excited for game number 2. That is, of course, Shaheens versus Phalanx. Both of them making their debut here at the SA Nationals. I mean, they've got players who've played in the Nationals, or the previous version of the Nationals, I should say, from last year. But of course, this is a new Nationals and a new road to them. They have charted the roads, they've charted the waters, and they've crossed into this new territory. Who will win? Who will get the first points on board? We'll find out after this break. Stay tuned. A very warm welcome and good evening to all of our viewers at home as we return to the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, alongside our broadcast partner, Local. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me for tonight's second match is going to be Bullet, as we will be taking you through the games of the night, specifically the second game of day 2 of the Nationals. Shaheens will be taking on the Phalanx very, very shortly. Indeed, Bullet, how are you feeling on this fine evening?
And I'm absolutely doing good. And I was just watching the previous match up against Hunters LFO up against WSP. Yes, man, Hunters LFO just being Hunters LFO, man. It was the match was so quick. I guess one map just lasted for 47 minutes. The first map lasted for 46 minutes, and the second map lasted for even 50 or 52 minutes. So yeah, they were saving strats. I can quote up your line when you say that on the cast. They were just saving their time, saving their energy, saving their strats. But for now, our next matchup, that's going to be Shaheens up against Phalanx. Both of the teams are from Pakistan. And yes, but there's one thing for sure, especially talking about the side of Team Phalanx, they have performed really, really well in the previous Pro Series and the second season of the Community Cup. They have performed really well. But when you look at the roster of the Shaheens, boy, oh boy, there are some quite a names out there who are very, very, I would say, dominant, very, very, I would say, popular in our South Asia region.
Oh, absolutely. As these two teams, they're going to be really duking it out here today. Shaheens, of course, we'll get to them in just a moment. But first and foremost, let's look at the maps that these two teams will be playing on. The map veto, folks, going live on your screens right now, as we have Villa, Border, and Theme Park, the maps that we'll be spectating today. Villa being brought out by the Shaheens. They are going attack first on that map. Border being picked by Phalanx, who are also going to be going attack first on their map, and Phalanx will be attacking first on the decider map, that is Theme Park. And hey, a day without Chalet, Oregon, or Clubhouse, well, a match specifically in the Nationals without without Oregon, Chalet, or Clubhouse. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's been a while since we've seen Border specifically, so I'm very excited to see what Phalanx and Shaheens have to bring out for that map. Villa we've seen a ton of times, but Shaheens picking up Villa, understandably so. They did have a really good time against the Hunters and other teams on that map in Pro Series Edition 3, or Season 3, I guess you could call it, even winning out Pro Series 3. So they're coming in to the Nationals on a high note. Let's see if they can continue it here tonight.
Especially talking about the Villa, I've seen quite a lot of, say, very aggressive, and those aggressive plays were also being favored into the side of Team Phalanx. And I'm really excited to see how both of the teams perform on the side of Villa. Talking about the side of Border, this can go either way, but especially I have no clues when it comes to the side map of Theme Park. Theme Park is such a quite big map. For teams like Shaheens who really like to play, towards the side of defenders, try to roam a little bit, try to make their space and just confuse the attackers all along. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen on the side of Theme Park, but on the side of Villa, I have a gut feeling, right? I know for a fact that in the team of Saints, in the roster, there are really, really good players like Doctor and whatnot. But talking about the side of Villa, we have seen Team Phalanx play really, really well, and especially talking about their aggressive plays in the second season of the Community Cup, in the third season of the Pro Series as well. They performed really well. But let's see what goes on the map of Villa for the first map itself up against Shaheens.
Absolutely. So with all that said, folks, let's go straight into the first map of the game here today. The fourth game of the Nationals in total, and of course, the second game of day 2. It is Shaheens taking on the Phalanx, the two Pakistani rosters going up against each other. This should be a fun night indeed. As the first map, Villa, we're going to be going right into the ban phase with Shaheens on the attack, Phalanx on the defense. And given that these two teams have played each other before, in the same team, in different teams as well, it should be no surprises that they will definitely know a couple of operators to probably ban. And there we go. Right from the outset, Phalanx will ban out Flores, the man with the RCE Rotero drones and, just a ridiculous amount of utility clearance, if you don't have mute, of course. is going to be taken out of the equation. That's a good ban from Phalanx as well. Reinforces their defensive nature, defensive play on Villa a lot more. Thatcher will be banned by the Shaheens. We're back to the Thatcher bans once again after Thatcher being actually open to be played on the Hunters Won't Stop Peaking game earlier. So no surprises right there. Shaheens probably have other attackers that they want to use, say Nomad, say Iana. Those are the ones who also get banned on Villa. But Shaheens decide, you know what, we don't really play the Thatcher anyway, might as well just get rid of him and use up the ban slot nonetheless. Now that is an interesting one. Mute will be our first defender banned here on this match.
And now it comes as a question, ma'am. Will it be a Valk ban or will it be a Mira ban? Because on the map of Villa, Mira is pretty strong, but I'm definitely going to see. Oh, Azami. Okay. So a lot of just spaces just being closed down to the right time. Not going to be possible from the side of Team Phalanx because they have themselves went for the side of Azami, especially even after the attacker and defender swap. Now it will not be done from the side of Shaheens. But what puts me in a question? There are no retro drones. There are no Thatcher. Even Mute has been banned from these two teams, but. From the side of attackers, yes, they have to go on very, very aggressive just to even get one single, I would say, a line of sight wall being opened up. But talking about the side of Team Phalanx, yes, they will try, most of the time, try not to allow. And there you have it. They have gone for the Kaid, Electro Claw on the play. Sherry has gone for the Goyo. Even after rework, Goyo has been so much of a, just area denial work being done. And Diversity has gone for the side of Smoke. Correct me if I am wrong. Is Phalanx playing with the same roster with what they played onto the last season of Pro Series? Because I'm seeing Lefty, a new name. Correct me if I'm wrong, Black Jack.
Lefty, if I recall correctly, I think we did see him in Phalanx, in Phalanx. Back in maybe Pro Series 2, I do remember that name being in Phalanx, so I'm not entirely too surprised, but the name of It's Libra is a first for me. I don't think I've seen that player, unless it's a name change from one of the existing players, which it very well could be, but we'll have to wait and get confirmation on that. But with all that being said, folks, let's have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for both rosters here tonight as we go into round number 1. I'll do this really quickly. From the Shaheens, we have Envy, Mighty Ellie, Caesar, Doctor, and Skywalker. And from the side of Team Phalanx, we've got Devastating, Sherry, Hercules, Lefty, and It's Libra, the new name that I was just mentioning a second ago. And let's get right into round number 1, shall we? Drones are already in towards the bedroom side of things, and Shaheens already want to make a quick take towards the horizontal efficiency, the horizontal effect that this map tends to have. There's a lot of soft floors and all that, but most teams prefer to go vertical. There's a lot of verticality, but most teams prefer to go horizontal. Excuse me. Mixed up my words trying to speak quickly there. There was a lot happening as Libra has taken a ton of damage, falling back into the site. Understandably so, wisely decided, because after all, the Aruni is important. The P10 Aruni is a strong gun. You want to save that for the remaining bits of the round. The next bit of defense is going to be the Goyer from below, but no C4, mind you, on Sherry's side, and the Smoke, who's playing red stairs on a shield. Now, that is uncommon.
Yeah, even I would say overall setup looks quite promising from the side of defense, but especially talking about how Azaka went in, just there you go. First nade coming up from the side of Mattingly, picks up Devastating, and that first barrier of the defense has been broken up. We can also see Skywalker trying to make a preparation toward the side of a vault window. Yes, the overall push seems pretty classic, but even I didn't see where was Doctor. He was holding on the flank side, and there you have it. Skywalker goes for the second one. Libra is down. Devastating has been pulled off. It's just going to be the side of Sherry. Was rolling on to the side of Master Bedroom. Really want to see if he has make his way to the side or not, objective side or not. But still, Lefty has the call. Skywalker's trying to make their work way in, try to get the wall open. I guess they have opened it up, and yes, they have a clear line of path to just go in and just plant the diffuser. But 50 seconds left on the clock. Sherry picks up Mighty Ali. Another gunfight coming in. Envy picks up Sherry with a nice, very good shot. 4v2 is going to be the scenario. I don't think so. Phalanx have a chance right now.
They just have to hold off the attackers from the site for as long as they possibly can. Grenades are coming out. This one's from the Iana. Beautifully tossed. Lefty goes down. Tried to go in, tried to go for the plan, but the door is still covered by the Goyo fire. Doesn't matter though. Skywalker will find Hercules and finish things off. Quick, clean and efficient from the
Very
Shaheens, as they are definitely looking to get early wins on board. Villa is a defender-centered map, need I remind all of our viewers. And of course, that means while Shaheens are on the attack, any round they get is a step towards a win, because they'll be defense second. And that's the little, that's the little, how should I put it? The little argument that's going to be playing in the back of their heads that, yeah, we're defense second, and all we need to do is win enough rounds to deny Phalanx lead here, and we're golden.
Yeah, but like I said, man, the overall team chemistry and over the push since the starting, they used the preparation phase really well. They droned out how they wanna push in, how they wanna just go on. Just the whole team just went on robust toward the side of master bedroom. I thought for a second, yes, their stating is playing smoke. You have the canisters, you can waste a lot of time over there. He was gone. And that was that part where they had just a clear pathway, just gone toward the side of objective and plan that. But they went to going toward the side of vault. They tried to open up the vault area, especially when Yana came up with that grenade kill. And that was such a good grenade kill. That tells a lot about these, player skill. It tells a lot about their overall coordination. Especially what I would do when I see a team like that just coming in and taking our first round in that way, just to not to do shallow rooms. As you can see, Sherry is trying to connect those C4 as again he has gone for the Goyo pick. Not to do that right now, but yes, they are just the beginning of the round. They can try and experiment these teams, these few things up to round number 3. And we right now picks up Ash again, making their push from the side of master bedroom. They have that intel, they have that information. Two of the roamers are already trying to just roam a little bit for the side factory room. But Envy right now looking very confident with that Ash push. For now, they have already two of those attackers making their way into the side of trophy room area. And yes, a similar push coming into the way, similar kind of defense setup from the side of Team Phalanx as well. But right now, C4, I guess C4 went in from the side of Sherry and did not connect.
That seems to be the case indeed. The Goyo missing out on that C4 utility, but a big push on the red stairs is coming. Once again, Libra on 90 taking damage, trying to peek, trying to get maybe an operator, maybe two. The gas grenades from the smoke being tossed out all over the place because, of course, the smoke has to retreat. You gotta cover your retreat back into the site, but that has cost devastating all of the smoke gas canisters. So if he has to hold off the door into Aviator, he's got to do it by taking gunfights. And of course, shotgun close range works, but the SMG works just as well. Because right now, once again, we've got the Ash Envy pushing up close to 90, slowly but surely. They've got to be careful of Libra, who was there on 90 hallway just a minute ago, as the Osa shield is going to be set up. The Talon shield, as she calls it. Skywalker takes a bit of damage. In the meanwhile, that was probably the Kaid. We did hear the shots being fired. The Jaeger's still there on main stairs. And while Shaheens have made a lot of ground, as far as, any inroads go into sight or into these defenders, they haven't quite done so. There's a player right below the hatch here. And Sherry could find one, sees the Ash, can't line it up though, the angle's just not there. And none of them even know that the Goyo's down here. Yep. So the Goyo could potentially make a flank late round, which is pretty much now anyway, and get himself into a position that favors these defenders, very, very well. As the attackers are slowly but surely closing in. Shots are fired. Skywalker finds the first kill. Devastating with the shotgun. Gets down Caesar. And that's the diffuser dropped inside of the site. Dios is going to go in and going to go for the plant as well. Covered as well by Skywalker. Sherry finding Mighty Ellie in the meanwhile. Devastating goes down. It's a 3v3 now. All down to these final 3 defenders. Can they get the post-plant? Because it's a post-plant situation. The AK of the Ace does not get one. That's Sherry finding Skywalker. Doctor found Libra. In the meanwhile, the Osa still by the door. Ooh, gone very close to study and gets taken down. Sherry finding Doctor. It's all down to Envy now. The Ash, the last one, no longer standing. Lefty on 90 gets the kill on Envy. And the counter defuse will be taken care of by Sherry. And with that, after a very close round between the teams, it'll be Phalanx to put their first on board.
Yeah, and both of the teams in this particular round played really well, especially talking about the side of Team Strains, how they made their way just to even get the diffuser planted. If even after that, Goyo just coming in, Shay just coming in, pick up kills, and then it was the side of Envy being taken off from the other defender. Both of the teams played really well, But up till now, what I feel like there was a lot of improvement from the side of the defending team, Team Phalanx, when we compared it to the first round itself. But yes, what it was missing from the side of Team Shaheens were the nade plays. So they still had, I guess, when did the doctor went in for the plant, they still had two of the nades. So I guess what they did on the round number one to just place their nades really well, to taking two of the, I would say, the anchors at the right spot. On the first side, on the red states, it was devastating, playing up smoke. It was Kaid was lefty being just playing behind that cupboard. So yeah, they did miss out a little bit onto the side of nade plays, but especially talking about the side of Sherry again, if you are going for the C4, if you are trying to go for the shallow roam, try to play it out vertical, you gotta connect those C4s correctly. If you don't, you are just wasting your time. You can just go down to the side of objective, how you just win out the round very, very, I would say, extensively good. For now, again, we can see from the side of attacking team, we got Invi going off for Diana, we got Ash, we got Shazar picking up Nomad. This time around, we don't see a talent shield coming up into play, but meantime, we have Doctor picking up Twitch, and let me remind you, Doctor on Twitch is so good, but we can see the DMR picked up, and we don't see often in the South Asian region DMR onto Twitch. We see the, as usual, the FMG, the SMG, sorry.
Yeah, Twitch DMR has definitely gotten more popular as of lately. Even Flores DMR, whenever Flores is in and is allowed in play, shall we say. Saw it early in the game between Hunters and Won't Stop Peeking. Excuse me right there. As going back to the round itself, the Twitch drones are what's more important, but Doctor seems to have used up both of them already. So some utilities will have been cleared out. At least, they would hope so. But in the meanwhile, these attackers pushing up to bathroom, they're trying to get themselves set into a position where they can strike. But the thing is, they need to keep that line of sight that's in that bedroom wall watched at all times. They need somebody there. There we go. The rappel on the window is coming in slowly but surely. Here comes a breach, and Sherry finds one, but Doctor finding lefty in the meanwhile. Can't get the one line, not quite. There we go. Finishes off the kill. That's two, and that's an inroad into sight that I don't think Phalanx were quite expecting. The Jaeger needs to get back in.
Lovely.
But beautiful C4 by Sherry, who finds Doctor. Now that's a double. With Goyo. Position given away because of the air jab. Still gets the kill because the flashbang wasn't thrown in time. Caesar going down, and Sherry single-handedly making sure that the round is not lost. That's the C4 hold that he just used to get that kill. He's on for the ace, and he's maybe... There we go! It's the ace! Sherry on the Astro stairs! Getting 5 kills back to back to back! A C4, and then he used the C4, the residual, hole that was left by the C4's explosion to get the other kill as well. It was a beautiful push from the Shaheens going into Astro through bathroom, but they didn't quite account for the Goyo down below. An absolute menace right there, Sherry, who will bag an ace and put Phalanx in the early lead.
Boy, that was simple. And this is what I was talking about, bro. This is what I was talking about. When you're going for Goyo, you try to just go for the vertical, but you gotta connect your C4, and he just did it such a beautiful way. Two of the bodies were down from the side of Team Phalanx. He gets the C4, makes the situation even. He just comes up with an ace, man. And boy, this is what I wanted to see Team Phalanx since me and I guess it was you only, Blackjack, or I guess it was me and Baba Gustav when I was seeing Team Phalanx. Just kind of getting overrun by some opponent team, and this is such a very good team and a very improved Team Phalanx. I really want to say that right now, being in the SA National Group stage up against when they're playing up against Shaheens. For now, the scoreline will be 1-2. Yes, all of the experiment will be done from both of the teams. For now, they will be going to the side of kitchen area to go, on the first floor to just defend up this particular round number 4 objective. I want to see, especially if I want to put out one thing like what I did on the round number 3 for the side of Team Shaheens. Last time it was the nade phase. I feel like they rushed a little bit, just a little bit. Today, just Doctor went in, got the two early kills, really good. But I just think they rushed a little bit. They could have just taken out their time, not droned up. Try to get up the intel, try to, just use up their utilities more often rather than what they did on the round number 1. For now, we can see again the ace charges going up for the kitchen wall. Maybe they can get one, but there you go, Dr. DMR, not just not being slid down, but he's already shutting down of the from the side of opponent team. Again, opener coming in from the side of Doctor. Yes, like I said, man, I have seen Doctor playing with the Twitch SMG really assault rifle really well, but this time around the DMR just not stopping, man. He's just not stopping.
Absolutely, but Caesar's going to go down in the meanwhile. Sherry coming back in. Hercules finds Doctor. A couple of quick kills here. Devastating with 2 from out of nowhere. And it's all now down to the solo ace. Skywalker on the kitchen pantry stairs. A full collapse right there from the Shaheens attack. And I'm not sure what happened. I think everybody's kind of filtered in through pantry stairs and the laundry door. Because really, there's no other reason I can think of that would have led to a collapse like that. Oh, there's a player from below, actually. And that was Sherry. Gets taken down. Skywalker finding 1. 1v3. It's still possible. Even without the diffuser, Skywalker could make this work. Nobody's in kitchen particularly. They're actually coming all the way around. 1 is on the red carpet hallway. Does see that. That's devastating. Gone. Now in a 1v2. But there's somebody on the other side. Kitchen door towards China. Or at least that room is called China. There you go. Labra will get that kill as well. Skywalker going down. And, you know, the potential clutch that Skywalker could have had shut down early. Not early, I would say. It's got pretty close there. But still, shut down when it was needed. Phalanx 3 rounds in a row. Looking solid against the Shaheens right now. It seems they've come with their homework done, but a pause has been requested in the meanwhile. Libra unfortunately disconnecting, probably just a minor network disconnection or a game crash. Shouldn't take too long to get back into the lobby. It's a 3-1. Phalanx are really looking strong right now.
Yeah, man, and I was expecting a 3-1 favoring the side of Shaheens, but 1-3 favoring the side of Team Phalanx. This is some team, man, right there. This is some improvement from what I saw from the last Pro Series, which I did with you guys. And boy, oh boy, this is looking so much good. And I really want to say it right now. Even if, Shane's pick try to, just putting up a prediction right here. Even if, like, Shane's wins up this one or, Phalanx wins up this one, I'm pretty sure this is going map number 3, my friend, because both of the teams look very, very, talking about that caliber, looking very, aggressive. Even though the both sides, yes, for the last 2 rounds, especially in the round number 3, I especially feel personally that they rushed a little bit from the side of attacking team. Shaheens rushed up a little bit when the Shady got the ace on that particular round. But yes, Team Phalanx, that is some improvement right there. They have learned a lot from their past mistakes from their previous tournaments, talking about the Community Cup, even talking about from the Pro Series, what they want to do, how they want to approach a team like that. But especially if we compare round number 2, round number 3 from the round number 1 itself on how Shaheens packed their first round and got the lead 1-0. Yes, they tried to just read out the overall of the push from the side of Team Shaheens on how they want to just waste their time, just try to stop them right at the place, and they are just doing it that very, very good, very beautifully. Yes, I guess the player has reconnected, if I'm not wrong. We are seeing some changes overall from the side of defense as well. We are seeing some operator pick changes from the side of the attacking team as well. But yes, from the side of Shaheens, either the side of Invi, Mighty Ali, Cesar, Doctor, because Skywalker, he had the chance to try to pull up the ace, but he couldn't. But it was overall a very good try. They have to step up a little bit because, man, it's a 2-round lead. It's already there will be just 2 rounds left for the attackers and defenders swap as the Pro League rules apply. So they need to do something, try to just equalize the score when the swap has been made. Maybe Team Phalanx can just get the 2-round victory in their bag and try to just go on for the beautiful lead.
That's the thing, right? Phalanx, with just 1 more round here, can make it a 4-2. They don't even need 2 rounds to have a lead, but they would like to do so. If Shaheens do pull a couple of rounds back, it's 3-3. That's the worst-case scenario for the first half. Phalanx would start to lose momentum if Shaheens are to win 2 rounds straight here. And that, of course, is something they don't want. They've gotten a good deal of momentum going right now. We're in round 5. They're 3-1 up. And the rounds that they have won, Sure, you could argue that the round on Trophy really relied on Sherry playing the Goyo, getting the ace. I mean, look at Sherry, 10-2 in 5 rounds so far. That's a lot of kills in just 5 rounds. You don't really see players getting that many so quickly, but it just kind of is the case.
Oh.
And look at that, he's just gotten another. Mighty Ellie, that's the sledge. And we've seen this before. Mighty Ellie likes to start off from the wine cellars down below, using those soft, big barrel-looking walls, right, to get into the basement, and then come from below, do some grenading, maybe do some soft breach, and go up to the second floor once the roam clear is done. Sherry read that, and read that beautifully, might I add, finding Mighty Ellie and putting Shaheens on the back foot immediately.
Yeah, especially 2 of the nades going down from the side of Sledge. They were really, really important. I spotted the Valk Black Eye camera, gonna destroy it. And as we can see, another, I would say, master bedroom push coming in from the side of Team Shaheens. Yes, Doctor using to switch drone, but he gets destroyed right at the nick of the time. For now, Lefty playing into the side of objective, and Libra is also playing into the side of objective, using those black eye cams, giving out a lot of information from the side of attackers. Yes, maybe he's trying to spot on Sherry, and yes, Zofia has got a very good angle. Maybe Sherry can connect a C4. Yes, boy, it's a fine
yes, it's
kill.
gonna work.
And that switch makes the 3v5, and Sherry, boy, oh boy, the attackers needs to, just not underestimate him now. Boy, you gotta just drone this guy up. You just gotta push this guy up and just get this guy killed if you wanna push onto objective and win next 2 rounds. You have to do it, man. You have to do it, because Sherry, like you said, man, he did that very beautifully, because from the past 2 rounds, even I noticed that Sledge is also Mighty Elite, and even also Envy, Ash, or sometimes Sledge is going on for the side of ground floor approach. And he knew for a fact that, again, if he picks up Sledge, he's going to get him. Skywalker takes out Lefty with a beautiful headshot, makes it a 3-4, 55 seconds left on the clock. Yes, they have do have a little bit of time to push on to the side of objective. They have some utilities coming into the play. They have 2 smoke nades. They have 2 nades as well from the side of Yana. But is that enough? Because Valk still has 1 C4 left, and she can, yes, place that. If she plays that C4 right up on the time, he can deny the plant. Yep, and that's not gonna happen. If Steady gets the trade up, Doctor picks up another one. 2 beautiful kills coming from the side of Doctor, but yep, Skywalker gets out from the side of Libra, makes it a 1v2, and maybe, but nope, devastating shuts down Doctor in the right time. There you have it, Shahi. I'm really sorry. Team Phalanx picking up another round victory onto round number 5, and this was some coordinated play, and this is what happens when you don't ban Valkyrie Black Eye camps. The defenders are having such a lot of intel, such a lot of information from the side of attackers that you just don't want to allow that. And right when I said Zofia is trying to make up that angle, it was a very good angle right there, line of sight right there. If Sherry didn't have the call, didn't have the yellow ping that Zofia standing right there, maybe it was Zofia who could have got Sherry right on the top and could have killed off Goyo at the right time. But for now, it's going to be 4-1, and that's quite some lead, and that's quite a statement from the side of Team Phalanx.
That it is. That it absolutely is. Phalanx definitely looking very mightily strong right about now. And, like you said, that's the power of the Valkyrie right there. That's why she gets banned so often, because of those cameras that can be hidden in just about any spot on the map, because they stick to all surfaces, right? Ceilings and, lamps and chandeliers and candles and deer antlers. There's one in a trophy room, right? So there's so many things that can hide a Valkyrie Black Eye camera. If you're not bringing a specific operator like IQ, you're really going to be made to hurt by those things, especially when when a player like Sherry is on the loose. And 12-3 going into round 6, that's nearly, I think, 2 kills per round or something like that. I don't know exactly how the calculation works, but it seems to me that Sherry's currently averaging 2 kills a round. Now, mind you, it's not exactly the case, because Sherry did leak an ace back in round number 2, but that's besides the point. 2 kills per round is still pretty massive, especially on who you get, right? If you get someone like Doctor or Skywalker, well then, that's a big dent in the fragging potential of Shaheens. If you get someone like Mighty Ellie or Envy, the breach potential then gets hurt. The Twitch journey, in the meanwhile, finding a couple of utilities, giving away a couple of positions, does get shot down in Astro, as we have the push into bedroom being droned out. But look at that. Any Selmas that are thrown in are immediately impacted back out. And there's well, Mighty Ellie still has 2 Salmas remaining. He can still use those, but again, unless you remove the operators on that bedroom wall, it's gonna be needlessly difficult.
Yep, for now, Libra playing in behind to the side of this particular shield. Yes, Doctor can't find her, but it's going to be devastating. SMG to put up. Shutdown Doctor with a beautiful headshot, makes it a 4v5. And this time around, it's going to be after a long while. Even though those flanks are winning up round per round, it was 30 on the round number 4, I believe. Yeah, that was on the round number 5, my bad. But this time around, it's going to be the opener kill coming in from the side of Team Phalanx. Yes, Doctor has been put down. But for now, yes, Envy doesn't have the nades for now. It's going to be a little bit difficult to even just make their way to the side of Astro area. But there you have it, Skywalker trying to go in. Get spotted by, try to get the trade-off. But this was a major mistake. You know for a fact there's going to be one guy standing. It was a very common spot. Envy gets the trade up, tries to take it all lefty. Envy gets another one, shut down Libra. 60 seconds left on the clock. To be precise, it's going to be now 55. And it's going to be a 2v3 scenario. Envy does have the diffuser on the hand. He can go for a plant, but still the line of sight's being onto the right spot. I don't think so. That plant can be the right decision to just go on. Air jabs getting triggered. Jaeger gets a little bit concussed over there, but for now it's going to be Mighty Ellie already inside the trophy objective. This is very bad for the side of defense. Maybe he can go for a plant. Yes, he is going for the plant, trying to just distract. And Sura gets one. Michaelis gets down, makes it a 3v2. And it's going to flank coming in from the side of Frost. He gets one, Star gets one. Oh boy. And it's going to be a plant. But he gets down, makes it a 1v2. Mighty Ellie gets one also. There you have it. It's going to be really hard for the side of Devastating with that low HP to clutch it out. It is not having that intel. Where these guys at? Where are the last 2 attackers? Mighty Ellie shuts him down. After a long time, a very good push coming in from the side of Team Shaheens. A really well-made plant approach. But this push from Skywalker, trust me, boy, I was trying to hold out my laugh. What was this? How you can just go in from the knife like that? But in the end, it was Shaheens to just win that round. And it was done very beautifully from the side of attacking team.
What really helped was Envy going into Astro from bathroom, right? Because they had lost one player. I believe it was the player on Astro who was taken out earlier. Astro was a little bit vulnerable for the side of Phalanx's defense right now. And that unfortunately led to Envy getting in there, getting 2 kills, completely opening out Statuary, through the tiny angle through the door. And then, of course, it kind of just all fell apart from there for Phalanx. Now, though, this is round 7. The second half is now in effect. And the 4-2 of Phalanx is about to be challenged very aggressively by the Shaheens. Because, folks, if you thought Phalanx was an aggressive team on the defense, wait till you see how the Shaheens like to play whenever they go onto their defensive halves. Interestingly enough, they've picked up a Bandit here. Now, that's not an operator you see too often. Of course, the Bandit will be just, electrocuting walls and keeping them locked on. But any number of utilities can take out the Bandit batteries, grenades from below, grenades from above. There's the IQ that Devastating has picked up. I think Devastating's IQ pick was more in preparation of should they being, of course, Shaheens play the Valkyrie, right? But still, it helps, right? Because that's Bandit batteries and other utilities. Think the Alibis Prismas, Jaegers, ADSs, well, my magnets. Those can be pesky little things. Those will also be denied by the IQ. So the drones can then focus on just finding where these defenders are and giving away their positions. It's a nice operator to have, albeit the kit can be debatable on its overall strength. The 5.52 is a pretty good AR, albeit a little slow to fire. And a lot of players don't really find comfort in that gun. It's one of the same reasons why Grim doesn't get too much play. But Grim is a whole different issue. We'll get into at a different time. Right now, shots fired, from the trophy entry window. That is, of course, the Sophia over there. Lefty, trying to find one, maybe 2. Not quite yet. Iana's already in bedroom. So it looks like bedroom and Astro, it's been given up. Because Shaheens knows they can't afford to lose a body here. They need to keep everybody alive as the Jackal comes in, tracking the Alibi right now. And more utilities are pinged. That's what the IQ is here for. And as soon as the line of sight is made clear, they will be taken care of. 90 being watched, but no kills just yet. It's still a 5v5 at a minute 30.
Sherry gets one. There you have it. The opener coming in. Yeah, the opener coming out from the side of Sherry, and there you have it. It's going to be a 4v5. But for now, yep, there you have it. When you say the right, why there's going to be Mighty Ellie picking a Bandit. But for now, I guess they have just been for a substitute for the side of Kaid. Kaid kind of secure movement They have it. Libra gets a very nice shot on the side of enemy. But Skywalker comes at the right time, gets the retrade up. It's going to be a 3-4 for now. Skywalker still trying to make sure he has that in there. There's going to be 2 more guys pushing him from the side of master bedroom area. Drone gets destroyed. They still have a lot of time to defend on, and even the side of Team Phalanx have a lot of time to push on with that man advantage. I want to see if they are going for the 90 side, try to get up that wall open. If yes, that can be one possibility, but for now we can see already 2 of the guys not inside the map. It's going to be one side, it's going to be Jackal. It's only just 2 players. It's going to be the side of Devastating, it's going to be the side of Hercules trying to make their way. But Mighty Elite trying to hold up to the side of main stairs, and it's going to be Doctor, who has, I guess, he has spotted one guy, but a lot of pressure, a lot of push being made from the side towards the side of Smoke. That's going to be real bad because Sherry's already inside of the study area. Lefty picks one, Skywalker gets down, and there you have it. Mighty Elite picks up Sherry. It's going to be just 10 seconds left on the clock. They have to go for the plant if they want to. Yes, Hercules is going for the plant. Doctor just left out of the wall area. He gets one, gets another one, makes it up to be 2. And they have dropped out a diffuser, and Shaheen gets one, and Doctor just making his play at the right nick of time when it was required. I was just thinking all of the round, where is Doctor? Where are the kills? They have it. Shaheens gets up another one, makes the 3-4. And yes, Team Phalanx, like you said, man, you saw Team Phalanx aggressiveness on the side of defense. Wait till you see Shaheen's aggressiveness on their defense. And there you have it. Doctor coming at the right nick of time, making a 3-4 into overall score for the map number 1. Will.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Like I said before, that 2-4 that Phalanx was leading by was about to be challenged, and well, here's the challenge incoming. Shaheens they're 1 round away from equalizing against Phalanx right now. And of course, Team Phalanx has to be wary of this because, well, as we all know, Villa is, say it with me here, folks, a defender-sided map. I feel like I've said that more times than I've said, you know, some other, you would normally think, more pressing things in my life. But hey, it is what it is. But overall, yeah, well played by the Shaheens. They played in very key positions across the map, and they were very, very like forward-facing, right? They were very in-your-face type of defense that Phalanx clearly seemed to know, and they seemed to have a good idea of. It was down to what, a 3v2, right, by the end of the round, and it was only because of the Bandit clearing out the Jackal in study room and the Doctor finding the player who was coming in for the flank support in case Doctor went for the plant denial, because there was always somebody watching the angle from study, right, and the shield was there to protect the planter by the vault door. So really, the only one to worry about was Doctor, the alibi inside the games room, and guess what? That's exactly the person who denied the plant there at the very last second of the plant timer as well. So all things considered, well played indeed by the Shaheens, but they're gonna have to keep it up. As we've now moved on to Trophy Statuary, the site of choice from the side of Phalanx. Excuse me, from the side of Shaheens. I'm still in my phase first half mode, but still. Wow, okay, that is very close that sledge is. But still, as the gas grenades go out, no kills will come out. It's just utilities being burnt left and right. And that's all that Phalanx will focus on for now. Set themselves up so that they can start getting these kills.
Yeah, with Shady playing that Capital, maybe they can make their way, just try to get down Doctor, try to get down, take out the alibi, then push on to the side of Statue area. Because if you're trying to push up from the side of Astro, that's going to be really hard because we already seen 3 of the defenders playing onto the other objective. For now, a beautiful nade comes up, takes out Mighty Ellie. There's going to be smoke going down. No more smoke canisters trying to just hold you out. But there you have it. There's going to be 1, and there's going to be another one. 3v3 is going to be the scenario, and this is what happens. And we just take out the C4, gets a double, makes it a 3v3, but now it's going to be the side of Shady to get that guy out. Makes it a 3v3 for now, so they're also playing onto the side of the trophy entrance area. Yes, there's still a lot of time for the side of Team Shaheens to just defend it out. Maybe just Shady can go for the wall bank, try to take out Jaeger, and then make their way from the side of Astro area. So this is going to be hard when the Doctor just comes up, takes out Hercules, makes it a 3v2, diffuser being dropped down. He gets another one, and there you have it. Team Shaheens just blocking their way out. And boy oh boy, what just happened? It's the comeback. Makes it a 4-4. winning the round number 8, and that was I really want to see that C4 kill on just where Envy was playing all along onto the ground floor itself. The first floor. I'm really sorry. Villa has a basement too on the first floor itself. But boy, oh boy, 4-4 now, and this is gonna go a way long than we expected, Blackjack.
4-4 indeed. And of course, as things go, we're going to be, watching very closely as to whether or not this match goes to OT. Could very well be the first overtime, mind you, of the SA Nationals. We haven't had one yet, as we have a little pause here that was taken in, while we were still looking at the highlights. It was a pause from the side of the Shaheens. Envy has given us the ready from their side. Phalanx, as soon as we have the ready from them, the match will resume. There you have it. So, round number 9 in an equalized scoreline. We're going down to first floor dining room and kitchen. And, been asked to wait by Hercules right there. So it looks like a few more things to iron out, maybe a few more things to discuss, as it were. Use that pause timer to really talk about what's been going wrong. I mean, there is a tactical timeout option that is available to both teams. Don't know why they don't just use that, but it is what it is. The pause timer has been requested for now, this time from Phalanx's end. Regardless of all that, we're going down to dining kitchen. That's because 2 rounds have been won back-to-back by Shaheens on the defense, on AVG and trophy statuary. That, of course, leaves them with only one side open. And let's be real here, unless you're Hunters LFO, you don't really go to first floor library and living room. That's just a Hunter's thing, that they are the only ones to go there. So, first floor dining and kitchen, the side of choice that Shaheens will be going to for now. We've got the ready confirmation coming in, and we are, of course, going in to the round as well. I see what Doctor puts in the chat. Some friendly banter, while we're readying up for the round, Gotta get your suspicions out of the way, as it were. But with all that being said, first floor will finally come out, and there you have it. Now, looking at the team comms, the Valkyrie, of course, we're not really used to seeing Valkyrie in play because she gets banned like every single game, similar to Thatcher. So I'm happy to see both teams using this operator, using the gadgets that Valkyrie provides, the black eye cameras and so on and so forth. And of course, it's always nice to see the counter plays that could come through. You never know, maybe another IQ could come out from Phalanx, but it looks like they're going to be going with a more traditional, I guess you could call it, Villa first floor oriented team comp there, with 2 soft breachers, the Sledge and the Jackal, who has a secondary shotgun. That's where the Jackal soft breach comes from. We've got the grenades, we've got the claymores, we've got the flashbangs, and Jackal with the smokes as well. So that, round 9 is underway.
You missed one important part. They have Nomad as well, and this time around, the objective point being onto the first floor kitchen, Nomad can be really, I would say, important, playing a major role, especially if you're, even 2 of these defenders, I'm sorry, playing onto the side of first floor area, second floor area, trying to just roam up a little bit, trying to just not allowing those attackers to go on and go for a vertical approach. And this is where Nomad's air jabs comes in. You just gotta lock up your defender onto the side of the first floor area, and you just go on to these 2 defenders who are trying to make your life a little bit harder.
Well, for now, the roamers, well, they're going to be taken care of. And as far as horizontal roam goes, that's where the Jackal comes in. Valkyrie will be tracked, and the footprints being that, given that they were here, pretty sure there might be a Valkyrie camera in this very living room. And that's something, of course, that the Jackal here has to be careful of. Yes. Sherry still sitting at 14 and 6, mind you. And that is where Sherry left off at the end of the first half. These last few rounds of the second half haven't exactly been great for Sherry, which is a real shame, as it were. We would like to see this player pop off a little bit more. Doctor taking a ton of damage in the meanwhile, trying to get aggressive on that breach that the ace made just now on that memorial room wall. So you gotta be careful, because there will be people peeking this. There'll be people peeking all over the place. Where is the verticality, mind you? I'm not seeing any of it. The Jaeger and the Goyo are still above. Yeah, Envy and Caesar are still above. They haven't been cleared as shots have been fired. Devastating's low on HP. Are they all trying a vertical push on first floor kitchen and dining. That's not gonna work. Sherry does find Mighty Ellie, mind you. Lefty went down in the meanwhile. The Iana and the Pulse trade kill for kill, a soul for a soul, as it were. But you gotta get a few more here. As there we go. The Jackal's gonna go above. He's gonna get one. Oh my goodness, that took so many more bullets than I thought it would. He's gonna go for the identification on Goyo. Gets the shots. Beautiful. Sherry with the Jackal track and everything. Takes out the Valcam while he's at it. And now it's a 4v2. Shaheens suddenly on the back foot. All it took is one Jackal and a very late roam clear, might I add. Valkyrie will now be pinged as well. Shots are about to be fired. All they need to do is get rid of a couple of these players, Shaheens that is, and they can still sit pretty inside of the site. But how can they? They're being surrounded, and devastating, and Hercules will finish it off.
Lovely, I would say that was some play right there from the side of Team Phalanx. And the major play, there you have it. Sherry comes up. Jaeger has no idea that one guy is pushing to the side of Astro Stairs. Jackal pings up, and Invi also gets out. And this was the crucial factor for this round to go on to the side of Team Phalanx. Round number 9 going into the favor of Team Phalanx. We are already in way for this side of round number 10. Yes, I thought for a second that where you say right, yeah, nobody is going for the vertical play. I guess when they saw two of the defenders roaming up their way onto the second floor itself, I guess they just tried to decide not to go up there, not to waste their time. But yeah, this is Rainbow-Six Siege. This is what happens. You gotta experiment here and there every now and then. But for now, it's gonna be a 4-5 score line. Last 2 or 4 rounds remaining in. I have a feeling, man. I have a feeling, man. Maybe Team Phalanx will get this one 7-4. What do you say?
7-4. It's hard to call, and I don't really want to jinx anyone. You know, like how CCV has with the other esports matches that he casts. You know, elsewhere. He has this whole thing where he jinxes teams there as well. It seems like Aggressive was pointing it out earlier today that I've got the same thing going when I'm casting Rainbow Six. So, just gotta wait and see what the score may or may not be. But it's hard to call who might win either between these two teams, right? Because Shaheens, they won 3 rounds in a row, one of which was in the first half even, round number 6. And now Phalanx have taken one over them. Once again, Sherry was the one pulling out the stops to make it work, because otherwise I don't really see them winning that round. But Sherry, I mean, one player can only step up so many times, right? The rest of the team has to pick itself back up as well. Look at Hercules, Lefty, and Libra. 2, 3, and 3 each. Devastating is the only one who's even remotely anywhere in terms of kills and overall survivability. And even then, he's a distant second place as compared to Sherry. So it's really been the Sherry show for Phalanx, and that's not something that's good for them. Even if it's won them rounds, don't get me wrong, it's great that it's won them rounds, but they got to do a bit more than that. Those 3 that I just talked about, Hercules, Lefty, and Libra, while they're doing their support ops just fine, they need to pick up a few kills as well in case Sherry goes down.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is what I tell now on the round number 5 after the Sherry picked up the ace. If you want to just try to get down with the victory, Shaheens, maybe just try to find a way to take out Sherry early in the round. Just get the first pick, try to take him out, and they did it right there. For now, it's going to be a 5v5 scenario. Mind you, the bug, it's not a 5v4. It's still a 5v5. Nobody has taken a trade-off for now. If we take an overall look, what Shaheens were doing right in their attacking push was they were trying to get the intel as fast as they can. That's a good nade. Devastating gets the Skywalker. And there you have it. A very similar defense setup from the side of Team Shaheens as well. And what they do, Lefty gets another one. Takes out Doctor. And this was some really good kill from the side of Zofia itself. It's going to be a 5v3 now. It's going to be really hard for the side of Team Shaheens to now hold up their objective. The attackers can just go in, pick up the kills, and get their round itself. But for the side of Team Shaheens, still Mighty Ali has that 1C4. Maybe he can just toss it up and get 2 kills, but that's not going to happen for now. Invi gets 1, Lefty gets out, Zofia going down. But Libra is already very low on HP. He should try to watch these wide angle peaks. But for now, we can see Mighty Ali also trying to hold up the main stage area. So that's already trying to make up his angle, try to just defend his way from this particular line of sight from the side of Study. 15 kill left on the clock, and he gets it on double. There you have it. It's a 3v2 quad kill. Get that ace, baby. But no, it's gonna be Shady. Try to go dog. It's a 1v2. It's very hard to just go on. He gets one. He gets double kill. He gets... No! Boy, what just happened? I really tongue twisted myself, but what just happened? Invi going in, takes up the quad, Sherry gets in, gets out Bandit. It was almost done if that reload wasn't into the play from the side of Sherry, because we can see just 17 bullets left. Oh boy, what just happened? I just want to replay that. Whew.
I think the thing is, right, we saw Sherry trying to cross into Games Room, right? Had he been successful, I think the plant would have actually gone off, because I don't really think the final defender would have had any idea where the Jackal kind of just disappeared to. Sure, it would have given chase, right? And the caller would have been, hey, he's probably going into the Games Room, so you might want to check it. But Sherry could have probably still gotten the kill and gotten away with winning the round, right? That very nearly was a clutch 1v3 clutch, I believe, that Sherry nearly pulled off. Unfortunately, the rotate wasn't quite made to run through, and he got to walk through while crouching. So, you know, it's a whole thing. It's one of those rotates, you know, you need to be careful in it. But unfortunately, in the last 3 seconds of the round, there's only so much that Sherry could have done. And with that, the round was taken by the Shaheens. And mind you, it really has to be, like, credit really has to be given to Mighty Ali in that situation, because of that quad kill. Sitting behind the shield, right next to the model table, inside of Aviator, going up against pretty much the entirety of the attacking team and walking away with 4 out of 5 kills. That takes guts, and that takes some doing. So, full credit to Mighty Ali for that, as he was the one who won them in that moment. As, was it Envy?
Yeah, it was Envy.
Okay, so my bad for that one. Envy getting those kills. Sorry about that if you're watching this in the future. But still, the kills were taken and the round was won. That's really what matters here. And Phalanx,
yeah,
well, they'll be livid that they lost that. It was a 4v2 for them, and they should have won it. But they're going to have to forget about it for now and focus on round number 11. It's a 5-5. 6-5 is pretty much a given at this point. Round number 12, that is. The question is, who is going to win these next 2 rounds, or are we expecting an overtime here?
This can go either way, man. It's 5-5 on the scoreline, but this was, I would say, some comeback. Whether we saw a 4-2 scoreline from the side of Team Phalanx, you gotta give it the credit to the side of Team Shaheens. But overall, when I'm seeing the side of Team Phalanx playing it really well up against a team like Shaheens, I have to say, man, quite a bit a lot. I have said this for the past couple of rounds. They have improved a lot. We're saying get one. There you have it. The opener getting one from the side of Team Phalanx as for now. Just one frag nade left. Maybe they can toss it to the side of Astro Ball India to get that up kill. He finds one. Another one. Oh boy, that was a reflex coming in from the side, devastating. Astro push still being in the play from the side of Team Phalanx. Maybe they can try to make their way, and this nade can be really crucial. You gotta take out the electro coin. He has taken out. Shazar gets one. Lefty gets out. Makes it a 3v4. With that suppressor on UMP, the damage is very soft. Even the fire rate is not onto the favor, but there you have it. Devastating gets up a triple. He gets the quad. Devastating goes on. It's going to be Libra on the other side. And what just happened up again? Team Phalanx just going in, taking those kills, not even opening up the wall. Am I right? They didn't open up the wall. Yeah, they didn't.
They didn't know, yeah.
Oof. Boy, oh boy, this is some action from the side of Team Phalanx. And like I said, man, if Team Phalanx, just try to, even if they get the first map itself, I'm again going to say this because how, just Shaheens are just going back and forth. We can see the decider map, which is going to be Team PAK.
Well, for the time being, it really depends, doesn't it? Because after all, when it comes down to it, this is, of course, round 12 on map number 1. And that is, of course, Shaheens' map pick, mind you. Villa here is Shaheens' map pick. And they're the ones who are expected to win. And if they end up losing out here 7-5 or even on overtime, they will be absolutely livid with themselves. And then they'll need to win on border, which is, of course, Phalanx's map pick. Now, Border is a map that doesn't come out often, if at all, right? Teams like Hunters, KIRA, and now Phalanx are like teams like Hunters and KIRA are the ones who come to mind when Border's brought into play, right? Even MercenarieZ hasn't quite yet solidified themselves on that map. So for Phalanx to bring it out, they clearly have some sort of plan here, and they want to execute it against the Shaheens today, here, and now. But the question is, who's going to be the victor by the time we get there? Trophy statuary has been a hit or miss for both teams right now. And that, of course, makes this round so much harder to call as we move into the action phase.
Yep. Let's see. Or now, again, I'm just going to recorrect that. That's not a 5v4. It's still a 5v5. That's a bug right there. But now Team Phalanx will be on the side of match point. They can just get up this victory right there on the round number 12. So just shut this down right now. Just shut this down. And they have a very golden opportunity. Sherry being on the play for the side of Nook. This can mean something if he is pushing from the side of ground floor area. Try to push him from the red stairs. Yes, you can get one. And he is doing that. He's going for the astronomy stairs push. And if he gets mightily right on the time, this can be a real major push from the side of Team Phalanx, from the side of astronomy.
This could be a big one. It really depends on how Sherry decides to execute this. He's right on Astro stairs, right next to those stairs. In fact, all they need to do is get... Oh, it's actually a grenade ploy. And it could work. There you go. Beautifully done from below. Sherry with the long throw right there gets it on the hoop first try. And that, of course, means that the smoke is now gone. Another grenade has been used, mind you. Sherry has used up both grenades. So that piece of utility is gone. Now Sherry has to rely purely on gun skill here. And the FMG, while a good gun and an easy gun to get headshots with, some would say, is still a low damage gun, especially with the suppressor. So you got to be careful which gunfights you decide to take. Devastating finding Caesar in the meanwhile. Could get another one inside a trophy. He's pushing up mighty close right now. And there goes Envy in the meanwhile. Sherry with another. There's a down happening. Skywalker claiming Lefty in the meanwhile. Is that really going to amount to much? Doctor finding Hercules. They're still stuck here inside of Astro. They haven't quite made any forward plays here. Skywalker finding one more. But no, both of them fall to Libra and Sherry. And overtime will be denied. As it is a 7-5 in the favor of Phalanx, folks. They have beaten Shaheens on their own map. And they'll be going into border 1-0 up. Very much flying high right about now. And as for Shaheens, this defeat will be a devastating one for sure.
Yeah, man. Like talking again for the side of Team Phalanx, how the improvement has been made from the last few seasons of the Community Cup and Pro Series, taking out Shaheens on the map of Villa. Yes, from my perspective, I feel like Villa is a very, I would say, balanced map. From your perspective, you say, yeah, it's a defense-sided. But yeah, in the map of Villa, where there's a lot of space for the both sides to just flank and try to make the spacing for the nade plays, C4s, and whatnot. Taking down Shaheens on a 7-5 score line. And now Shaheens already, lacking and trying to just get their way, trying to balance it on the second map. That's going to be hard, especially onto the map of Border. We, like you said, man, we don't see Border often. Either we could have seen Oregon, either we could have seen Clubhouse, but this time around it's going to be Border. Yes, even onto the map of Border, there are a lot of, I would say, verticality being made from both of the sides. You can place up your C4s on those, some of the objectives. Yes, especially the newer side after the Border rework, you can go on to the side of toll area and the bathroom objective. That's a little bit hard to defend upon. But yes, 7-5 victory. Let's see, man, what Team Shaheens will do on the second map, because they need to make a comeback right there. Because seeing Doctor in that position, seeing a lot of players on that backside really puts me in a sad spot.
Well, it is what it is, as the results have, of course, been tallied up, and we all know what the score is right now. Let's get into the highlights of the game that we just saw to talk a little bit more about it, what Shaheens could do better, and what can be, improved even from Phalanx's side. Because, mind you, while they were taking rounds in a dominant fashion for a good chunk of the game, they still have a long ways to go before they can say that this match is won. Primarily, I would say it's in their late round executes, or in the case of their defense, it's their late round defensive holds. They seem to lose a lot of bodies very quickly, in their defense, right? Especially when push comes to shove, like we see in round 3 here with Sherry. Without this ace, this round would have been lost. It just so happened that Shaheens hadn't cleared, Astro Stairs properly. They hadn't cleared from below properly. Sherry had probably gotten the clearer, the roam clear, whoever it was on first floor beforehand, before getting a kill with the C4, and then moving on to finish off the remaining 3. And again, Sherry, once again from below, the clear on this Goyo wasn't all there from Shaheens, which was their major problem. Their roam clear, their overall presence on first floor, and even horizontally on second floor was dicey at best. They really just tried to brute force the site more than half the time, and that, of course, wasn't exactly how you would expect to play a map like Villa. When it comes down to their defense, it really was back and forth between Shaheens and Phalanx for a good chunk of the second half, as sometimes Shaheens would make those mistakes where they weren't watching their flanks maybe, or they weren't watching their backs, just like that one. Sherry just going up the stairs, gets 2 just like that. The Goya was still busy watching Memorial entry through the top angle rather than trying to get the Jackal, who was still on Astro Stairs. And it was only when Phalanx made the mistake of single file pushing towards a site or towards a room where Shaheens were starting to take them down again. So really it came down to whether or not Phalanx were going to make mistakes, or if Shaheens could force them to make a mistake in a given round. And that, of course, would lead to Shaheens or Phalanx, depending on who, winning a given round. As the highlights, of course, come to an end towards the 7-5 here. The final couple kills will ring out. There you go. Let's go into the match summary, folks. The statistics. Wow. That word becomes a tongue twister for me sometimes. But the statistics coming out between Shaheens and Phalanx. And as you can see, Sherry very clearly head and shoulders above the entire 10 players today. 22-6. That's a 3. That's a 3+ KD right there, folks. 92% KOST, 4-0 on entry, and a 1.7 survival rating. That, if that's not influential, I don't know what is.
Yeah, man, especially after round number 3, he just switched gears, man. Like after that particular ace, that just let everyone to like, boy, you want to come at me? Just come at me. 22-6, that's a lot of kills. Even if it was right on the overtime, if this particular match went in overtime, I'm pretty sure Shady was could have just gone on to 30 kills already. For now, yes, the second map will be the map of Border. Overall, if you talk about the side of Team Shaheens, yes, Skywalker going on 12-10, Doctor 11-9. Overall, I would say Shaheens also performed really well onto the on their attacking side as well. But yes, onto the later half, it was switching back and forth, where already Team Phalanx, already had that lead. Especially talking about some a little bit of those I can call it silly mistakes. It was happening from both of the sides, especially that Jackal going on, taking out Goyo, taking out Jaeger, both of the defenders having no clue that there's going to be one attacker pushing up, taking us out. It was happening from the both of the teams.
Definitely, yes. There were some mistakes being made. We'll see if those mistakes are ironed out in time for map number 2, which will, of course, be Border. The first time we're going to be seeing Border here at the Nationals, folks. So get excited, get hyped, and make sure you've got your dinner, your popcorn, whatever you eat at this time, ready, because we'll be taking a quick break, and we'll be right back with game number 2. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to to the South Asia Nationals. This is something else entirely there. The South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotae Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Bullet, as we are here back once again to bring all of our viewers at home map number 2 of the second game of day 2 of the South Asia Nationals. Let's have a look at the map that we will be going into and the results of the last map, which was, of course, a 7-5 in favor of Phalanx, who will be taking on Shaheens now in their map, Border.
Yeah, like on the first map, 7-5 going to the favor of Team Phalanx. And boy, I gotta say, seeing Phalanx play such tremendously good up against a team like Team Shaheens, that puts me to say, like, where I was saying, like, maybe we will be able to see a map number 3, Desada map, coming into the play after we see Shaheens picking up the victory on Border. That puts me in a question. Like again, Team Phalanx will be attacking, and it's their own pick on the map of Border. Maybe we can see a 2-0 coming into the favor of Team Phalanx. But yeah, who knows? Maybe we can see a 7-0, 7-2, 7-3 from the side of Team Shaheens. But for now, yes, Border is a very unusual pick in our region. And quite often we see Clubhouse, most often we see Oregon. But for a team like Team Shaheens and Team Phalanx, where they are playing onto the map of Border, this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup between these two teams onto the map of Border, that's for sure.
It absolutely will be Border. I am excited to see what these two teams are going to bring up for us here and now, because of course we all know this map is it's an interesting one. That is to say, because we don't really see it too often. I don't think we've seen Phalanx bring out Border at all before. If we have, it's kind of slipped my mind right now. So with that being said, let's not keep our viewers waiting for too much longer, folks. Let's go straight into map number 2, and it is going to be, like we said, a very interesting time here on Border. So let's go into the ban phase, starting off here, and now Shaheens and Phalanx taking on each other, as Shaheens will have the first ban. They are defense first here on this map. Phalanx will be attacking first. So who will Shaheens get rid of? This is not a map they've come to too often either. I think Shaheens versus KIRA Esports, there was a game on Border here, but not against the Hunters, if I recall correctly, as Ace will be the first ban of the map.
Yep. Last time it was it was Flores. If we talk about the first attacker ban, but this time around we can see the attacker Ace getting banned. Yes, onto the map of Border. There are a lot of walls, a lot of entry sites that you want to deny, and yet again we also see Flores getting banned. So Ace and Flores together. Now, if this comes up with a ban of Mute and Valkyrie, it's going to be a classic gunfight siege that we will see onto the classic map of Border. For now, let's not get our excitements, especially for me. For now, we can see what going to be the operator for the side of Team Phalanx to be banned from their side. It's going to be the side of Azami. Yes, we also did did see the side of Azami getting banned from the Team Phalanx itself. Now, who do we see, Shaheens? What's your prediction, Blackjack? Sorry.
Predictions, huh? I mean, I'm not really certain. They're taking their time with the decision. It'll either be Mira or Valkyrie, I feel like. Especially Mira, because she's very strong on this map. No, it's going to be Valkyrie. All right. I mean, understandably so. Valkyrie did come, she was released, with this map. Yeah, she is very handy on Border, because after all, Valkyrie and the map of Border were released on Dustline, Operation Dustline, so long ago. Feels like an eternity ago now that operation happened. So of course she is very good on this map. A pause has been requested. Unfortunately, I think it was a little bit late to be executed on. I'm not exactly sure what the pause was for from Envy's end, but maybe I think we actually got the pause off just in time at 0-0 on the clock. Looks like so. Yep, there we go. Skywalker has disconnected. Looks like a bit of an internet crash, maybe something or the other. Doctor did say that he's playing from distance, like a long distance, I believe that means. So, yeah, we'll have to just wait for a hot minute to get Skywalker connected back into the lobby. As the first side of choice, it's going to be second floor, armory, lockers, and games room, as it were. But for the time being, when it comes to this map, Border, we've never really seen Phalanx be the ones to actively pick it. And at the same time, I don't really think we've seen Shaheens go on this map too much. I do recall them playing it against maybe MercenarieZ or KIRA Esports last time in the Pro Series, but I don't think they played it against Hunters, who were the ones to really popularize Border in South Asia, right? They were the ones who brought it out against KIRA back in Pro Series 2, if I recall correctly. So it's been a hot minute, and we've seen a lot of Border since. So we'll have to see how Shaheens reacts to being taken to Border here by Phalanx. After all, this is their map pick here, folks. So I want to see what, we will have in store for ourselves here on this map as we await Skywalker's return. This is just a game restart, folks. Shouldn't take too long, and we will be right into map number 2. And boy howdy, I'll tell you what, it's always nice to see a Border game. It's sure, the whole argument was that Border hadn't really changed much in the rework. It was more of a map buff, if anything. A lot of the top floor still plays the same. But that's kind of the point, right? Border has always had this odd charm to it, where it's always been a nice map to play, at the very least for me, and it's always been a nice map to spectate and cast over, even though it can get a little samey because teams really just go to armory and bathroom, like second floor armory, first floor bathroom, and workshop whenever they feel like it. So I want to see what Phalanx has in store here. They've definitely got a plan. With all that being said, let's get back into the game, and let's get into round number 1 here, folks, as we get started with this second map.
Yep, let me remind you guys, it was the 7-5 victory over to the map of Villa into the favor of Team Phalanx, and they are already on a one map lead. And if they get this one, they'll be winning this whole matchup series up against Shaheens. And this is not going to be quite easy onto the map of Border. Border has a lot of areas to space for the side of defenders to just come in, catch you off guard. Especially we can see Cesar going for the castle play, and if I'm not wrong, yeah, they are winning for the first classic armory objective pick. Yes, castle can be a very crucial play in this time around, with combined with the cap can combined with the frost combined with the Arudi Surya gate. A lot of traps coming into the play from the side of Team Shaheens. Let's see what the first round goes on for the side of Team Phalanx for now.
Here we go. Action phase in round number 1 is about to get underway here. And of course, some final bits and pieces of the setup are still being put in place. I mean, it's only the first round, of course. Both teams will be feeling each other out for rounds 1 and 2, possibly round 3, depending on how these rounds go. But given how it was in Villa and how quickly they seem to adapt to each other, I would like to see some of that quickness coming in once again here from Phalanx and Shaheens. Phalanx on the attack this time around. Of course, Border is one of those maps that I find a little bit harder to call, whether it's defender-sided or attacker-sided, because having that bit of knowledge in hand really helps me contextualize what's going on my screen. So Border, I'll have to wait a little bit more to make a decision on that, but so far it has felt a little bit attacker-sided, maybe a little bit more balanced, as it were. Not exactly like Chalet. Chalet is definitely leaning attacker-sided slightly, but Border might actually be a bit more balanced, similar to Cafe. Now that's a defender who's getting very, very jumpy over there on that angle that the Sledge was watching. And mind you, a quick switch has happened. Phalanx have brought in the this Sledge player whose name is, I'll only say it once on the stream, guys, Don Escobar, in place of its Libra. So yeah, that's one player I guess you guys have to watch for. But right now, Devastating goes down. Envy gets 1, Envy gets 2. Sherry finding Skywalker on the other side, but this Frost, oh my goodness, Hercules goes down. Oh. Sherry just about finding Mighty Ellie. Lefty getting Envy, who was busy running out of that breach. Sherry so low on HP. Lefty has to try and find another kill here, but no, the long angle from Doctor will find that player. And it's all now down to Sherry, the last one standing. For a hot minute there, it looked like Sherry and Lefty might be able to pull this off, but unfortunately, they simply lost too many bodies too quickly, and it's all up to Caesar and Doctor. We're just going to be chilling in the side, really. Big chilling, as it were. They don't need to do much. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy. Maybe have a cup of coffee as they wait for the Zofia to make her presence known.
Yeah, for now, it's going to be a 1v2 scenario. Sherry in a bad spot for now because she's very low on HP. And let me remind you, folks, Zofia did have that withstand ability, just withstand when she's knocked down, but after the nerf she doesn't have it, so she does not really have a chance for now because Dr. Bots are already on 100 HP. 5 seconds left on the clock. Maybe he can try to take out one guy, maybe he'll try to do it, but both of the defenders are pretty smart for now, because not allowing not going for any of those white peaks, because they know for a fact that let's try to get up the first round victory, try to get up the leads. There you have it. He gets 1. Maybe he can go for the pre-fire. He can make it up, but there you have it. SMG onto the side of Doctor. Picks it up on the first round. Makes it a 1-0 right on the first map. A second map of Border. There you have it. This was a pretty good, interesting take. Oh, what was that? How am I doing over there? Never mind. For now, it's going to be a 1-0 score line for the favor of Team Shaheens. Yes, overall, even on the first map itself, even did they win, I have to say Team Phalanx kind of attack real slow. They take their time. They take their time. Try to just push up when it's when they think that's pretty safe. We can just go and take the rounds, take the skills here and there. But if it's not good to compare. But if I just compare up with Shaheen's attack, they are just pretty fast with their overall push, their overall drone work. So I believe like Team Phalanx try to just utilize the time a little bit more efficiently, if that's the right word. Yeah, that's going to be the right way. Efficiently on how you want to put up your drone right on the spot, how to just approach the entire objective. Maybe then Border can be their victory. But nonetheless, overall, Shaheens were looking overall very good with the defense hold.
5 seconds to go.
I'll have to see how the defensive hold pans out this time. Once again, a big extension into workshop and ventilation by Team
Yeah.
Phalanx, as is standard actually when it comes to the site that is bathroom tellers. And I say standard because extending out into workshop basically makes it a massive area of the map that you already control, the biggest rooms, so to speak. The only rooms that are bigger than this, of course, are waiting room and customs inspection. And there are going to be some there are going to be some lurkers and roamers around those parts of the map as well. They've got the Aruni as well to deter entry and burn utility while the attackers need to use it up to get in there. Doctor is actually playing quite close to the vents window, something I don't really think we've seen too much of, being this much of a forward position, from Doctor's end. But for now, we'll just have to wait and see how this pans out. Mighty on fire early, trying to get one. But of course, just blind firing through the wall, not going to be too much help, as he's got another angle to worry about. That is the fuse here, watching the archives balcony door. Another Zofia utility is used up. They're really going for this roam clear right now. Phalanx, that is. Understandably so. They want these operators taken out, but no, Skywalker is the first one. Sherry's also downed. Oh dear me. And that's 2 already off the board. Ooh.
There you have it, makes it a 4v1. Am I really with that? Another good kill. Devastating all left in a 1v4 scenario. That's not gonna happen for now because there are already 2 defenders upstairs, and there you have it, Skywalker picking up the last kill. And now Shaheens just going and taking those kills right with just being just too good, man. If I just want to recap the last round number 2, just way too good defensive hold up being done from the side of Team Phalanx. 2-0 will be the score line. Team Phalanx still trying to make their way, try to get that 1-round victory, try to equalize. But there's still a lot of time to just experiment things here and there. If I'm recalling it right, it was the side of Team Shaheens only winning up the first round, and then Team Phalanx going in equalizing a 1-1, 3-1, 4-2, and this was a storyline for the last map. For now, yes, on the map of border, things are going to be really interesting. There are a lot of spaces to play upon. A lot of, I would say, interesting operators to just go on. You can, on the map of border, I see a lot of professional teams playing up Oryx. I see a lot of teams playing up going for those sneaky Caveira plays, but that's very, very rare.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Customs inspection, Chaz. For a second there, I was thinking the site was going to be ventilation room, because that's what it seemed to be. The site pick would be ventilation workshop, right? But they changed it last second right there. And they've gone to customs. Now, this site, of course, is also a really good site now after the map buff. I still call it a map buff rather than a rework, because that's really what it feels like to me. Much of the second floor remains largely the same, with a few additions to the map, unlike Oregon, which as a map fundamentally changed, right? But not here, not in this case. So it is what it is. You could call it a map buff, I guess, if you really want, but still, map rework, excuse me, if you really want. But still, that's, of course, semantics. That's besides the point. For the time being, we'll have to see once again how Phalanx reacts to this position that they're being put in, aka not the best position in the world, because, they've kind of lost 2 rounds right at the outset. Something that they definitely were hoping would not happen, I feel like. And that, of course, has made things a little bit more, how should I put this? Made things a little bit more difficult for them. Seems like we might be in for a defender-sided border today. And that's why I said earlier that it feels like border really seems to be a more balanced map between both sides, right? Attack and defense. In the meanwhile, devastating, has been down, but Sherry's there for cover, and you never underestimate Sherry. He knows that line of sight also exists as shots are fired, as Lefty's gonna go down. Mighty Ellie gets one, and the sledge is also DBNO and could be cleaned up on any minute now. Sherry's taking a ton of damage as well. Shots fired, trying to find one. Skywalker cleans up on the sledge. In the meanwhile, that's a jump out to do so. Doctor finds Hercules, and again, just aggressive push-ups from the Shaheens as they keep finding body after body after body. And it's really just down to Sherry and Devastating to do anything about the situation they found themselves in. They keep getting shut down, and they keep getting denied any sort of push into the map, into the site. and it's really just not looking good for them right now.
Yeah, overall, Team Shaheens are looking way too strong for now. Overall, how they're pushing are coming. Doctor picks it up. Makes it a 1v4. Sophia in a real bad spot. Skywalker just comes up, takes her out. And there you have it. Shaheens on a now very, very strong scoreline 3-0. Let me repeat that 3-0. Where if I just take a recap what was going on for the side of last map now, it was the side of Team Phalanx making it up 2-1. For now, yes, Team Shaheens are looking very strong. Where did I put up the statements on the caster desk? Yes, maybe how Team Phalanx got the victory 7-5 on the first map. Maybe we can see another 7-5, 7-6 like that onto the favor of Team Flex. But nope, they're not allowing that to happen. And Team Shaheens on the map of border into the pick of Team Phalanx itself. They're looking very, very strong with the defensive play.
That they most certainly are. Shaheens on the defense on border, okay, they've clearly got a plan, and it seems like if nothing else, Shaheens might actually be more versed with border than we might have initially given them credit for. Phalanx, in the meanwhile, well, they're not exactly doing too hot right now, like you said, right? Last map, they were already up 2-1. They won 2 more rounds after this, and they had made it 4-1 by the time we were in round 6, completely denying anything that the Shaheens had to bring out for that map. But today, well, this map, excuse me, right now, so far hasn't quite been the case. It's really just been a Shaheens shutdown against the side of Team Phalanx. And I mean like Shaheens shutting down the side of Team Phalanx, right? So we'll have to see if Phalanx retaliates properly, if they are able to get themselves back into the running here as we move into the action phase for round number 4. Looking at the overall team composition, pretty standard breach focused, team comp that we've got here. The Thatcher Thermite, the ever classic duo of Rainbow Six, and alongside Nomad, Sledge, Zofia. It really feels like we're just back in year 4, year 5, because that's what the team comp used to be back then. Yeah, that's what the attacker comp used to be before you got like Ace and Kali and so many other attackers who can do so much. And when Nomad or Thatcher would get banned, you could get Gridlock, or you could get like when Kali came out, you would get Kali in the running, right? But anyhow, C4 from Doctor, but that is denied, mind you. That EMP went out, and no matter how many times you press the button, you're not going to be able to get that C4 to blow up because of the Thatcher's EMP. Beautifully, just the timing on that was beautiful. It was probably coincidental, but still, it helps them massively. Devastating low on HP, so is Doctor. The breach has been taken care of on the Phantom side pretty early as well.
Yep. For now, there'll be no damage being done. But like I said, Skywalker picks up 1. There's going to be no matter go down. Mighty really picks up with that. DMR as well. Hercules going on with that beautiful headshot. Lefty with that retreat happening in. Doctor gets out. Makes it 4v3. The Predator is still down onto the side of balcony area. Lefty is on very low NHP. But there you have it. Don Escobar comes up. Skywalker gets down. Makes it up at Invi to take out down Dawn with that free trade happening right there. Makes it a 3v2 defensive side. Still looking very, very strong. Ideally with that DMR, not just stopping. Lefty gets out. He was very low on HP instead. Sherry again left out in a 1v3 scenario. Still has that caliber. Zofia gun has that very, very strong gun power to just go on, make it up a 1v3. But Sherry with that 50% HP, looking very hard.
That it is. Looking quite difficult indeed for Sherry right about now. But he gets the first one to get things started. That is Invi off the board. Saw the head of the Aruni. Knows full well where this player is. Wants to get this kill. There's a barbed wire stopping him as well. Uses one of the impacts. Tries to rotate around, but the Aruni herself has also moved since. Gets another one. That Caesar gone. That's all up to Mighty Ellie, the last one standing. Probably going for the diffuser recovery. But Mighty Ellie had the angle from deep inside a fountain and denies the potential clutch that could have been from Sherry. And this is the thing, right? This is what I pointed out in the last map that we played, is that, while the first half for Phalanx was so good, a lot of it relied on Sherry getting multi-kills each and every round, right?
Yeah.
And there's only so much that one player can do for a given amount of time. Sherry seems to have slowed down a little bit, probably, feeling the amount of energy that was burnt in map 1 only, keeping the team alive. I mean, need to remind our viewers, he went 22-6 at the end of 12 rounds. That is an insane amount of kills for just one player to have that consistently as well in one given map. Phalanx definitely feeling the fact that Sherry has slowed down a little bit, and even then Sherry's 6-4 going into round 5, while the rest of the team is struggling behind, as Dawn is at 1, Lefty's at 2, Devastating's at 1, Hercules at 0, and it just really seems to not be clicking for Phalanx, which then begs the question, if Border was this weak for Phalanx from the outset, why would they go here? I think they probably tried a surprise pick, maybe, because I'm not seeing anything from them that might suggest, you know, some sort of Border mastery from their side, because I'm just not getting it, you know, that Border mastery that I thought we'd see from Phalanx on this map, given that it is their map pick. I'm reinstating that again, you know, that they were the ones to pick this map. They took the Shaheens here. So they clearly seem to know something, maybe they thought it'd be a surprise pick, but whatever it is, it ain't working.
Yeah, they are getting surprised from the side of Team Shaheens, because 4-0 after 2 rounds, if you know the Shaheens just go on win the next 2 rounds for their side, it's going to be a match point, and that is very possible when you're seeing a 4-0 scoreline. But now we can see overall Lefty going in full push from the side of West balcony area. There is no defenders right now from their spot, so yes, they can go and push up toward the side of Armory. Fuse can come into the play as the objective is right down below. But for now, Skywalker and the other guy, they're just trying to hold up toward the side of Fountain area, and they can make things very hard for the side of 2 of the attackers who are trying to make their way inside the Armory area. Sorry.
Well, we've got the air jabs coming in, and the shots are being fired already from inside of the office room. Lefty taking a bit of damage, goes down to Dr. C4. Timing, beautifully done so. The fuse gone. And that, mind you, is the hard breach also gone that they would have so needed to get hatches open, to get so many things done. They've got Hercules, the Hibana is still there, but the clearance on the top floor just isn't happening. They seem to just be able to get no room to work with anything. There is going to be one hatch, I think, opened up by Hercules. That's one piece of the Hibana's utility used up. But that's the thing. Look at the hold that Shaheens has, and look at the confidence. That will be shot a little bit with Skywalker going down. That's the first body to go down so far. Mighty Ali is now DBNO as well. We heard an explosion. Could have been the grenade from Dawn, aka the sledge. That could, of course, be cleared up as Mighty Ali goes down as well. There we go. The Melusi, who was down just a second ago. Doctor finding Sherry in the meanwhile, 3v3. As the round comes to a bit of a standstill. They've got the sledge, so they can still make those vertical lines of sights. But, folks, the site itself is actually in bathroom and tellers, not in, you know, ventilation and workshop, as Phalanx seems to be convinced about that. No, there we go. They're going to be going into the drop for bathroom, but the question is, can they actually survive this? Because there's 2 lines of sight watching the drop and watching any escape from the drop as well. They really want to go for this.
10 seconds left.
And they're going to do so. The flashbangs are out. The drop is about to come in any second now. The plant is happening. Hercules is going for it. Can they get the planter? No, they can't. Yes, they can. Caesar gets it. And there you go.
Lovely.
The round is won by Shaheens again. Again, just the clearance that they need, you know, that Phalanx needs is not there. They're losing their gunfights, really. They have the right idea to go for the right spots, but they're losing these gunfights so quickly and so in such emphatic fashion as well. Shaheens are just winning every single way to Sunday.
Man, this is way quick, man. 5-0, like what? It's already been like 15-16 minutes. Maybe Team Phalanx need to take a pause. They have a chance. They need to take a pause because it's a 5-0 now. After this, if you like, I'm not going to say that they're going to lose. If you lose, probably, if that happens, it's going to be a match point for the side of Team Chains. And you don't want that to happen. A team where Dr. Cesar, Mighty Ali, and just 3 names, they are just way too older players. Not underestimating the side of Team Phalanx because they have already won the first map on the side of Villa. They have the chance to just make a comeback onto the map of Border. But they just need to catch their breath, from my perspective.
10 seconds remaining.
That they do. That they really, really do. Shaheens and Phalanx at the minute. It's a game that's pretty much been very topsy-turvy, you know? Very
Yeah.
up and down in terms of what it has brought here for us at the casting desk, specifically because it's a game that's been so hard to call. You know, nobody thought that Shaheens would actually lose out on their map pick Villa, and let alone against a team like Phalanx. Phalanx is a good team, don't get me wrong, but the way Shaheens played Pro Series 3, you'd think that Phalanx wouldn't really stand too much of a choice. Maybe a 7-4-7-5 in Shaheens' favor, but the exact opposite happened, a 7-5. So then you start thinking that, okay, maybe Phalanx has a lot more bite than we gave them credit for. And maybe that is still the case, but right now on Border, I'm not seeing anything that's really giving me those same vibes that we saw on Villa. A jump out from the Pulse will find devastating one of the hard breachers that Phalanx brought out for this endeavor. Caesar finding Hercules in the meanwhile. That's 2 down now. Could potentially get a third because of the Zofia outside of the main wall of armory. You know, he's going to move out instead to the hallway. Finds the sledge. 5v2. Will it be a 5v1? No, it's going to be a 4v2. Lefty gets Caesar. That, of course, makes it one less defender to worry about. Make that 2. Sherry finding Skywalker. Lefty is less than half, mind you. But still, it could still work out in their favor. Shane's favor, that is. All they have to do now is hold back and wait for the attackers to come to them, or Invis is going to kill everybody.
Yeah, that's what will happen. There's already 6-4 right now, trying to find up Shady. Shady onto the Zofia, trying to find up last 3 defenders. That's not gonna be easy for now. He spots them with that pulse. There you have it, going for the wall back, Mighty early, and he has also given away the intel that Shady is still right now onto the hatch of armory lockers, and maybe just in we can walk up to him and kill him and make it a 6-0, and that's gonna happen now. It's just very into the favor of Team Shaheens. Overall map, the Team Phalanx, like I said, they need to catch their breath on the last round. They're looking very, very shaken and in a bad spot to the map of water.
Sherry's still running around all over the map trying to find even anything to really go off of. How many times have we seen Sherry in the 1vx now? Like 3-4 times in this first half so far. And that, of course, doesn't really bode too well. Shots are about to be fired, either from Customs. Oh, okay. I don't think Envy quite meant to get the kill there. That really just seemed to be a spray into Tellers for the sake of it. And he had just happened to catch the Zofia right on the last bullet of the spray as well. Still, a kill is a kill, and a round is a round. Shaheens. What a map, really. We were so we were thinking like, okay, Phalanx has maybe this strat, maybe that strat in the break that we took between maps, that maybe, oh, Phalanx could do this, they could do that, you know, this map could go this way and that way, and well, that's kind of not the case here. 6-0, map point to the side of Shaheens, and, well, shall we just say that Phalanx has completely fallen apart here.
Yeah, man. But still, man, we still have map number 3. Even if Shaheens gets this one 7-1, 7-2, 7-0, but still they have the last map where I think things can go anywhere wrong. On the map of Team PAK, I've got to say this, even it's not my favorite. It's really hard to defend upon. It's really hard to even attack upon. There's a lot of spaces where defenders can come out from anywhere. But for now, Team Phalanx need to think, need to take a pause. I guess they still have one tactical pause remaining for this half. So it's better if they just take a pause and just try to rethink, try to recommunicate what's going wrong, how they can make a comeback. I think it should be their decision for now. For 6-0, they are in a real bad spot. And it's definitely not in their control for now.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. And the match has really just flown away from them in such short time as well. Really wouldn't expect that, you know, map number 2 of a game that already had a 7-5 map 1 would be a 7-0 in favor of the team that lost map number 1. But It really looks like that. Again, it's not there yet, and there could be a few rounds taken by the Phalanx, Team Phalanx, excuse me, which could then result in a massive upset even. I mean, it's Rainbow Six, right? Never say never. Hercules, beautiful peek right there, double dipping on that rotate that's been made into this wall here, a fountain, finding the Thatcher. Caesar going down first. There could be a second. Envy is now low. But mind you, Envy is being really confident about his gunfights in this matchup today. So the Wamai here has to be careful. Sherry taking damage in the meanwhile. Nearly had a shot there. Almost lining it up, but not quite as well.
Yeah.
Holding back. The grenades have come out. It's not going to catch him quite, but there's somebody from below. Doctor comes in as the Nook and gets another. There's the Jaeger. Shots fired. Devastating now. Downed as well. Should be cleaned up on any minute now. Skywalker has taken a bit of damage. Minute 20 on the clock.
Yup. Hey, Hercules up to the peak. He gets double. Oh, your boy makes it a 4v2, and Mariel and Doctor left out in a bad spot. Well, it's going to be a 4v2 scenario. Lefty is still with that 100% HP, trying to just place his way, being that anchor with that Echo drones right up Yokai. Yokai drones getting into the play. For now, that Skywalker just going in, Hercules going in, picking up those guys. That was some reflex and action coming in from that guy. For now, it's going to be really hard for the side of Shaheens to just go on for the 7-0 victory, or we can see a 6-1 score line for now on the map of bottom.
Well, we'll have to wait and see about that. Sledge slowly walking in as the quad kill for Hercules rings out. Sherry finds Mighty Ali. So a round has been taken back, and well, I would say better late than never, but it's still a dire situation to be in for Team Phalanx as they have put themselves on the board, sure, but it's a 6-1. It's still map point for Shaheens here. So, you know, Phalanx can't exactly breathe easy at all, because they've got another 5 rounds to win if they want to make anything out of this match here.
Yeah. This is really hard, man. It's like you don't allow Shaheens to even just get on, try to take a control over a particular site. You have to do that. If that's not gonna happen, Shaheens will come out even if you go to, you know, up till 6-4, 6-3, 6-2. Shaheens will just get in, get that one round, and take the win for themselves. So Team Phalanx need to do a real hard job for now, and that hard job is not gonna be like so easy to just go on and make the score line up till 6-6. It's gonna take a lot of time and effort on the side of Team Phalanx.
10 seconds to insertion.
As we head into action phase for what is now going to be round number 8, folks, Chains are still only 1 round away from finishing it up, and it still looks very likely that they might just be able to do so. They've got the lineup to do it. Doctor on the Nook clearly seems to be, you know, a bit of a thorn in Phalanx's side, maybe, if, of course, played well. Nook is a fantastic operator, but she got to play the stealth aspect of her very well. You know, just like how KIRA is. KIRA, you can't afford to be sighted, spotted, or even, you know, heard. If any of those things happen, well, say goodbye to your stealthy plays as Hercules. What is the ideation there? He's really flirting with danger on Armory right about now, as that open foot level angle that's made on that main wall isn't going to be helping him all too much. He's very low on HP too. Then he's going to go out to try and take care of utility on the vents door, the workshop door, excuse me, as the push is going to come in any minute now. There's players in the hallway. There's a big presence on second floor. What a shot from the Wamai. Dawn takes a beautiful kill, but doesn't see the player right by the desk, the, you know, circular desk inside a CCTV. And there goes the trade immediately. Shots are about to be fired as the Jaeger was right there in small office not too long ago. Smoke grenade is thrown out as the second floor is almost entirely abandoned. Phalanx knows they need to save their bodies for the late round, and they will do just that as the utilities on second floor are cleared up slowly but surely.
For now, they still have a chance to just push into the side of Team Phalanx. Skywalker plays it that Claymore, and he gets one. They, like I said, they can play that vertical play as they have Sledge, but for now, Envy goes down towards the side of ground for area. Sherry picks one. Skywalker going down. this is gonna be a classic, I would say, gunfight trade-off. Maybe they are trying to push up to the side of BA objective area. You see two of those attackers making their way, and all three of them are making their way to the side of B area, B bomb area. So maybe we can see a plant push coming in from their side. Not, I would say, trying to get in with those frags, because that will be very hard for the side of Team Phalanx for now.
That it will be, but you know what else is going to be making it pretty difficult? Sherry getting that kill, rotated up to second floor, a big flank, and one that might have just worked out. And there goes Mighty Ellie. Devastating takes that kill as he goes down to the Iana, but no, there is Lefty
lovely.
coming in, finding Envy as well. Beautifully defended again from Phalanx, as they clearly have an idea here of what to do and what to go for on the defense. They've put 2 rounds on board now. Shaheens still in a commanding position, as they still would need to lose 4 rounds to, be pushed into overtime. So Phalanx still have pretty much an uphill battle here. Like, not just uphill, it's almost at a 90-degree kind of uphill while pushing a boulder up the hill kind of uphill. It's a very difficult fight they have in front of them, but they can pull it off potentially. Will they, though? That is the question here. 2 rounds. Nothing to celebrate about. I mean, a little bit to celebrate about. They have 2 rounds at least, right? But that celebration needs to be short and sweet, because they need to get more. So many more.
So many more, exactly. Like I said, man, how did they not allowed to get that vertical control? They just have to just not let them even get inside the map. This is how they have to do it. And like I said, it's not going to be easy. There's a lot of hardware needs to be. They really need to put up that real effort. For now, we can see the bathroom and the terrace area going in for the objective point. 6-2 for the side of Team Phalanx, not in the favor. Shaheens, yes, they just need 1 round and they should able to do it. I would say pretty good. Like, they can just take a little bit of time, try to do with the drone work, try to get up that intel, try to play with those utilities. You have 3 of those flashbangs. You can see 2 smokes from the side of Cesar. Ideally, with that 2 nades, they have a lot of utility projectiles in play, which they can utilize and just try to take these guys out. We can see 3 of the defenders playing on the second floor. Now, this is something, and let's see what goes by from their side.
Indeed. There's going to be shots fired, and one of them's in danger. Indeed. Oh my goodness, Sherry, what was that play? Finds Skywalker. Mighty Ellie does get the trade back, because the castle had nowhere to really go, and Mighty Ellie was just right on the corner to get the refrag. But that's still a big drop. Your Ash is gone, and that's a good bit of the entry frag already taken care of. Skywalker loves doing the entry frag. He plays the Ash a lot. But that's 1 down. Potentially 1 more, as the Alibi has a tag on a Lion, maybe. At least the, idea of where the Lion is. Shots are fired right behind said Alibi. And that, of course, means Lefty's going to try and investigate. Doctor finds devastating in the meanwhile. That's a big drop as well, as there goes your Mute. The Alibi and the Jaeger still above. They're really trying to hold this down. It's a 4v3. It's a difficult position to be in. But both of them have a bit of knowledge about what to expect. Doctor gets Lefty, though. There goes the Osa. Thermite pushes in. Beautifully done. And lovely. Doctor gets Dawn as well. Lovely. Beautifully coordinated on the, on the overall trend of things. And really, I have to say, well adapted by the side of Shaheens, as they will be the ones to secure map number 2. 7-2 to them, as it is a map that has ended in 9 rounds. We didn't even go to double-digit rounds. And Phalanx did put up a bit of a fight, but it was just too little too late at the end of the day. So, folks, we will be going to map number 3. Indeed, map 3, which is Theme Park, probably one of the most defender-sided maps in the entirety of the map pool of competitive Siege, will be coming out. But before that, we've got a few more things to talk about. I do want to talk about this map border that we saw. And I feel like Phalanx is kind of fell apart, really, from a fundamental team coordination level, because their defense was completely rocked with so many issues. It seems like they weren't coordinating properly. The comms probably weren't clear. Their positioning was absolutely awkward at best. All of that just kind of coming together, and they kept losing their gunfights as well, which obviously didn't help. All of that coming together to really make the first half, the defensive half for them, absolute hell. So, it is what it is. 6-0 in the first half. Shaheens will be very happy with this. That, of course, is true because this reinstates their momentum as well. Let's go to the match highlights and talk a little bit more about that, shall we? As, I just got to say, Shaheens will be very happy about this. And now that resets map 3 and really makes it, as our dear friend and colleague CCP likes to call it, a glorified best of one.
Yeah, like the glorified best of one. Yeah, we are missing CCU for now. Like I said, man, even if like Team Phalanx, when like I said this when the we were talking on the casters, even before the map was started, Team Phalanx when they were getting those leads in, like when we saw the 4-2 score line, I thought for a second, yes, Shaheens can do it, but with this kind of victory, like a 7-2 victory on the map of border, Shaheens got that boost up right there, the momentum boost up right there. On which they can, yes, will they carry on to the map of Team PAK? Yes, they have to, because like you said, Team PAK, yes, it's a very, very, I would say, like kind of a defensive sided map in the entire of Rainbow-Six-Siege map pool. But Team PAK is, from my perspective, it's a very hard map to play a competitive match on. Talk about the side of attackers, you have a lot of, I would say, entry points to just block on if you're just going in for it. If you're not taking the defenders out in the early stage of the round. Even if for the side of defenders, there are a lot of spaces from where fuse can come in, from where the grenades can come in. So it's I would say, a hard map for both of the sides. And yes, on the map of Team PAK, my predictions are not there, man. This can go anywhere around, especially when you see a 7-5 scoreline on the map of Villa, and then you see a 7-2 scoreline map of Border. Yes, there's going to be a best of one scenario for now for the side of both teams. But take a look at the highlights. Yes, we did saw some overall good, some of the individual plays from the side of Lefty, some of the good individual plays from the side of Sherry. But still, it was very late, even on the side of defensive rounds, even on the side of attacking, what we saw in the last 2 rounds. But for the side of Shaheens, they'll be really, really happy with that momentum boost on winning the last map of Border with a score line of 7-2.
Well, for the time being, I guess we'll have to wait and see what Theme Park has in store for us. Shaheen's gaining so much momentum off of this 7-2 that they just had. And some of the plays from them were really, really good. I think we can all agree on that. The runouts whenever they needed it, the absolutely aggressive peaks left and right. It really was just down to some great choices being made by the side of the Shaheens, and Phalanx, unfortunately, quite literally failing to make some of those choices for themselves. They were just all over the place, and they seem to have a lack of intel. They seem to have a lack of, I don't know, utility maybe. It was just all over the place. And even when they tried to emulate the defense of Shaheens, you can only go so far, right? You need a couple rounds to be able to burn through in case you start losing again, and you need to readapt, because trying something new isn't going to work out the first time, that's for sure. It's Siege after all, right? Takes a second to adapt. But Phalanx simply didn't have that kind of leeway. They were shut down. It was an 0-6 situation. They had to play perfect Siege right from the outset. Otherwise, they would be shut down. And that's exactly what we saw happen. Phalanx, really unfortunate. It is what it is. They will simply have to take this on the chin and move into map number 3 with renewed enthusiasm. But something tells me that their energy levels will be a little drained after this map. It was quick, don't get me wrong, but a loss like this comprehensive of a loss, especially this quick of a loss, definitely takes its toll on you and your energy levels. So let's have a look at the stats of the game, i.e. the match summary. In just a second here. There you go, folks. I'm interested to see what the Shaheens have for us here. 11-3 to Doctor, really popping off this game. 70% cost as well, doing just about everything he possibly could to keep Shaheens ahead by the wide margin that they had. Skywalker having the best entry in the meanwhile, 2-1, but a 5-cent 44%, pretty quiet game for Skywalker in the meanwhile. Caesar 4-5, but a much higher cost means that Caesar was playing the support role and playing it well. Envy with the 9-7, Mighty L with 8-4 and a 67%. And in the meanwhile, for Phalanx, Sherry once again 11-7. Clearly, again, head and shoulders above the rest. 11-7, 89% cost, and 2-0 on the first kill. 1.43 survival rating. But look at the rest of the team. Hercules 78 and 33% cost. Lefty 56% 4-6. Devastating 44% 2-7. And Dawn, the player that they swapped in place of their other player that I
Yep.
forgot the name of. Forgive me for that. But the player that swapped in for this map, 2-8 and 33%. Yes, Dawn swapping in for Libra, excuse me. Had a moment there, folks. But yeah, Phalanx once again relying so heavily on Sherry. And Sherry, I mean, this is what's going to happen if you rely so heavily on one player. If said player fails to perform, then it's going to be a tough match.
Like man, this can go anywhere from my perspective, but overall, yes, Sherry, Lefty, Hercules, what we saw on the map one as well, they have a lot of work, a lot of things to carry upon onto the last map. Like you said, man, glorified BO1, that's going to happen on the map. That's going to be the side of Theme Park. For the side of Theme Park, there's a lot of spaces. Like I said, I have to keep on repeating, a lot of spaces where the attackers can work their way up. There are a lot of spaces where defenders can surprise the attackers with those flanks up coming in. So some of those operators are even to see in the play. Yana, Nomad, even if like we are seeing some pretty unique bans. Not gonna say unusual, some unique bans from the side of these teams. What if they allowed to ban Ace from either side? What if they ban Nomad from their side? So let's see what will be the story on the map of Theme Park for now.
Well, with all that being said, folks, we will be going into map number 3, Theme Park, in just a short moment. But before that, we need a quick break here to recharge. So until then, map number 3, Theme Park, will be coming very soon. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals, Day 2, match number 2, map number 3. It is, of course, Shaheens versus Phalanx here. Of course, here at the South Asia Nationals, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and hosted here at the Esports Club, and alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. So, with all that out of the way, yes, map number 3. Let's go into the map results to see exactly what we've seen so far and what we are yet to see, as me and my co-host Bullet take you through the 3 maps that will now comprise of this game.
Yeah, on the first map itself, yes, Team Shaheens did had a good start, but overall, Team Phalanx, both the teams were doing a few mistakes here and there, but in the end, it was Phalanx to take up the victory with a very good scoreline, coming up on their side with 7-5. But on towards the map of border, things went a little bit way more bad for the side of Team Phalanx, and border 7-2 into the favor of Team Shaheens, and now 7-2 scoreline with that momentum being onto the favor of the side of Team Shaheens. What goes on to that map of the decided map of Team Park? boy oh boy, we are just not ready for this. Overall, I would say Team Phalanx also do have a chance to just catch their breath, try to just reconsider what they are doing wrong, what they are doing right, try to talk with the team a little bit, try to get that coordination right in. But Team Shaheens with that 7-2 victory momentum, they are in for a ride. And but of course, let me remind you guys, it's going to be the side of Team Phalanx to also attack first onto the map of Team PAK as well. Now, Team PAK, when you are going for the defenders side first, yes, you do have a little bit of advantage to get those round victories up ahead, get those round lead up ahead. But also, as an attacker, you have a lot of space to just play in and deny those defenders coming into your way.
That is, of course, true. Theme Park, a map that is considered heavily defender-sided. We'll see how it goes as we move into the match itself. Yes, folks, we're not going to keep you here for long. Match number 2, map number 3 is a go as we go into the ban phase straight off the get-go. As we have, of course, Phalanx on one map, they've won. Shaheens on one map, they've won. So it's a 1-1 situation. And, yeah, there you go. Excuse me right there. I was pointing it out in a roundabout way. But anyhow, we're going to be going into the bans, and Ace will once again be the first ban from the side of Shaheens. They really don't want to deal with this Heart Breacher, understandably so. Fantastic weapon kit and fantastic, very versatile breaching tool. That, of course, means that the Shaheens will be banning out the Ace to start us off.
Like I said, man, if either of the side bans Ace or Nomad, things get to start more interesting. Now, Thatcher being banned up, Ace getting banned up. What do you have left? You have those secondary hard breach chargers. Even though if they went in for the ban of Kaid, oh boy. Now this is gonna be really interesting, my friend. Thatcher being banned, Kaid being banned, Ace being banned. That's half of those highest picked operators in the entire of Rainbow-Six-Siege. And for the last, I will be not surprised to see Val getting banned from the side of Team Shaheens. Yeah, there you have it. Valkyrie also getting banned. So overall, a good ban coming in from both of the sides. But Kaid and Ace ban from on the map of Theme Park. There's going to be a lot of gunfights, individual gunfights taking place from both sides. That's for sure.
Absolutely. So right now, Shaheens versus Phalanx in round number 1 of Theme Park. We're going to see Shaheens, of course, on the defense, Phalanx on the attack. The first site of choice, no surprises right there. It is first floor, armory, and throne room. A site that we've seen time and time again that mostly goes towards the defenders. Just you got to make sure to defend it well. And if your enemy team, is looking to get vertical established all the way up on second floor, then you'll have to play accordingly. Now, interestingly enough, I think that Shaheens might be looking to extend into barrel room. Actually, they've got the rotate and they've got the utilities being placed in there as well. As we have utilities placed up above, you've got the frost mat covering the hatch drop right next to the vending machine in the corridor itself. Probably some setups towards cafeteria. Yes, the shield and the ADS. And of course, you've got the Mute Jammer protecting the wall of office right next to the vault itself. There might be a couple of long lines aside that are protecting the hallway that comes into waiting room outside from the cash room, which has the balcony where the attackers normally come in from. There is a reinforcement off on the wall, between initiation and bunk as well. So they're really going to hunker down slightly above the site and slightly adjacent to the site as well. So a lot of extensions here from Shaheens, stretching themselves out really far and wide on the map.
Yeah. For now, even though I still think, man, how, Team Shaheens got their victory at 7-2-1 onto their favor, they still can, try to get up those lead onto the map of Team PAK. But for now, yes, Team Phalanx need to rethink a bit different. Try to push up, try to take up those defenders a little bit different. For now, Doctor maybe has that intel that some of these guys are pushing from that area. But no! That was a fight coming in from the side of Sherry. Doctor gets out. I was about to say Doctor picks up Sherry, but this time around it's going to be the opposite one. Sherry picks up Doctor, and that's going to be the opener kill coming in from the side of Team Phalanx. Doctor gets out.
That's a big drop right there. That is your Frost taken care of. But most importantly, that is Doctor gone. Doctor loves being effective on the map for the entirety of the round. So for that player to go down, he's not going to be taking it too lightly. Skywalker's still above, and there is a roam clear slowly coming towards him. So he's got to be careful as, Phalanx approaches ever so, I would say slowly, actually. Theme Park is one of those maps where the advancement is slow. Attempt at an impact trick on the Thermite Breach happened there, but unfortunately the impact trick itself didn't quite work out. Gemini will be shot. That's Mighty Ali on the Maestro. As he's gonna, I was gonna say he might have actually gotten that, but no, Devastating fires back, getting a beautiful kill onto the Maestro, now making it 3v5. The site, while they've hunkered down on it, it's gonna be difficult to stay in there. Grenades out, will not catch a whole lot of anything as Lefty kills Skywalker, gets that one. Sherry finding Envy, and it's a full collapse right about now. There's one remaining on Split, and it's Caesar who finds Lefty. That's one kill, but he needs 4 more. He's flashed out of his mind thanks to the Ying. Call the weekend because he's blinded by the lights, and Sherry comes in and puts him out of his misery. As that is a very clean take from Team Phalanx going into the first round, and that little spin from the castle, it was absolutely lost on what to do even. Yeah, I feel it.
Like you say, blinded by weekend. Yeah, that's what's playing in his background. Jokes apart, but yeah, this was a very, very good side push coming from the Team Phalanx. How Doctor went out on the first opener pick right there, and then both of these, Ying and the Harbreacher try to make their way. Still, I think how Team Phalanx have banned banned Thatcher and Kaid with together themselves as a team. This can be that one point where Team Phalanx can get those attacking round victories with their in their bag. This can be that one fight because mute. It's not every time mute jammers can help you out for the wall denial. The hard breach denial, but for denying intel, it's pretty much good. For now, not allowing the line of sight from the wall being destroyed by the hard breachers. I guess they gotta pick up Bandit for now because how they have just went into target Kaid, this can prove very, very beneficial for the side of Team Phalanx, which what I think personally.
Maybe so. We'll have to wait and see how Phalanx can turn the tides of the momentum of this game. Because again, Shaheens, they came into map number 3 with a lot of momentum thanks to an absolutely fast win that they had on the second map. It was a 7-2. It looked like a 7-0 for the longest time as well. So, Shaheens are not going to be too happy about losing out here on the first round, but it's only one round. Things can change pretty quickly. Utilities and operators are going to be pinged as a result of the drones being thrown in, as the final bits of setup are finished that are facing the cash room side and cash room balcony. Of course, long lines of sight define this particular part of the map, and of course, it's not going to be helped by the Aruni Surya gates, the mute jammers that are just denying utility and intel so often. As the sledge pushes up through Dragon Stairs, Sherry is getting mighty close to one of the sites. He's in security already, but shots are fired. There's a Goyo here trying to take him down. The drone can't progress any further because of the mute jammer, so it's got to stay there. Intel gathering is immediately paused. But of course, Shaheens and Phalanx both can afford to wait, but Phalanx can't stay still for too long. They have to get a couple of ops here, a couple of kills, and then try to push into the site.
Yeah, for now, Cesar playing in with that prone status with that Goyo. For now, Shady trying to pick up a little bit here and there, but Cesar comes up with a head on a 5v4 right there on the spot. And I gotta say one thing, I'm seeing the first time Cesar playing up. And with that UMP on the last 2 map itself, and with that Goyo, he is a guy with really, really good mechanical skill right there. Mighty playing up to the side of office with that SMG-11 a shotgun combo. Skywalker comes in, takes out Hercules, and this time now going to be defused down. Mighty also coming up, but I guess Laser Sight has given up its position. But a Doctor coming up, but another beautiful kill for his team. Mighty Ali picks up one with that Lefty going down. It's going to be Don Escobar just left out, makes it up 1v4, but nope, it's going to be Mighty Ali to shut down Escobar and makes it up a 2-0 with the Shaheens. I'm really sorry, a 1-1 scoreline.
1-1 to the Shaheens as they will put themselves on the board pretty quickly. Very similar to Villa, where, Phalanx, Shaheens had taken round number 1, and then Phalanx took round number 2 right back from them.
Yeah.
It was a 1-1 score starting off, and Villa is, of course, rather defender-sided as compared to something like, say, Border, which, while I did say is normally a little attacker-sided or balanced depending on the argument, today really it was just, how should I put it, Shaheens-sided, right? So right now, going into round number 3, let's see what the adaptation is from Team Phalanx. We've got a Mira coming out by the Shaheens. Caesar's got that Spanish defender going right about now. Understandably so. Mira is a very powerful operator, and she is available. Might as well use the abilities that she brings to the table. Specifically, of course, the one-way Black Mirror. So powerful, so influential. When Mira came out, way back in Velvet Shell, she was literally meta-changing. That's how strong they are. And mind you, Azami also sits in somewhere of a similar, I should say, influence to the game that Mira did. With her reconstruction abilities and the amount of cover that she can spawn with her Kiba barriers, fantastic work can be done with the Azami, and Caesar, of course, with the Mira. Partnering with the Azami now makes things all the more difficult for the side of the Team Phalanx, who are going to be attacking this entire setup.
Yep. For now, we can see a similar kind of setup coming in from the side of defense, but the Hunters instead of picking up Goyo for that gun, but this time with that Mira play with that black window. But for now, I think that how Shaheens got that last victory up into that initiation site on how just Goyo was playing in. It was a commending play coming out of Shaheens. Let me remind you, folks, it was the last map where 7-2 was the scoreline to the map of Border, which was very much unexpected from the side of Team Phalanx, not being able to even, secure a very good victory. A flawless victory onto any other round. Let's see what the story goes on onto the map of Team PAK. For now, there you have it. They're trying to make their way from the side of the side balcony area. A similar kind of push coming in again from the side of Team Phalanx. Let's see if the defense team will be able to read that one up and, try to do the usual thing. And there you go, Evo. Skywalker picks up Don Escobar, makes it a headshot, makes it a 5-4. And that was a clean long headshot right up with that doorway. And Sherry, as we can see, poking in towards the side of Dragon's Chase area. I guess he is assuming that's going to be one defender playing up. But I guess there's no one playing into the side of the ground floor area.
What a shot right there from Hercules. Immediately gets shut down by Mighty Ellie, pushing up the bathroom, mind you. And that, of course, is a quick trade of bodies, but Devastating goes down to Caesar, and immediately the advantage is clear. Flashbangs are out, and the Mira has to retreat, but Envy's here for cover, and that means Lefty is down and out. Leaving, of course, Sherry, the Zofia, who was on the bottom floor not too long ago, to try and clean up this mess that is this round. Can he get a kill here? Potentially, maybe. There is one player in security, that is the Wamai. Impacts are out, shots are fired. And nobody seems to be able to get anyone. Oh, there we go. Sherry does find Envy, but Caesar comes in at the nick of time to support the Zofia. And there you have it. Another round goes the way of the Shaheens as they put themselves 2-1 up on the board.
Yeah, onto the map of Theme Park, where some of the sites are very, very much unexpected to just play as defenders. For now, they're doing a pretty good job as the side of defenders, but we can see Mastro coming into the play on the side of Mighty Ali, and also we can see Envy going for the side of Azami. I guess where we are seeing the last two maps, we were seeing Blackjack Azami getting banned. I guess it was a target ban, because I remember Mighty Ali also playing up Azami on the last, if I'm not wrong, Pro Series. I also did see Envy picking up Azami and playing really good with it. So that can be one case, but for now we can see the ground floor area objective getting into the play from the side of Team Shaheens. And as usual, yes, it was the same site where we saw Team Phalanx winning up the first round on this map, but this tells a lot in what they want to do as the defending part now. Because on the last time it was Ying, Candelas all over the place on the face of Cesar. But for now, yes, they'll try to avoid that situation. They have the Mastros Evil Eye, they have
Objective is to defuse the bomb.
Czar's armored barricades. They can, waste a lot of time from the side of attackers to just push on and get those utilities into the play.
For the time being, we're just going to wait and see what Phalanx has to bring out. Again, the adaptation, the burden of adaptation is on them right now because they're the ones who have lost a couple of rounds after winning out round 1. And mind you, excuse me right there, their play on Throne Room was actually really, really good. So they would be looking to, try and repeat some of that so that they can at least make it 2-2 and turn things a little bit around going into the rest of this matchup here. And of course, that's going to matter a lot. Phalanx at the minute, they have quite a lot of work to do, quite a lot of leg room to gain. And a lot of that, it's going to take a lot of effort from their end as well. You've got the Ying pushing up pretty close as well. Sherry looking to try and get himself into close to the site position, which is, of course, Armory Throne Room once again. So we've got the attackers, dropping in slowly but surely, making their presence known. You've got the castle barricades as well to deal with. Of course, that is going to be its own nuisance down the line. No bodies have dropped yet, mind you, at the minute 35 mark. Usually 1 or 2 kills fire off by now, but not today, not this map, not this round, specifically. They're both waiting to find a face, find a body. Let's see how long it takes. You've got lines of sight that have been made and are being made as well to adapt to where these pushes are coming from. As intel comes in, 70 seconds. Phalanx, where do you push from?
Yeah, they still having a little bit of confusion as we speak, trying to narrate the round for our use itself. But for now, if you're trying to push up to the side of initiating area, we can also see devastating. And the side of us was trying to cross up the plane, trying to get up those kills. But yep, yes, sneak up. But no, Dota gets some devastating with that headshot. And we gets another one, 2 of those attacks being shut down. We're trying to make a very good push, but ooh, Cesar, where did he get that kill from? Now it's going to be just Skywalker going up against the side of Sherry, but not going to be top in Sherry, and it's going to be just Lefty in a 1v5 spot. Team Phalanx are not looking very good now. Flawless round coming in from the side of Team Shaheens. But now the scoreline will be 4-1. Still, I have to say, Shaheens are looking in very, very strong, man. And how they are going in. I'm really sorry, it is going to be the scoreline of 3-1 on how, the individual gunfights are being onto the place, especially if you take a look what Doctor is doing in. Even though he tried to, just bait himself, try to peek in, try to, bait himself a little bit with that white peek, and then he comes up and kills that opposition guy in a blink of an eye. So everyone in the side of Team Shaheens are looking pumped up with the 7-2 victory what they got on the map of Border. And so again, I have to say the Team Phalanx are looking a little bit more shaky from what we saw on the map of Border.
Absolutely, a little bit more shaky indeed. As for the time being, Phalanx, they also need to put themselves on the board a little bit more. Now, it's pretty much impossible for Phalanx to take a lead here, right? They have to wait for the second half. But to put themselves in a position where taking a lead at least is a little bit easier, Phalanx has to make it a 3-3. That means winning 2 rounds here. And given how Shaheens have played, it's looking very difficult indeed for them to try and pull something off here. We've got the Mira in play once again by Caesar. Doctor bringing in the alibi this time around. And overall, it's just been a very good team effort from the side of the Shaheens. Phalanx, unfortunately, not so much. And that's not going to help. Sherry with the team kill as Dawn goes down. That's your soft breach up taken care of. Quite literally. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. Sherry's going to be absolutely livid, as will the rest of the team. And that's a big drop. And Shaheens haven't even done anything.
Man, just adding a little bit of salt onto that damage, man. Because that team kill was very unfortunate. With that sledge going on, you have that 2 of those precious fragments which can allow you to take out that black window. But for now, let's see what they have in store with the 4v5 situation being into the favor of the side of Shaheens. Yes, they can just go in a little bit aggressive because this is going to be the last 2 rounds of before the attack and defensive swap is being made. Talent Shield getting into play from the side of Devastating. Yes, they can try to open up that black window, black mirror from the side of Mira. Yes, they can do that. But for now, still, it's not going to be enough on how this long particular space is allowing to do that. There you have it. C4 comes in, takes out Devastating, and no more Talent Shields into the play into the favor of Team Phalanx for now.
Once again, mistakes were made. Not sure exactly how Devastating went down, but I'm pretty sure it's because he tried to put down the Talent Shield or pick it back up, as it were, and probably got blown up to smithereens in that instance. Osa's animations take a while to be done with, right? Whenever she's picking up or putting down her Talent Shield, so you gotta keep that in mind. As in the meanwhile, Sherry and Lefty are both about half HP as well, whereas... Oh, what a shot. Envy. Beautifully done. As Hercules takes so much damage on the cafe balcony, Doctor shuts him down, and Lefty once again left standing all alone. The Hibana gets taken down as Doctor will find that kill. Shaheens now 4-1 up going into the final round of the first half. And I mean, it's basically a mirror opposite of what happened in Villa, right? In Villa, Shaheens took round 1 and then Phalanx ran away with 4 rounds in a row before Shaheens started bringing it back. So the question is, will Phalanx start pulling off something miraculous like how we saw in Villa? I wouldn't put it past them, but at the same time, Shaheens, they look just so much more solid today, and Phalanx, they feel almost deflated in the way they're playing right now.
Overall, from my perspective, it feels that with that, 7-2 victory on the map of border, they have that, momentum and confidence boost, right? If we can make it up a 7-2, we can make it up a 7-1-2. Because they have just allowed Team Phalanx for just one round, that also in round number 2, where they allow Team Phalanx to just come in and get their, defensive blown away. For now, I feel like, yeah, they still have a chance. But overall, Team Shaheens, onto the defensive side, they are a very, very good and strong-looking team. And I really want to see this particular team, Team Shaheens, play up against the side of Mercenaries, play up against the side of Hunters LFO, and see how they perform overall.
Well, we did see some of that in the Pro Series Fall Edition, right? Where Shaheens absolutely tore their way through the lower brackets, all the way to a grand finals with the Hunters, and then they proceeded to win. And win they did is 3-0 as well. So they, like I said, they're coming into this competition on a very high note, and they're looking to continue that. Now, Phalanx, should they lose here, and I say should because it's still not, set in stone yet, but should they lose here, then they will still get 1 point for having won one map. So that's a good thing for them. They at least still get on the leaderboard, but of course, they have to get more, because that means if they've only gotten 1 point, then they'll not be able to, get as many points as if they had 2, right? So that deduction of 1 point, those deductions add up pretty quickly, and then you end up with not as many points as, say, another team that is looking for that same top 4 spot that you are. It's only day 2 of groups, folks, but mind you, these things at the very beginning, these are worth noting, because they mean a lot for the mid and end of the group stages, as these phases, they come and go, and they of course will determine a lot about how this tournament progresses.
Yeah, maybe Cesar can go up a little bit, more aggressive toss of C4, and he can get that double kill right there. But for now, we can see some of those projectiles coming in, getting denied by the side of UWU. Yes, still no more bodies, not a single body down. I'm really sorry for my word. Not a single body down from either side. Makes it up a 5v5 from both of the sides. So they're still trying to deny the entry from the cafe area. He's flashed up, pretty good. But now it's going to be Lefty making his way inside of the cafe area. Takes up a little damage to the side of Cesar. Overall, a good defensive push, but devastating. Finds a kill. It's going to be Doctor to kill up down Escobar. Makes it up a 4v4. Overall, a good trades happening in. But Cesar still not sure. It's going to be one guy pushing up from the side of Cafe, and Doctor is also not really sure, as we see the ADS being on the head level. But now it's going to be Shady. Takes down Invi. There you have it. Cesar is going to make his way, a long rotate, but he goes for the C4, takes out Lefty with a very good C4 connection coming up. Makes the situation 3v3, and now Team Phalanx are looking real bad. But nope, it's gonna be Shady with that good spot. Oh, he's already toward the side of Freezer, and Cesar is down. This can be one thing, but Doctor is already trapped in toward the side of Yellow Stairs, and Mighty Ali is down on the first floor.
Ooh. All
Can go
right,
for
then
plan.
10 seconds remain. They've got to get in here. They've got to go for the plan. Hercules has got to go for it, and he's doing it, but he's spotted. The position is given away. They might be able to get this. All they need to do, Doctor is gonna get in, get the kill on one. Can he get the other? No, it's Mighty Ali who comes around. And even if the plant went off, it does not matter. Shaheens will win regardless, folks. And that, of course, means that they will make it 5-1 going into the second half. And this is where, of course, the age-old, argument comes in that, hey, Theme Park might be a defender-set map, but can a team on the defense really make up 6 rounds, potentially, in the second half as defenders? It's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. We've seen it happen before, but it's going to be pretty tough indeed. Shaheens, they're 5-1 up. They're on the attack. Phalanx, once again, we pass it on to you. The ball is in your court. How do you respond?
Man, it's more of like, man, I feel Shaheens is gonna win this one. On how overall team coordination, individual gunfights, even the operator picks are just way too good compared to what we are seeing from the side of Team Phalanx. A 5-1 score line. And now the swap is being made. Now for the next 6 rounds, it's going to be the Team Shaheens who will be attacking on Team Phalanx with being on the side of defense. Yes! On the map of Theme Park with some good operator picks and play, you can maybe make it up a 5-3, 5-2. But again, it's the same situation what we saw on the map of Border Blackjack.
Yeah, it really seems like it, doesn't it? I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being another 7-2, 7-3 situation for Shaheens here. Because Phalanx, again, like we said, they almost feel defeated, deflated. Their energy seems like it's gone. Like, there's some bursts of energy we're seeing every now and again, but they're not able to string it together into a cohesive flow of just about anything. And they keep getting taken out left and right. I'm not sure what happened in the first round on Armory Throne Room that Shaheens won, Phalanx won so well. It was a fantastic push, and it was, 4 players still standing on the Phalanx side that ended up taking down the Mute, who was caught in the corner. So, all things considered, Phalanx definitely have, fallen quite far since. And Shaheens, in the meanwhile, are looking to make sure that their pitfall is even deeper for the time being. As now on the attack, they have to set things up. They have to get themselves running, and they have to make sure that they are absolutely ready for whatever come their way, because they're going to need it. That is for sure.
Yeah, let's see what the storyline goes over for the side of Team Phalanx. And, just as a caster, I feel like, yes, they still have a chance overall on the map of Team Park, because now they are on the side of defense. They still have a really good chance, but overall, it feels like, yes, the ball is still on the park, and what do you say? Like, the ball is still on the park of Shaheens. But overall, if they do a little bit of mistakes over here and there, I don't just get up those cheeky peaks here and there with as being attackers. Yes, Team Phalanx can take that advantage and try to bring it up into that favor.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see right now, as Shaheens' attack has taken quite the time to get into the second floor, and they're still not in there yet. They still haven't cleared the roamers. Invi's trying to do that inside of the waiting room area, and the call's going to go out. Here comes the rappel in as well. Sherry goes down to Skywalker. In the meanwhile, that's a first drop coming in. They want a second, but no, unaware as to where Devastating is, and the Mute gets one. Dawn in the middle goes down to Mighty Ellie, as that's one drop, and wait a minute, he's already inside. He's in the site, but no, he's taking so much damage from everywhere. Unaware of where these defenders are, sees him finding Devastating, and return makes it a 3v2, but 45 seconds remain. They've got to get in the site. It is now or never for that. And there you go. The Osa will be the one taking center stage here, as those Talon shields will be so useful for this situation here. Again, 3v2, so the body advantage is in the favor of Shaheens, but Hercules from behind! Beautifully done. The Mozzie coming out of split door manages a flank like none other and puts 2 down immediately. It's all up to Doctor, the last one standing. Gotta get one, but can't. Lefty will shut him down. and Phalanx will be the one to take this round. What a flank right there from the Mozzie. Beautiful stuff from Hercules right there. And that was so absolutely essential to shut everything down. And that, of course, allows for Phalanx to put their second round on board. It's a 5-2 now.
Very good effort being done from the side of Hercules itself, man. Just putting up the bet to its himself, and just trying to as more as
Attackers need to
just
locate and defuse
not
the remaining
allowing
bombs they
Shaheens
can.
to get up that 6-1 match point. Overall, yes, job very well done from the side of Team Phalanx, but Shaheens, yes, still be thinking, why did that happen? How it just came up. There were no drones watching up the flank, but for now, we can see uh, devastating going for the Mira pick, Suri going with that Melusi pick, Hercules with that Alibi, Escobar also going with that Jaeger, Lefty going with that. But overall, a good operator composure. We see a little bit of changes here. Mighty Elite not going with that Nook, but this time it's going to be Doctor who's going with that Knock play. Invi going with that Dokedi and Mighty Elite on that Ash. Yes, we might see quite a bit of rush on the side of Yana, Invi, and Mighty Elite. Invi just hopping with that Logic Bomb ability. Mighty Elite can get that, the vibration sound effects, and just try to catch up the defenders off guard. But let's see what will be the storyline going into the side of round number 8.
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out for the time being, as Phalanx, again, they've got to win 3 rounds just to equalize, and then 2 more after that to win. And that's considering if and only if, and that's a big if, Shaheens don't win any more rounds from here on out. It's a very difficult ask for any particular team. But for Team Phalanx, is it going to be too much to ask from their end? That's the question here that they themselves are trying to figure out the answer to. They've got the Mira in play this time around with, of course, the mute. Excuse me, with, of course, the mute, the Melusi, and everything in play. You've got the Jacoby calls coming out, but not the first kill. The Iana nearly losing her life right there to the shots being fired and the peaks being taken on the vending machine corridor. Grenade's going to come out, but of course that is too late. The operator has long since evacuated. As for now, we once again go back to the stalemate, where these attackers are taking their sweet time to push up, because of course none of this is easy. Like you said, Bullet, this is one of the hardest maps to play on for both sides. As for now, we just got to wait and see.
Yep, trying to toss up that nade if we get on the right spot, but no, it's going to be Jaeger radius to destroy that. Cesar going for another nade. Doctor going with that another nade. Cesar takes a little bit of damage, more damage overall, almost left on 20% HP. A good push coming in from the side of Shaheens, but if Doctor is left out being unspotted with that stealth play, he can make up that play. Hercules gets 1, makes it a 4v5. Shaheens in a bad spot. They have Doctor gets 1, Hercules gets out. That good kill makes it up a 4v4. Maybe he can get into the side of B area and try to get a kill with that 50-second left on the clock. But no, Devastating picks up Doctor, makes it up 3v3. With 50 seconds left on the clock, Invi with a very low HP. Maybe this can go into the side of Team Phalanx, round number 8. Still 2 bodies left. Overall from the side of Team Shaheens, Mighty Elite can go in. Yes, he's trying to get up Jaeger. Jaeger has no idea he's already there. It's going to be a 2v2, but nope, it's going to be Devastating to pick up Mighty Elite with the trade happening in. And Skywalker left the Thermite gun with Thermite exothermic charges in a 1v2 spot.
1v2 right now for this Thermite is going to be so difficult because the Mira is in safety, but there's an angle all the way from Yellow Stairs that he's got to watch. He's going to cross successfully. So 10 seconds remain. He might go for the plant here. He's looking to find these operators. He just can't get a line of sight on them. They're hiding, and there you go. Devastating with the prone peak, overlooking the door that's on the arcade balcony side. And there you have it. Now second floor bunk goes the way of Phalanx as they put another round on board. A little bit of dangerous times here coming in for Shaheens, as they've lost 2 rounds now back to back, and they need to make sure they don't lose too many more if they still want to win this quickly. But Phalanx, they might just be waking up here. I won't say that they already have. They need to win a few more rounds to convince me of that. But of course, we will have to wait and see. A pause request has come out from Envy. Shaheens are probably taking this time to talk about what is going wrong with them, why they are, trying to keep things. Rather, why they're trying to no, why they are losing rounds. Excuse me, right there. As Shaheens, they need to stop losing these rounds. Phalanx, they need to start winning, and they need to start winning more. They already have, but Shaheens, they will need to try and put a plug in this. The question is, how soon will they be able to?
Yep, overall a good, I would say, effort being made from the side of Team Phalanx as well. How just Mighty Lee came in was devastating in the end to take out Mighty Lee, because overall Doctor Mighty Lee were looking very very powerful in that round, on the last round of round number 8. But still, there's a lot of time, like for the side of Team Shaheens as well. Just get in, try to make it up 5-4. They're not just allowed to make it a 5-5, because you don't allow a team like Team Phalanx to get on your nerves, like that, to make a comeback. But for now, I guess other teams have already said yes, ready, and we'll be getting back into action blackjack pretty soon.
Very, very soon indeed. Of course, the ready confirmation came in from Envy's side. We're just waiting for Phalanx to say whether or not they themselves are ready, I guess.
Yeah.
And then we can go right back into the match itself. A nice amount of time that, Shaheens took to talk about exactly what went wrong and how they can improve going forward. And of course, they seem to have come to that decision, and they seem to have come to that conclusion, the conclusion that they so desperately need here. Excuse me there. As for the time being, we'll just have to wait and see how Phalanx and Shaheens now respond to the situation that they're in. Shaheens, 5-3 up. They still could go to series point, match point, whatever you want to call it, and then finish things off from here. But we've got to wait and see. As Phalanx, in the meanwhile, they themselves are very close to an equalizer. And if they go to equalizer, folks, then there's pretty much no guarantee. Not no guarantee. There's pretty much all the guarantees that we'll be going to overtime. But again, Shaheens, they would have to let them get that far. I really don't see Shaheens losing this match. But OT is always possible. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, man, and OT looks possible, but overall, I feel like Shaheens are just doing up some few mistakes here and there, which it's allowing the side of Team Phalanx to get on their space and try to get that victory. Yes, don't allow to make it a 5v5. 5-5. Be sorry for my words. 5-5 score line, because you're already having a good lead since the starting. But for now, we can see the side of Team Phalanx. We can see Hercules playing up here, say with the Malusi, Escobar with that Frost. We see nobody playing up with what was I to call that smoke. We see nobody play. We see a very less amount of C4s for the last few maps we compared. We used to see at least 3 C4s especially on the map of border where they lost 7-2. For now, let's see what kind of approach we see from the side of Team Shaheens. As usual, control room push. Try to go from the side of Dragon Spear's window. Try to get some kills here and there. But how Team Phalanx will be able to stop them is the main question, because they're already down with 2 rounds.
That is the question, isn't it? What does Phalanx do from here, and how do they win these next few rounds? They've got all the defensive setups, and they've done this before. Skywalker's already down the Pogmat moment, as the Frost Mat will snap the leg of the Hibana in half. Gotta get healed up, and Skywalker will be healed right back up. Well, not right back up, I guess. 20 HP is what remains of that Hibana's health pool. So that's something that you gotta be careful of, the Hibana, that is, for the time being. As everybody else in the side of the defense seems to have rotated out towards the cafe side of things, interestingly enough. Initiation wall will be busted, security into initiation wall, excuse me, will be busted wide open, but a mirror window is watching this exact area of the map. That is the security room entryway. And again, the attackers have taken close positions to these walls, to these sites, but they're not really making any headway. They haven't gotten a single body yet, and they need a couple of these to be able to get into the site cleanly. And that's going to be so much more difficult. E1D scan comes out. And there we go. Ying Candelas are in. It's all over the place. And a C4 from Lefty will find Caesar. That's your planter stopped immediately, but Skywalker's gone in as well. Gonna go for the plant. Will the mirror be able to stop this? There we go. Another C4 from Devastating. That finds the planter once again. And the plan has been stopped in its tracks. Devastating gets Mighty Ali, and Devastating goes down. So does Sherry, but 15 seconds remain. They gotta get in here. They gotta get the plan going somehow. As Invi finds one, Lefty going down. Hercules finds Doctor. The bomb diffuser has been recovered. The shots are fired. And the time is about to run out. Invi's gone for the plan, but nope, no way Invi can get that done. Phalanx win another round. Oh boy, this is getting closer and closer by the second.
Yeah, man, and overall a very, very cold, calm, and a good hold coming in from our Team Phalanx. How the Doctor got in so close with that operator, that IQ, even though they didn't just overwhelmed it. But overall, a good push coming in from side of Shaheens also. But overall, a very good defense holder coming in from side of Team Shaheens. Team Phalanx. I'm really sorry. But for now, it's going to be a 5-4 scoreline. Like I said, if Shaheens allow Team Phalanx to go up and take a scoreline till 5-5, yes, from my perspective, from my opinion, we might see overtime.
I mean, it really depends, right? Again, Shaheens, I did say that they would have basically had to have let Phalanx win these few rounds, but the more and more it goes, the less I'm convinced that, that's what's happening, because I mean, at the end of the day, Phalanx are just
10 seconds to go.
they're not doing so hot, are they? No, not Phalanx, excuse me. Shaheens in these last few rounds, they're not doing so hot now, are they? They seem to just be all over the place. They seem to just, they're kind of out of it. And maybe that could just be down to attacker-sided, defender-sided theme park's nature, and attacking half being just so difficult on this map, which, yes, it is. Attacking on a theme park has historically been exceptionally difficult, even in the older version of the map, because there's so much cover, so many props you can hide behind, so many corners, so many small rooms dividing up the space, the floor space of this map, that is, and everything, just takes longer and longer and longer to clear out for attackers. And the more the time takes down, of course, the more pressure is put on the attack that they have to get in. They've got to clear, they've got to entry, they've got to, try to get into the site. So many things to do, and yet all of it just doesn't seem to pan out the way they would like it to. And of course, that leads to more and more rounds being taken away from them.
Now we can see, yes, overall Shaheens are taking a longer bit of time, but we see from the last two previous map on the last few rounds. They're taking a little bit of time to analyze with the drone work that they're doing, analyze all of the intel. Nomad charges being placed, air jabs being placed onto the passage area. No flanks to come in from the side of Sherry itself. But yes, if Devastating lands up at C4, Lefty lands up at C4, this can be really hard for the side of Shaheens to manage it out in a spot like this.
There we go. Breach is now coming up. In the meanwhile, that breach, of course, being on the maintenance corridor of things. They do see the rotate that's been made into barrel. That's the one that they tried to emphasize on a couple of rounds ago when they came to attack this site back in round number 7. Didn't quite work out because of Hercules' flank out to the door of battle room, as we have the first gas grenade used up by the smoke. One down, and a couple more to go. Where are the attackers above? They still haven't quite gotten the clear done, and that of course makes things so much difficult. There's a grenade, and Hercules takes a ton of damage, throwing out another one of those gas canisters. The window of barrel room is going to be blown open in the meanwhile. That's one window, potentially one entry point even, but there's a defender close by. Devastating goes down. Mighty Ali gets that kill. That's the Amaru taking one. Hercules goes down to Caesar. Skywalker finding Dawn, and it's a sudden collapse. Shots from above as the Melusi finds Caesar. Drops down. Could find the planter here if left to his own devices. Any second now, but no, Skywalker got off the plant and gets two as a result. Beautifully timed and beautifully pushed. Shaheens finally, after a long batch of inactivity, will pull themselves back into the fore here. One more round is all that stands between them and a victory, putting 2 points on board from a 2-1 win as they are now on match and series point.
This is, I would say, like you say, after a long batch of not winning the rounds, finally getting a match point objective in their place, and this was long time pending. But overall, I feel like still Team Phalanx has that one chance to just get this up right on board. Because in the last round, yup, they kind of went in a little bit more aggressive, just give their bodies away and try to put that advantage. One by one, we saw like falling like a deck of cards.
I mean, yeah, House of Cards in the wins. That's pretty much what the Phalanx defense was in that last round. Excuse me. And of course, Shaheens will have to try and replicate that success once again on the side of Bunk and Daycare in the second floor. Phalanx, they need another couple rounds here. OT is still possible, but only if they're able to push it that far. And Shaheens, of course, would absolutely not want any of that. They want to finish it off here and now. They've got all of the required team members as well. You know, you've got the Twitch and you've got the Ash, the standard ones, the Hibana as well, but you've got the Lion and the Nook, 2 ops that can do 2 very different things, but can, you know, find themselves in tandem, like use their abilities in tandem to catch defenders in awkward positions, because all it's going to take is 1E1D scan from the Lion that's going to force defenders to start standing still. And as soon as that happens, the Nook can catch anybody off guard, whatever, you know, her position is. In this case, Envy has to come up soon and catch a couple. For the time being, 1E1D scan has been used up. Shield is taken care of. So many players on that cafe door. I'm not sure if having that many bodies stacked up there is wise, because there's so many defenders as well. Now looking onto this position, the pings are being given as to where the, mute was on the top of arcade stairs just a second ago, but has since fallen back. Once again, no bodies taken. We're already under the 2-minute mark, under the 1-minute 45 mark for that matter. And the Twitch has gone down below in anticipation of somebody going down to the first floor, aka the mute. Here we go. There is the play as, oh, there you have it. The Nook comes in. That's one big kill. Hercules is now down, the alibi off the board. And there you go, Skywalker Doctor falling in, finding 2. It's a 2v5, and it's such a difficult position to be in. Make that a 1v5. Skywalker finds Dawn. And it's all now down to Devastating, the last one standing inside of the vault. Has 1 down. Gets the kill on Skywalker as well. But the plant's about to go down. Probably, at least it should be. C4's out, will be shot by the Nook. Still a 3v5, technically speaking. The Hibana is still bleeding out on the floor. But that Mira ain't dead yet, and that's what matters here. Where is said Mira? Still in the vault. No, on the door to waiting room, but Mighty Ellie gets the kill. And with that, Shaheens will put a lid on this match and finish things off with a 7-4. And what a turnaround. Effectively speaking, well done.
Yeah.
Do excuse me, I forgot I was muted.
Yeah.
Would you look at that? But anyhow, I think I must have accidentally muted myself going into the caster cam.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, your winners here are the Shaheens, folks. 7-4 to them in the third map. And effectively what they pulled is a reverse sweep, aka a reverse 2-0. They were already 1 map down, and now they won 2 maps to finish off the matchup. 7-5 to Phalanx in map 1, and then 7-2 and 7-4. Phalanx tried to fight back on Theme Park, but unfortunately, the pressure from Shaheens was just too much to bear, and they will only put 1 point on board for themselves going into the next match that they will have soon. And of course, we'll have to see what that matchup will be. But for tonight, that is it for the second game, folks. Match number 2 has been taken care of. So let's go into the highlights one last time to talk about what we saw in the matchup today. There you have it, the highlights on screen now.
Yep, of course, how can we forget that blinding lights moment where they just went in Team Phalanx and tried to, just get that one up. And that was just 1 round. up till and unless it was the side of Team Shaheens to just win up straight back to back victories until then, up till the side of 5-4. Overall, I would say from last time with Waze, what I personally saw Team Phalanx, trying to struggle a little bit here and there up against strong teams like MercenarieZ and whatnot. But for now, overall, a very good improvement being done from the side of Team Phalanx, but still just not there yet. Because on the first map, on the map of Villa 7-5, and then from the side of Border 7-2, a very disappointing one. But overall, I just I thought that yeah, on the map of Theme Park, things can go pretty close. 6-6 will be the scoreline. We might see over time, but that was not the case. And Shaheens takes it up the second map for themselves in the series and win the series by 7-4 on the last map of Theme Park and winning it in a scoreline of 2-1 on the map scoreboard. Overall, I would say a very good effort by both sides, but still not, I would say, up there yet for the side of Team Flying. They need to work a little bit harder.
That they do. That they definitely do. Shaheens once again proving that they do in fact
Yeah.
deserve to stay here at the top, and they do in fact deserve their title as one of the potentially new stars of the region. I mean, they already beat Hunters, MercenarieZ, KIRA. They beat all of them in the Pro Series 3, but of course, Nationals is a different affair altogether here, folks. And that means, well, it is a big stage, and a lot of things will change as we continue on to the group stages. Let's go into the match summary, see the statistics of the game in total. Well, not the game in total, the map in total. Map number 3, as we see Dr. 10-4 as the ladies and cost really, really high performance in this map. 1-1 on the entry. Of course, entry goes to Skywalker going 97.73%. Caesar and Mighty Ellie pulling the supports and the kills as well. It's really a shared scorecard there for the Shaheens. Phalanx in the meanwhile, of course, 9-9 to devastating 55%. Dawn with a bit better of KOST, 64% overall, but only 2-8 on the scoreboard in terms of kills overall. Just not the best scoreboard for Phalanx. Even Sherry falling short as compared to the first two maps. But like we said before, folks, it's not going to be that easy, right? One player can only perform so many times, especially if the entire team is reliant on said player going absolutely bonkers in a map, like we saw Sherry do in map number 1. 22-6. That was Sherry's performance in map 1, folks. And that, of course, has since diminished, but still, he stayed in the top and top 2 spots for so long. But with all that being said, folks, that is, of course, your match statistics that you have just seen. And this game, of course, has come to an end. That means day 2 of the South Asian Nationals has also come to an end here, folks. So with that being said, that's going to be it for myself, Blackjack, my co-host, Bullet, and Aggressive from earlier in the day, and of course our producers and admins from the back end who do all of the messy stuff so we can get the game to you live. And of course, thank you for joining us at the Nationals. We will see you once again tomorrow with 2 more games. Stay tuned for which those will be, and until tomorrow, stay tuned and good night.